me jollies heave away. Come get your duds in order, cause we're bound to leave tomorrow. Heave away, me jolly boys, we're all bound away. Sometimes we're bound for Liverpool, sometimes we're bound for Spain. Heave away, me jollies heave away. But now we're bound for old St. John's, where all the girls are dancing. Heave away, me jolly boys, we're all bound away. I wrote me love a letter, I was on the Jenny Lynn. Heave away, me jollies heave away. I wrote me love a letter and I signed it with a ring. Heave away, me jolly boys, we're all bound away. Sometimes we're bound for Liverpool, sometimes we're bound for Spain. Heave away, me jollies heave away. But now we're bound for old St. John's, where all the girls are dancing. Heave away, me jolly boys, we're all bound away. So it's farewell, Nancy, darling, God's does now I'm gonna leave ya. Heave away, me jollies heave away. You promised that you'd marry me, but how you did deceive me. Heave away, me jolly boys, we're all bound away. Sometimes we're bound for Liverpool, more times we're bound for Spain. Heave away, me jollies heave away. But now we're bound for old St. John's, where all the girls are dancing. Heave away, me jolly boys, we're all bound away. Sometimes we're bound for Liverpool, sometimes we're bound for Spain. Heave away, me jollies heave away. But now we're bound for old St. John's, where all the girls are dancing. Heave away, me jolly boys, we're all bound away. Sometimes we're bound for Liverpool, more times we're bound for Spain. Heave away, me jollies heave away. But now we're bound for old St. John's, where all the girls are dancing. Heave away, me jolly boys, we're all bound away. Heave away, me jolly boys, we're all bound away. Heave away, me jolly boys, we're all bound away.
Three, two, one. Okay, we're good. What's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, JP.
Oh, God. You had to pull this one.
Yeah. It's all about the friendships we have along the way. I like how we also do the white power sign. That's pretty tasteful.
That's pretty good. I like
Yeah.
that.
That's a good way to rep maritime history.
This is how everyone's going to remember the Maritimes. You guys are super welcome.
Yeah, rightfully so. The bigoted Maritimes.
Well, I think this is a good entry point to the whole thing. The Maritimes, friendship, white power. I think
Yeah. Friendship, lights amounts of bigotry. That's what these scenes were built upon, and that's how they will live forever and always.
So I guess we should get into it. I don't know, where do you want to start?
I suppose we could actually say there's really no clear way. Like, we met actually way earlier than most of these people probably realize.
Alive, right?
Yeah. Well, at least like 80% of the Smash 4 scene was maybe a fetus at the time that this happened.
Oh, we definitely met Sea Salt and Nevi were both fetuses for sure.
Absolutely. So, yeah, because we met on a little site called All Is Brawl. And even back then, I remember that you were like really into graphic design, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, I did some of the banners for the site and shit way back.
Yeah, I remember you made like a lot of top players. Like, remember they used to have like the character cool banners where it's like, this is my main, and look, he's covered in snowflakes. Oh man. Like, I remember you were the guy that was doing all that, and you didn't even go by Jp3. You went by, what the fuck was your tag?
Oh, I don't. How do you even pronounce it? I don't even know how.
I don't know. It's like in right as zero.
Yeah, it was definitely some weeb shit.
I know.
Sure.
You were definitely like, I'm an anime warrior. Ha!
It's like I would have fit in on current Smash Twitter so well back in the day.
Honestly, honestly, man, like you thought you had clout now, but if you had started with that tag, holy shit,
I know.
my boy would have been cooking.
Oh shit. Could
Uh,
have been famous.
yeah, I could have been famous, and I could stop giving the cat all my money.
I think it's a cool place to talk about though, all this brawl, because that's where a lot of the shit started, and especially for our scenes. I think like at least online, this is where it kind of all began. You know what I mean?
Yeah, All Is Brawl was pretty. I met most of the people that I knew from like New Brunswick, Newfoundland, PEI. I met all those people through All Is Brawl, because like early on in the scene, where stuff sort of kicked off, was there was the. Let me see if I can pull this up for the fans, guys. So
I love Eric chilling in the back of this picture too.
he's just trying to ride in on our hilarious memes. But yeah, so like Maritime competitive Smash, like if you were to set where it sort of began, it would have been this Smash Bros thread on Smashboards in 2005 for Nova Scotia. So that's sort of where like the earliest piece of like where they were like, hey, let's get together and maybe run like a tournament or some shit. Oddly enough, the guy who started this thread actually still plays. Like he doesn't go to too many tournaments because he lives like underneath Cape Breton or some shit. He doesn't attend a lot, but a lot of people actually would know him because his tag is 2112. He's a Mega Man main, who's I think played at least players in Nova Scotia / Cape Breton would know him. I don't know if anybody else from the Maritimes has played this guy. But anyways, he started the thread. It's actually funny because he used to be really cocky. And if you can see here, he edited the post like 10 years later and said, removed arrogance. Because he was just like, yeah, my Falco's like as good as PC Chris's. Yeah.
This guy's a legend. Holy shit.
Yeah, and so that was in 2005, but tournaments didn't, like, the first ever tournament, quote unquote, wouldn't be until about 2007. So pretty much everything that they were organizing around that time was like Smash Fests and sort of like nothing too like official, because I mean, again, the scene was super small, right? So it was like, well, why are we gonna have a 3-person tournament when you could just come over and we can just bop each other in friendlies, right?
Yeah, the MB thread that KTC is talking about too is actually one that I started way back.
Is that?
So that's actually, yeah. So like I can link it to you too. This is real cringy. This is young Jp3.
Oh, buddy. My favorite was the one that you posted in 2014, and then you updated it like 7 months later, but nobody was watching.
Yeah, not a single comment on that one.
Yeah, they were.
This one's funny.
And you
I
would
just
have
linked it to you. Here, continue.
where the fuck did you link this?
Oh yeah, on Facebook.
On the book?
On the book, my dog. On the book. Check the
Is
books.
this? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, look! It even
This is
has
like,
it even has the in Raikai.
yeah. So this is as old as it gets for MB.
Oh my god! All right, you know what? I gotta read this. Hey, anyone here from New Brunswick? I live
And
near.
look at the first person who commented on it too. It was Boom.
And he hit you with the lol. He was like, I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck. Hey, anyone here from New Brunswick? I live near Fredericton, about an hour away, and I was looking for some smashers around my area. It's so plain online. I'm only 14, so I can't really meet up with smashers, but if there are any tournaments being held in Fredericton, I could East Lily come and play.
Listen.
But I'm really just posting so many smashers live in MB. Maybe we could get a score Borad set up. Anyways, it would be nice to hear. Yes, fucking Super Boom. And then you reply with a bunch of dashes? Boy,
Honestly?
you're hitting
Honestly?
him with the zingers right there. Oh my god.
I might have removed that like a couple years later due to some cringy shit, but I don't know why I wouldn't have edited the first post.
Yeah, you were
Besides
probably
the point. My spelling is no better nowadays, so it's not like it
yeah.
matters.
Can we get some hashtag Borads going around?
Some Borat.
Make sure you update that score Borad.
Anyways,
Anybody?
This is bad for me. This is a bad look.
I know this is gonna fuck your cloud. Your cloud and your cloud.
Cloud.
Yeah, your cloud. You'll never be a cloud man again after this. One name that actually will appear later on in the history of the Maritimes is Tomater here, who is, you could say he was an NB smasher, or you could say he was a PEI smasher, because he went to school in NB, I think, but I think he's originally from PEI. But anyways, he has a very unique piece of history in Maritime Smash.
He's OG for sure.
Yeah, he's super duper OG. I think he's married now. I think he got married, so good on him.
He came to a New Brunswick Weekly like a couple years ago.
Oh,
He's still around.
Good on him.
Yeah.
Oh, so this thread actually spans about 5 years, and so then you see people a little more familiar. I see Jerflip posting.
So I'll get more into this stuff too when we kind of get closer to that. Kind of like the Smash MB finally hits.
And we got Evan Dennis with his.
We got them all. Everybody's here. This is New Brunswick Ultimate.
Yeah, everyone is here. He posted a whopping 6 messages on Smashboards.
Yeah.
What the?
So
Evan, what the?
Yeah. So.
What the fuck are you posting? He posted on his own profile. He just said video games. Boy, he's really hitting him with the zingers. Oh man, that's fucking hilarious.
It's a classic.
So, let me try to figure out my life right now. So anyways, the first ever Maritime tournament was in 2007. It was a tournament called it was like Heli Smashed. So that would have been all the way. And yeah, it was like August of 2007. It was evidently a melee tournament. This would be the first appearance of a Nick Best, who is a he's without a doubt the like oldest member of the scene in terms of how long he's been in the scene. So I don't even know how young he must have been. He must have been probably like how you were 14 in that hilarious post that you wrote.
Oh.
He yeah, with your score Borat and all that shit. He was probably, I'm willing to bet it was around the same age. So.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
Yeah, so that's the introduction of that. And actually,
well, I think it's funny too, cause like I remember checking out people from Nova Scotia on All Is Brawl, because I was trying to find people to play with. You were the first person, obviously, because like that's when I reached out and we started talking and inevitably playing Brawl. And then I was like looking for more people, and I realized a lot of them didn't play a ton online. It was like mostly in real life tournaments. And I remember one of the people that I saw around the most was Nick and his Brawl Pikachu and stuff.
Yeah, he was one of the few guys that was like pretty consistently grinding on All Is Brawl. He was playing a shit ton of Wi-Fi, sort of going to, well, the cool thing about All Is Brawl is that if you updated like where you were from, so if you said you were like, I'm from New Brunswick, or I'm from Nova Scotia, or you know, so on and so forth, you could click on that and then it would show you all the players on the site that were from that region. So it was kind of a way to find people that were like a little bit close to you. So that's what I used to do, is I used to click on all the Maritime provinces, and I used to fucking DM people and be like, hey, come to tournaments, or hey, let's play sometime. So much so that in 2008, I sent a message to Evan. Oh, Riley Reach, thanks for the follow, buddy. I sent a message to Squidward, Evan Dennis, and then he didn't reply until like 2 weeks before the site shut down. So it was like 8 years later, he was like, oh, by the way, we can play sometime, after we had met and played like 100 fucking times already. Dickhead.
That's some classic shit right there.
So
probably the biggest troll in the history of the Maritimes, and inevitably one of the best players too, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, it shatters my soul that that's the case. But he's earned it. Love you, Evan.
But it's one of those things too, is like that's how I found you, was searching Nova Scotia or whatever, because there's fucking nobody from New Brunswick, and the few people that there were, like, they never got back to me, or they weren't active, right? So
yeah,
it was small back then, man. Maritime Smash was basically nothing.
Yeah, I mean, like, New Brunswick wasn't really hosting that many events until, like, honestly, probably like 2013 was when I knew that they were having like consistent tournaments, and that's when we started traveling up there because they actually had like a scene that, you know, they could do. Robo Puppies and Simply Azuma, thank you for the follows, guys. So what I have pulled up here is these are pictures from the first Maritime tournament ever. So this was the first Hella Smashed, and this was hosted, just for reference, I wasn't in the scene at this point. I didn't join till about 2008, but we'll get there. So this is at Intensity, is what this is, which was the name of the venue where they hosted the first tournament, which I don't really know what it was. It was just a building called Intensity. If you see right here where my mouse is circling, that's a fucking like 7-year-old Nick Best, or however old he was at the time. And then there's just a bunch of people who, I believe that guy's name is Max. I think he was a Pikachu player in Brawl really briefly, but he didn't go to a whole lot of shit. And then this guy here you can't really see is, oh my god, these followers. Thank you so much. You guys are all gems. Holy god. Eric, Darbrad, Catalyst, Sadness. We got more pics though. So these two here, this is Paul Moore and Stephen Crosby. These were two tournament organizers. So they ran. I really need to change the follower notification. That's the worst thing I've ever heard. I don't know why I recorded that. So anyways, these guys were hosts from probably about the original like 2007 to like 2010. And, oh my god, Squidward, thank you so much for the subscription there, buddy. So they were the hosts, and then this guy is Zach. And he was one of the best Melee players at the time. The first Melee tournament I ever went to, Zach fucking destroyed me. It was embarrassing. I think I got like double 3-stocked with in Marth Dittos, and I thought I was pretty good with Marth, but I guess not. Yo,
Hey man, don't worry. I got double 4-stocked like 2 days ago.
Simply Azuma, bless your heart for the Twitch Prime. You're the best. So this here, that's Ryan Chandler. He was a Brawl Falcon main, is how I remembered him, which is fucking a terrible decision, but he was pretty good with them at the time. I love Nick's fucking frizzy ass 14-year-old hairdo. You can spot it anywhere. He's trying to hide behind a guy's fucking shoulder. I can spot it.
He
just
literally
like
hasn't aged at all. It's
I know. He has a beard now. That's about it.
The stream is a celebration. This is like leading into the next chapter. This is like we're done chapter 1. This is chapter 2.
That's it. We're
So like
a decade's. We're going through a decade's worth.
we're rearing up for the second decade. It's gonna be crazy. You guys aren't ready. Like
Yeah.
oh.
Guys, we're getting old as shit. So this is, you could say that this was the first head TO of Halifax and ultimately Maritime history. His name is Justin Wiles, and so he was a player, TO. He was the one that organized this first big tournament that got sort of all these people together. Yo, Catalyst, thanks so much, buddy. I appreciate it. So yeah, and this is not grand finals, but this is a picture of, yo, Mikkel, thanks for the host, buddy. This is a picture of, this is Vic, who won the first ever Maritime tournament that was hosted, which is pretty sick. He was a Dr. Mario main. He was fucking dope. Yeah, again, I want to say this is Max. That's Nick looking ever luscious in the fucking top right corner. And that's Ryan. And then these fellas, I have no idea who they are. I think we're pretty close here. And this is the payout for the first ever Maritime Smash tournament. This is probably the most uncomfortable picture I think I've ever seen. None of these. This is like someone told them, this is how you act human and then they try to act it out. I don't think
This is like the shows that just Smash has never changed because people still do this awkward shit nowadays.
I know, like this, I could just take this and submit it for like top 10 like spaghetti handshakes, and this would this would 100% at least this would be an HM at the worst.
Yeah.
So that was pretty much like what's worth noting is that for the first, I guess you could say 2 or 3 years that like the Maritimes were hosting tournaments, there was no like weeklies or bi-weeklies or even monthlies. Like usually a tournament would only be hosted once every 3 months, and that was if it was pretty active. Sometimes we would go as long as 6 months without like an official tournament. So you just sort of tied yourself over with like Smash Fests, or you would just be like, all right, I guess I'll play again in 6 months or whatever the fuck.
All is brawl, baby. All is brawl.
Yeah, so that was the big benefit with, even though Brawls Online literally shaved 15 years off of my fucking life. I'm grateful that I was at least able to play other players, because it taught me how to play, and then I was able to like actually compete. Actually, funny enough, we have this shit up here. I forgot about this. So this is actually...
I think it's funny too how it's like people complain now about Bayonetta and stuff, but you will never know the fear
Why do I not
of
have
like
Flash player?
the laggiest, shittiest Meta Knight player in the world, right? Kicking your ass for like an hour straight on Brawl Online because there's nothing you can do. There's nothing.
It was fucking...
Once it begins,
like,
you're just done.
I always say, imagine if For Glory was on Brawl. Like, if you had that option, it would just be fucking Ice Climbers and Meta Knight, and you would likely commit, what is it, Sudoku? What's that?
Yeah, something like that. Sudoku, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, Sudoku, right? you stab yourself with a big number 1. So, like, anyways, we actually, oddly enough, so even though this was the first tournament, Hella Smashed in 2007, even though that was hosted in Halifax, this is actually the first time that New Brunswick and Nova Scotia faced off in like a tournament setting, because there was a couple pretty avid Melee players in New Brunswick at the time, and so there's actually a VOD if you want to peep this fucking grimy ass shit.
Oh god.
Fucking peep some of that. So this guy Mav was like a really technical Falco at the time. He was like double shining and doing all sorts of shit. This is Nick Best, by the way. Nick Best's Falco from this is 2007, maybe 2008. This might be a slightly older VOD.
This is awesome. This is fucked.
Yeah. All right. So really, just peep these pixels right now because they're looking great.
There's like 10 pixels and it's real
Yeah.
bad.
So Mav was I want to say probably the best Fox player in the Maritimes at the time, because he placed really well at this tournament, and all the other top players used like Marth or Dr. Mario, or like Nick used Falco. So I find it hilarious that Nick Best plays the exact fucking same as he did in 2007.
Yeah, this is another case where you could be like, this is a VOD from
If,
last week.
if I play Nick tomorrow in tournament, I'm studying this VOD, and it's gonna give me everything I need. I forget. Nick, do you win this match? Cause what the fuck was that?
I need some commentary on this. Straight up showcast.
Yeah. And Nick Best doing Nick Best things as he's done for the last decade.
Yeah, we're gonna go through everything. We're gonna go from 2000 basically 5 till 2000 now, but I think things didn't really start picking up till like 2008, I'd say. So
Yeah. So we will be going all the way up into Smash 4 and all that good shit. So we're just sort of giving context to like how did shit start, all that goodies.
yeah, basically as a recap, it's like NS existed, and then that was it.
Yeah, and that's all she wrote.
I don't think MB was born at that time, right? Just a fetus? Is that what we're saying?
Pretty much. It was just a zygote in terms of competitive Smash. All right, so we're going to watch the end of this round, but we're not going to watch the whole set because I might smash my monitor, and if I have to watch more of this pixelated bullshit. All right, Nick, make a comeback. Come on. You're down a full stock.
Oh no, he's getting fucked. Nick, come on. I like that. I still catch good players with that in 2018. Yeah. Man. Classic.
Oh, okay. All right. He's at 59%, but he's about to make the comeback. Comeback of the century. Oh. Nice. Good recovery. Nick's getting walled the fuck out right now. But, oh, this is how it starts. Nick is just double shining for the hills.
I like Evan in here. Nick, you almost saved him with lasers. The fuck?
Oh,
Like,
oh, Nick Bass. Oh!
what a legend.
Laminator. All right, that's been great. Thank you so much. That's it for Maritime Smash. We're calling it quits.
Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys never.
That's the peak. It's been downhill for 10 years. Thanks so much for tuning in, guys. What am I trying to do? Okay, so this is something that more modern people will be able to follow along with. This is a bit of a story time from me, okay? So January 10th, a guy comes from Newfoundland. He's like, because there's a tournament at the end of January, and then he's like, hey, I'm from Newfoundland, but I'm on a work term for 4 months. Is there a tournament? And so then they're like, yeah, there is a tournament. It's at the end of the month or whatever. So this guy from Newfoundland, most of you will know him because he's been the best player in Newfoundland until he stopped, was the Knicks. So this is when the Knicks first came into our lives and our hearts and all of that good shit. So that tournament was at the end of January. Now, there is actually a juicy sweet VOD of Nick versus the Knicks in grand finals. Ugh. And that's what this is.
Oh no.
So for some reason, Nick Best is going fucking Sheik. I've never seen him use Sheik in, like, before or after. I don't know what he's doing here.
This is like we should note this is pre-Brawl stuff.
This is 2 months before Brawl was released, yeah. Because Brawl came out March 9th, 2008, so this was end of January. Nick, your fucking DI is... And he tried to tether with Sheik. Which I don't think you could ever do in this game. I don't think that's a thing.
That just looked like he fucked up.
Oh my god!
Oh shit.
4 stock. I don't think he gets 4 stocks.
He was actually pretty decent. Holy shit. He's actually not bad.
Who, the Knicks?
Yeah.
No, alright, so the Knicks was pretty crazy. And I think that... I feel like Nick should have stuck with the bird. Hey, he took a stock. Good boy, Nick. Yo, thanks, Gonard. I appreciate it, buddy. Ooh. So the Knicks is disgusting.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's some shit.
He's the greatest player of all time.
He's definitely probably up there for like greatest of players from Newfoundland, if not like the greatest of all time from Newfoundland.
Yeah, I'm partial to like Groovy's really has been amazing, but Crocker being able to play all the games he did at such a high level.
Yeah, for so long.
Yeah, like even still, his cloud is still fucking dope. Nick taking 200 years to counterpick this puff, and his choice of counterpick makes me so upset. Oh my god. Wait for it. Wait for it. I think Nick had a heart attack between matches.
Holy shit.
So this is the first time Newfoundland played... Oh, Marth? That's so great. I love Marth Jigglypuff. Oh, no? You're not? You're not gonna do Marth Jigs?
I just want to know what was going through his head for this moment right here.
It was probably the same as my follower notification.
This 25-minute wait between games. It'd be a little grimester, a little grimy boy.
And he picks fucking Puff as the counter pick. No, alright, we're not watching any more of that. Fuck you, Nick Best. Oh my god.
He's the people's champ. 2008 people's champ right here.
That's it. I respected the Marth pick. I was like, alright, it's great. And then he goes and picks Puff, and everybody... and then all of Nova Scotia died that day, and we've been rebuilding it from the ground up since. So he picks Puff, and then game 3. I'm gonna skip here because I'm pretty sure that's when the next game starts. Yeah. Then he goes Samus. Nyx goes Samus. Lamnator goes Falco, and Nyx 3-0's Lamb. Right. So. What does this have to do with me? You were probably all wondering deep down in your souls. So, I joined the Brawl scene like shortly after Brawl comes out, and I started like winning tournaments, and I started playing really well. But for the next like 7 to 8 years, every time the Nyx comes up, fucking Nick Best would always be like, man, as soon as the Nyx comes back, he would just destroy all of Nova Scotia in every game with one hand. Without even trying, while he's dead or whatever the fuck. Like, he would always hype him up as like this like ethereal legend of the scene, right? And I was like, especially when I was like 16 or whatever, and I was that cocky teenage son of a bitch, I was always like, no, I'm great. I use Pink Luigi. Look at me. So I am just like, fuck this, the next guy. If I ever play him, I'm gonna fucking give him the boots. So I never play the Nyx until I go to Storm the Rock, and we're in that crew battle where there's Nova Scotia has 5 stocks left, and it's Newfoundland with the Nyx, and he has 2. And me and Jordan are it's me and Jordan left. Or so yeah, we would have had 6 stocks. So me and Jordan are what's left, and Jordan looked at me, he's like, do you want me to go in? I'll Cloud Ditto, like we could totally win, or do you want to go in? And so I thought about it, and then I was like, you know what? This is fucking Nick Best has been, like, hyping up this legend for, like, 6,000 years. He's essentially a god at this point. I was like, no, fuck that. I'm going in. And then I went in, and then I hit him with the double boot. And, all right, that's the stream. Thanks for tuning in, guys. It's been great. That's Maritime history.
Thanks, everyone.
So anyways, that is true. He came to that tournament right before Brawl was released. And he swept through the bracket. And also, what a lot of people don't know is that Newfoundland actually briefly had a Brawl scene, or they had like a crew of people, and they actually made a shit ton of combo videos. And they, at the time, when they were released, they went like pretty hashtag viral for the time. So I think I found the Nyx's one.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to hold your color.
Check out this fucking music, bruh. This is 2008 Brawl, baby. Oh, this is another guy. I don't know who Jugs is. Oh! That's a Marth combo, baby.
When was the date of this?
It was like November 2018, I think.
Oh, it looks it for sure. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh, spike him. Ah, you missed. Ah. Oh, he's got it. Ooh, and the footstool. My fucking guy.
Now, I think it's important to talk about what New Brunswick was doing at this time, and kind of PEI as well. I'll send you a link, Colin, if you just want to
If you just want to maybe
pop it up. Oh wait, one sec. I see that. One sec.
if you just want to pop that up on the chat. So that's that. One sec.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you asking me right now?
Just pull it up. I'm gonna talk about New Brunswick around 2008. Around the start, like pre-brawl, like right before it came out.
What am I looking at?
Just pull it up.
Oh my. Oh fuck! I didn't put it on the screen. Okay. So this is.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
So this is Brawl.
Yeah, this is New Brunswick and by association PEI Brawl.
That's
this time.
That's it. That's it. That's what they were doing.
Basically, the only person of note around the time was Tomater for sure, because there was a couple of tournaments as far as I know at the campus, but they were like very very small and like not a lot happened. And obviously nothing took off from that. There wasn't like weekly events. I think they were really like sporadic. And then Tomater's a good guy to talk about around this time because he was active on all his Brawl, and he was active in the PEI, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia communities. So he was doing a lot of shit.
Yeah. So Tomater was, again, we'll save his heroic moment for a little bit later. But Tomater was a super cool guy. He made Luigi, actually, which was funny enough.
That was weird.
Yeah, it was a terrible decision on his part. Trust me, I know. But yeah, he used to come down for tournaments every now and then, and he was a pretty solid player, especially considering how isolated he was, right? Like, he literally never played anybody else. He played like a bit of Wi-Fi, but he didn't play like a whole lot.
Well, we played a little bit, but that's because our connection wasn't too bad. But it was funny because all I ever played from like the Maritimes was these fucking Luigis, these two asshole Luigi guys. They kicked my ass. And I was 14 and it sucked.
Oh man, while I was doing research for this, I went through and I found like the thread where they're talking about like the top 5 players for each character. And they were like, you know how they would always debate and they'd be like, this is my list for like top 5, right? And so I got to the point where they were talking about Luigi's, and like people were only naming like 2 Luigi's, and then they were just fucking like filling in the rest with whatever. Like, there were not a lot of Luigi players at the time, so it's super funny that you had to struggle and play like two of the maybe 6 Luigi mains that ever lived in that game.
Yeah.
Especially because even back then you were using dog shit characters with your fucking Samus and your Ganondorf.
Oh, of course. I've been playing Ganondorf since since the day Brawl came out, and I've loved it ever since. It's been amazing. I love him in Brawl. I love him in Smash 4. He's not the worst character in either of them.
I love him so much.
I love him so much.
He's so
hairy and he's so big, and I love him.
He's the kind of guy you want to be the big spoon. Oh my god, I love him to death.
Yeah, so my life was awful.
Yeah, that's yeah, and I have no sympathy for you. But whatever. You found your calling, which is to Ganon side me in doubles at major tournaments and almost make me lose all my fucking money.
And yeah, it's fantastic.
Anyways, yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. That's been a great stream. So where are we in terms of the history? So Brawl comes out, right? So Brawl is sort of like a lot of the melee players drop off in Nova Scotia. So again, yeah, there's not a lot happening in New Brunswick at the time. PEI has that lone guy that's just sort of fucking wandering around and entering events. Newfoundland, they don't travel anymore, and I didn't see any tournaments. I think I just saw that they were a crew, but they probably hosted events as well. So mainly, if all the competitive action is happening in Nova Scotia, Halifax specifically, because even Cape Breton wasn't really doing too much at this time, right?
Yeah. I think we should talk about TAC too, a little bit.
Right. Okay. So TAC was a Newfoundland player. He was a Samus main. He was super fucking good. Especially considering how isolated he was. He was
one of the best Samuses I've ever played against. He was fucked.
Yeah, he was probably until like he quit. You can make a case that he was probably top 3 Samus in all of Brawl. Like he was super good. But he never because he was a young fellow and he was from the west coast of Newfoundland, which I'm pretty sure is what, Corner Brook. I think that's where. I think he's from Corner Brook, and I'm pretty sure that Corner Brook is on it's like the west coast of the Rock, whereas the Knicks and all those fellows were in St. John's, right? So he always wanted to play those guys because they had, you know, those you saw that epic combo video with the fucking music and all that stuff. Like they had clout, they had good players. I think that if he had ever had the chance to play them in tournament, he probably would have won. But
Super good.
He never really had the chance. But yeah, he was a pretty, like, he had rep on all his Brawl for how good his Samus was. He was also kind of cocky, but I mean, he kind of earned it because he was really good.
Do you remember those little posts you could do on all his Brawl, and they'd like come up in like the top left corner of your profile? I made one day, and it was about like wiping your ass, stick into your asshole, and I was like, you know what? This guy's a legend. This guy's like.
He made a post about what, sticking something in your asshole?
Yeah, to wipe his asshole. Yeah, he's a legend.
Oh my god! Why am I fucking? I'm having like PTSD. I feel like I remember that now. I don't think I was on board. Didn't he get like suspended for posting that or something?
Typical Newfoundland smashers being fucking.
Yeah, you know what they do.
Where are they?
They go.
Where are you guys at?
Yeah,
I want to see you in chat.
Yeah, can I see the Newfoundland smashers in chat that go on public forums and start writing about wiping your asshole?
And I want to know how many fingers it takes to purely and cleanly wipe your asshole fully.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can actually judge where you are on the PR by how many fingers you use while you wipe your ass. And if you can use all 5, you're legend status. You're 0.
I wish we could pull these up. I wish the site was still up because there is fucking gold on that site.
A lot of brackets and stuff, and just a lot of like little history in general. I can't believe how many numbers are being posted in chat right now. That's so upsetting to me.
Amazing.
Amazing. Yeah, so like a lot of brackets and history were lost when All Is Brawl / Nintendo Dojo when it got shut down. When that stuff when it got shut down, we lost a lot of shit. So unfortunately, we couldn't go back and find all the goodies, including Tack's hilarious ass wiping.
Rest in peace, my guy.
Yeah, RRP. I actually have him on Facebook. He added me way back when, and I'm pretty sure he's a military man now.
Oh, we should have got him in here for this. That would have been funny.
Yeah.
No way he remembers me. No way in hell.
No way he remembers either of us. If I was just like, hey, I'm a Smash guy. Can you come on my stream and talk about how you describe wiping your asshole for the folks back in the Maritimes? Do you mind doing that?
He probably doesn't even remember Smash.
He probably doesn't even remember wiping his ass. He's like, what? What are you talking
He's too
about?
cool for that.
Yeah, now he does it with a rifle. Army boy. Anyways, so we get into like the 2009 era because like Brawl comes out, but there aren't a lot of tournaments hosted. I think they only host 2 tournaments at that time. Like they host a Hella Smash in November, which was my first tournament ever, all the way back. I actually might have, I forget if I have pictures of that. I know I have some. Yeah, I have some early Brawl pics, which we can go through. Yeah, so I'll just talk about briefly, like, because this is Nova Scotia Smash. I guess like circa 2008 to like 2009 / maybe 2010, but it's all roughly the same. So this is just some fucking bracket, which is, I think. This is actually also this bracket here is Return to Castle Falcon Punch. So back in the day, we used to name all of our tourneys some fucking like Smash Bros pun, and it was usually based off a movie, or it was just a flat out like Smash Bros pun or something like that. Oh, that looks terrible. Fuck off. I'm so old. I don't know how this shit works. So this was a tournament. This was probably like my first or second tournament. This is also the first time that a certain Parker Reed, also known as Billy Be Good, also known as Macnay for any of you Melee fanatics, he attended.
He was on All's Brawl too, wasn't he?
He was very much. That's how I discovered him, because I did the old Nova Scotia search. I saw him. I actually started playing him before I even went to my first tourney, and I played him, and he was really fucking bad at the time. But he always kept asking me for games, even though I would spank him silly. And then, like a year later, he was destroying everybody in the Maritimes. So it just goes to show, you got to buckle down and take those ass whoopings, and look what you can do. But he went to this first tourney, and he went 1-2, which isn't too bad. And he also got bracket fucked because K, also known as Adapt, was a like power ranked Zero Suit player at the time, who hilariously used a Wiimote and nunchuck, which is pretty funny. So yeah, this tournament just had a lot of the like. There's old guard now, and
whoa! Don't shit on the Wii nunchuck community. Come on, man. Better than that.
It just happened. And
the original glue eaters, man.
I'll do it again. I'll spend the next 7 hours roasting them.
Just make a big list of everybody who's ever used a Wii and nunchuck and bracket, and you're just gonna shit on every one of them.
Yeah, I will send them an individual tweet, each and every one of them, just fucking roasting them. So yeah, this tournament has a lot of figures that were pretty like common or like power. They were regulars, and they were often ranked pretty highly. So there was K-Mag, who I think helped Cole out with some charity gaming challenge stuff, but I don't know if that's true. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. There's Mal, who is a TO, and he was a top player in Brawl for like the first couple of years that the game was out. There was Epic, who is also known as Orb, who is then known as Smay, who is Sam LeBlanc, who was a really, really good player at the time as well. She was a Lucas Toon Link main. I think she also maybe dabbled with Yoshi. And then there's JTF, who was a Falco/Wolf player, and he was also really good. So this sort of introduced like a shit ton of people. Also, for people who know Camden, his tag is Quote, but his name is Camden Ryan Matheson Lafort. He was also in around this time, and he would have been, he was Cam, I think, and he went over there, and he's just having a good time. So actually, wait, this would have been a tournament in I think it's either 2009 or probably 2010. I want to say 2010 because people look like they're wearing sweaters and shit. They look like they're trying to, because the 2010 tournament was in January that I remember. So, is that fucking Parker? I can't really tell. It kind of looks like Parker. That's fucking Razzle Dazzle in the back with the most disgusting mane of hair I've seen in all my days. That's Paul Moore, one of the TOs. That's Camden. That's Christian, Raz's best friend. That's Jesse Paul Enman, also known as Attila, also known as Adra. And then that beautiful face bastard is the guy who made my stream overlays. Obviously not the one we're using right now, because you made that one, baby.
Oh, thank you so much.
Oh my god, I love you. Oh my god, would you look at your boy? That's 17-year-old Zhao Guang, also known as me. And that's me wearing some fucking bow tie t-shirt, and I look like I have something shoved right up my asshole. I look very uncomfortable. And then
You look 5. You honest to God look 5.
I know. And if I shave, then that's gonna be me again. So if I want to look like that, the Fountain of Youth is just a razor away. That is again Paul. He's the guy that made my overlays. He's a gem. So this is from a Brawl tournament in 2008. So that's Mal. He had won the tournament. So that's him holding a fucking wad of cash. That's Camden. Oh my god, Camden's eyes look, because he's looking right at the camera while he's laughing. That's one of the most terrifying things. He's just don't really care for that. And that's Paul. I think he just handed him the money, and then I think maybe he was asking him to do like a victory speech, and Mal was like, I won. So these are two important figures in the Maritime Smash scene for a long time, from probably like 2009 till before Smash 4 came out. That's Adrian White, who is a player, commentator, and overall super funny dude. And there's Corey Noggle. This is obviously not a photoshopped pic. And so they were players, Dub's partners, and they were just like pretty consistent regulars, and they helped a lot with like.
I can confirm that it's not photoshopped, by the way.
I'm a professional, and I can tell you when it's been photoshopped. Like when
it's not photoshopped, guys. Stop saying it's photoshopped. It's not photoshopped.
Can everyone stop this? So these guys did a lot to help sort of influence like the personality of the scene. Like they started hosting a lot of Smash Fests when these guys were super active. They helped with commentary. A lot of the first road trips involving a bunch of people involved these guys. So they did a lot to sort of kickstart just like getting out there. And like a lot of our funniest videos involve these fucking goons. Most of the times under the influence of alcohol. And there's also stories that I'll tell in a bit of when they went too far. This is a poster from one of the... This is Jordan McGee's first tournament, actually. Hands Off My Bread. So that was March 2009. This poster is fucking... I feel like it would make you angry more than it would make me angry. Because you'd just be like, God, I could do so many things with this. Oh. But yeah, it was pretty good. Oh, also, yeah, so this next picture will go into what I was going to say before. Most of our major tournaments from, I guess, 2008 to, like middle of 2010, that was at a place that's called the Roy Building, which I think is still the name of the building, but they've fixed it up. We always used a room that looked like a bomb had gone off, and it was like 30 seconds from coming crumbling down. There was just like unfinished fucking... it's just like a stone pillar that looks like someone's been hacking at it with a saw. There's wires just fucking everywhere. There's just this dangling light that's cooking this guy's head. There were actual, like, what's that thing? Is it like a cedar block? Is that what it is? Where it's like the concrete block that is supposed to go into like building someone's home to keep them warm. Well, like people were like sitting on random fucking blocks that were just astray on the floor, and they were playing tournament matches. Cinder block, that's it. Thank you. Cedar block is not at all correct.
It's wood, buddy. That's wood. Okay.
What, a cedar block?
A cedar block would be wood.
What are you gonna bring up?
Does that look like wood to you?
Yeah, did that look like wood, sir? Cedar block? What are you gonna sit on a fucking evergreen while you play your tournament matches?
Keep talking about your little shitty tournaments in Nova Scotia, okay? And then we'll get to the good stuff.
Wait. What was that? Okay, all right. So we're gonna cut to. Let's cut to. What was Newfoundland doing at the time? What was Newfoundland doing again?
I don't know. I'm not from Newfoundland. What are you saying?
What was Newfoundland? All right, so we're going to cut back. Newfoundland at the time. This is Newfoundland's brawl scene around 2009, 2010. They were doing... look at that. That's it. Oh, my God, that's it.
I don't know why he's talking about Newfoundland. New Brunswick, on the other hand, was doing much more.
Okay.
Most of the top players...
Oh, you know what? No, I'm gonna debate you. Hit me with your facts. I need a citation.
Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll be around this time next week, 7 p.m. AST. Thanks for watching. See y'all later.
Yeah, and you're gonna Photoshop a shit ton of threads. Look, we had Ally and Nairo and.
Look, this is Catalyst MB's first tournament at the age of 1.
Yeah. He was freshly shot out of a pair of balls, and he was already playing as Shulk in Brawl. It was incredible. Anyway,
Smash New Brunswick is the best scene. Changed my mind.
Yeah, all right. So Steven Crowder is not endorsing this stream, so please don't flag me, liberals. These This is the TO staff at the time. Camden actually was one of the he was the first guy from like when I joined the scene, or like I guess me and Jordan and all those people. He was the first guy that got bumped up to TO status, and then Jordan and them all followed. So that's Mal, who was one TO, Camden doing a almost peace sign, Stephen Crosby, who was also a pretty good player, but he didn't really have a passion for competitive play, and then Paul Moore, who looks absolutely dumbfounded. Is that it for this? Oh, talk to your boy. So this is me. I would have just turned 16.
You mean 6? Oh my god, look at you.
Oh my god, look at that fucking Adam's apple, boy. I tell you that. That's one
It's
of
bigger than your whole head.
That is my head. It's just sticking out. I can turn off the TV with my fucking beautiful Adam's apple from over there.
Yeah, you're looking dark, Colin. You're looking real dark, buddy.
Say I'm looking dark?
Yeah, you're real dark.
I know, dude. Why am I like this pasty ghoul nowadays? And then back then, I was a beautiful bronze Italian man. What the fuck is this?
Baby, bronze Italian baby.
So this was my first tournament. I played Steven. I beat him, and then I played Nick Best. And I remember when I was announced to play Nick Best, I told some guy next to me, and then the guy was like, "You're gonna lose," because Nick Best was the best player in the scene at the time. And then I hit Nick Best with a 2-1, and he went Meta Knight. Suck on my nuts. All right, so that's about what those. So yeah, so from like 2009 to 2010, that's when people like Jordan McGee came in. Also, it introduced Aaron Alexander, also known as Drake/Gronk. His first tournament was Hella Smash 3. That's when Adra/Attila came in. Krazen, his first tournament was also Hella Smash 3. Maybe some of you newer guys might not know him, but that's Nizark, who was the OG Ganon main of the time. Also did pretty well in doubles with me at some majors. And he also won a shit ton of... What was that?
Not quite. Not quite. I'm the original Ganon, okay?
I don't know about that.
Now, okay, do you have the clip of him and Raziek? Are you gonna show that?
I will. Yeah, I was gonna.
Okay,
Buddy, do you imagine if I glossed over that piece of history? And then there was one tournament where Krazen just, I don't know, he placed high, but I don't think he did anything.
No, it wasn't very eventful.
Okay, so at this around 2009, Parker went to that first tournament, right? Like way back then, and he got whopped, and then he fucked off for like, I don't know, like 6 months or something. Like he didn't go to any more tournaments, but he was still playing. And then he came back, and he was an Ice Climbers main. He had always been that, but then he came to a tournament, and he got like 4th or 5th out of like 50 people, and he was just chain grabbing people the whole time. And nobody in Nova Scotia had really experienced it before. I had played people on Wi-Fi, but obviously Brawl Wi-Fi doesn't really mean dick. So he came by, and he was just fucking chain grabbing people, and people got really, really pissed, right? So there was a huge discussion about whether or not... Thank you, Evan Dennis, for that. There was a huge discussion about whether or not we should ban the Ice Climbers chain grab. So this is in the Smash Nova Scotia Facebook group, and I went and found it. So I started the discussion because I was just like, let's see, like a lot of people are complaining, so why don't we do this? It's a 234 comment thread. It's actually more, but a lot of people deleted their accounts and all that sort of shit. And this is almost 10 years old. This is how Parker Reed used to fucking post before, when he was like 14 or whatever. So you can go through. I'm not going to read this because this is probably one of the most disgusting threads ever. but you can go all the way back. I posted so much there. And so we just had a huge debate, and I think for like a 2 to 3 month span, we ended up actually banning the Ice Climbers chain grab, which is arguably the scrubbiest thing that Nova Scotia ever did. But we kind of had a good reason, because a shit ton of people actually said they were going to leave, like not attend tournaments anymore. And our scene was pretty small that we couldn't really like afford, like if 80% of the regular attendees are like, we're going to fuck off if this grab is still here, then you're kind of like, all right, it's scrubby, but also I want to go to tournaments. So we do this. We have this argument. It's very healthy. A lot of name calling, a lot of terrible grammar and all that shit. So we banned it for a couple months. But that doesn't stop Parker from becoming a top player anyways, because he just picks up Snake, Marth, and then he also picks up Meta Knight. And he still shows dominance. So that's sort of the first big controversy in Maritime Smash history. What am I doing here? There's also around this time was the first time that, if anyone's ever been to a last Game Store tournament, we hosted the first one this Game Store isn't open anymore because this is the one that was in Dartmouth, I think, and they said that it's Dartmouth and Clayton Park, and the one in Dartmouth is closed, I'm pretty sure. But anyways, they hosted a tournament. There were 2 setups. There was like 65 people in the tournament. So we had to make the bracket best of 1 until like top 6. So that was fucking terrible. 1 second.
Man, you're going deep on this stuff. You're like, when I talk about MB stuff, I hope nobody thinks I'm going to be this specific. Okay?
Oh, if this is boring, I can just move on. I'm just sort of going through stuff as I.
That's cool.
But yeah, so this is best. It was best of 1, so it's terrible. I think, yeah, it wasn't until like loser semis or whatever that we're like, all right, everyone is knocked out, so we'll do best of 3. So that was the first Game Store tournament, and thank fucking God that they fixed that up. And now, like, I don't think you guys do it. I think the last Game Store does have a limit to how many people can enter, which was a very smart decision. And not only that, you have more setups now and all that good shit. But the first tournament ever had like 60 plus people, 2 setups in a very crowded room, and it was best of 1 until like the end of the tournament or whatever. And then shortly after that, I think that's when they started hosting bi-weeklies. Like pretty soon after, they sort of formed up the partnership that has maintained itself until today. So we're just fucking flying through. So 2029, holy shit. So yeah, about 1800 years ago, there was the first Smash tournament ever hosted. So 2009 going to 2010, a lot of the old guard from that time. So like the guys I mentioned, like Paul Moore, Mal, Stephen Crosby, all those people, Justin Wiles. So a lot of those original TOs from the 2007 era kind of like fell off by the mid 2010, and so that's when your boy SUGOI Raz became a TO. This is when a certain Matthew Croy Simmons started making waves in the scene. He started going to tournaments. I know he beat me. Matt Simmons was the first person to ever knock me out of bracket. Way back when with his fucking crusty ass Meta Knight. Fuck that guy. So, and I quit playing Smash. I stopped going to tournaments after Hella Smash 4, which was in August 2010, and I didn't enter a tournament for a year. So in that time when I quit, this is what became known as the Triforce of Power in Nova Scotia rankings. And it was sort of a 3-way split between first, second, third, between Raziek, Parker / Billy V. Good, and Croy, Matt Simmons. So these guys would usually trade sets or tournament wins. Sometimes one would get a leg up, but then pretty shortly after another guy. And they would always find, like, I think it was Parker would beat Raz, but then Croy would beat Parker, and then Raz would beat Croy, or it'd be something like that. There would be some trend going on that sort of kept people from ever getting like a hold on the scene. I actually think I found something really cool that Matt Simmons made, which is, yeah, this is it. So this is all the the Nova Scotia PRs from 2009 until I believe this is 2011 or 2012. So this would have been all the this is the which version of the PR it was, and then these are the players at the time. So for the first one, you have like the old guard. You have me, Malcor, Raziek, and then like the people I mentioned before, JTF, Orb. Those guys quit pretty quickly. You have Lamnator, who was for some reason a Pikachu Luigi. You're like actually with Nick using Pikachu too. That means we had 3 Pikachu or Luigi. Sorry, you had 3 Luigis in fucking Maritimes. You got fucked. You had to play so many of these guys. Kid A. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Paul Moore, who was Kid A, actually used Ganondorf in brackets. So he was a ranked Ganondorf in Brawl, oddly enough.
Is that why he left? I see he's not there after the second one.
Yeah, so this was probably May or June of 2009. I want to say it was after June because Raz got second at a pretty big tournament in June 2009, which I think is what bumped him up there because he had strong showings and then he got second, beating everybody. So I'm pretty sure that's what put him there. And then this one, there's Drake, who makes his entrance into the scene at this time. But it was actually kind of a low point. There weren't a lot of people regularly attending tournaments or doing anything like that. Also, Malcor moved away to Ontario at this time, so we just took him off the PR. So this is why this one is so short. There just wasn't that many people to choose from. And we didn't want to throw in, like, oh, this guy went 2-2. Let's put Boo at the bottom or whatever the fuck. So that's like 2010, and then this is midway through 2020. This is when a lot of those people, like Kid A and all those guys, they either fell off or they just quit around that time. Billy Be Good took over first. I dropped down because they started hosting bi-weeklies, but I never went to any bi-weeklies. And then the one tournament I went to, I got like 13th or something. So that's why I fucking got bopped down a little bit. Krazen had a very high debut on the PR. He debuted all the way at 4th when he started going to tournaments pretty regularly. And then, yeah, as you can see, a lot of the oldish guard just fucking plummeted. So that's sort of what happened there. And then a lot of the like modern players start to come in as we get later down. So like I mentioned before, there's Nogs, who's been around for there. There's also Big, who was the Adrian White. That was the not Photoshopped guy in that picture. And then, yeah, as you can sort of see here, aside from this random ass time where Drake jumped up like 7 fucking spots, you can kind of look and you can see that it's some form of Raz, Billy Be Good, or Croy until 2012, and then I think everything after that I think those are just. Is that when we started using like the ELO system or whatever, and then you just went with that, like the score system? Because this was all these PRs were taking tournament results and then just making judgment calls, right? So, for example, I'm second on this PR, despite the fact that I went to one tournament between these two, and I got 13th. But it was because they were like, oh, if he's on his game, he's probably like second best or like top 3 or whatever. So they're kind of flawed in one aspect, but they're better than if we had scored all the tournaments and if I had just won like 600 in a row, I could have not attended an event and been like first until here or some shit like that, right? So there's like a line between the do you just want to do a straight scoring system? Like, does it help to have an opinion-based one? Because like we seed tournaments using power rankings, but we also use opinions, right? So like if Craterize goes to a tournament now in Smash 4, you're not going to seed them like unranked or something. You're going to seed them like, yeah, you have to go to shit, but also you don't want to seed him so that he has to play the first seed in like round 1 of top 32 and then he just 3-0s them or whatever because he can do it. So these PRs go from 2009 to, I want to say this is 2012. I feel like, or maybe 2011. I'm not too sure, but
some old school shit.
This is super old school. I promise I won't bore you guys too much with like some of this old shit for too much longer. We'll get moving. But yeah, I think that was really cool. Shout outs to Matthew Croy Simmons for dolling this one up. Because he took all the PRs at the time that had been posted, and he like made the character images, showed how people had like gone up and all that stuff, and it just like looks really clean, and it's like a cool way of seeing a few years of the scene's history sort of progress. And not much else to... Oh, also, just a little side note. Silex here is Mad Holler, who I'm sure many of you people know. Also known as Fix-It is his tag. He's a Mario main Smash Bros. Super cool guy. I love that dude. So, yeah, there's not a whole lot that happens in 2010. Like I said, there's the shift of power rankings where Raz, Parker, and Croy are all taking up the top 3. There's the switching like TOs. Raz starts TOing more. I think Croy also shortly after starts like getting his hand in there. Croy also deserves the biggest shout out because he is responsible for like 99.9% of the VODs from like 2010, 2011 to present day. He's covered fucking everything. So
Yeah.
He deserves, like, you can't give him enough shout outs for the shit that he does. I guess we already passed Hello Smash 4, but I'm just going to go over and Oh, fuck, I just saw Curly's in the stream, and I didn't give him a shout out. Curly, I love you. I'm so sorry that I forgot you. Curly... So these are some pictures from Hello Smash 4. You can peep your fucking boy hugging a Kirby. Holy shit. Like, honestly, that Adam's apple is like, I think it's inappropriate how fucking gross it is.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Just swallow the damn apple, you fool. That's a pretty great Kirby plush, though. Idle free. I don't know what the fuck this is. So this is because I was saying how the Roy building was like a fucking scene after a bomb exploded. The hub is what was used for major tournaments for like a couple of years, for a couple Hello Smashes at least. So this was the hub. It was like an office space that you could like rent out or something. I think it was something like that. But it was a lot cleaner. It was pretty easy to organize tournaments around, and we had quite a few good tournaments there. So there's that. These are all familiar faces. So you got Krazen and Croy looking fucking luscious while they play dubs together. These were the first original dominant dubs team in Nova Scotia was Laminator and Billy Be Good, and then they were dethroned by Croy and Nizark. Those guys took over after like a couple of years, and then this is obviously Jesse Paul Enman. He also has a fucking beautiful Adam's apple. And then who's that? That's some fucking guy. I don't know what his name is. This is also Hello Smash 4. This is Liam Collins, who played all the Smash games, but I think he likes 64 the most. He was like semi-active. That's Nick Best, who looks like he's sucking on a lemon.
He looks the exact same as he did.
He's the most copy and paste person here. I feel like it honestly looks like I photoshopped him now into all these pictures. Like, look, he's timeless. And that's Billy Be Good. He must have done something or other. K-Mag looks fucking depressed. Aaron Alexander, I think that's him. It doesn't look anything like him now. He looks so different. And that's Christian, who is obviously disappointed in something that Aaron Alexander just did in doubles. What was the name of this dubs team? I feel like I can't even say it on stream. Wasn't it something somewhat... I thought it was racial based. I remember hearing that. I don't know. More pictures of them. So that's K-Mag, that's Aaron, that's Christian, that's Smay, who is one of the top players. That's the guy who made my overlays. That's Jordan. I think he's whistling at somebody, sucking on his thumb, catcalling some woman. I don't know what he's up to. Also, this shirt is the fucking funniest thing. Showing us your rib cage, buddy. And I think that's it for Hello Smash 4 picks. Yeah, it is. So yeah. I guess, yeah, there's not a whole lot of super exciting shit. This, in 2010, is also the first time a Maritimer went to a international tournament, and that's when Raziek went to MLG 2010. He went to the finals in, what was it? It wasn't Dallas, was it? Was it Dallas? Was that where the finals were? Raz will correct me, I'm sure. So we'll be good. He went to that, and then, yeah, that's when we start. And then in 2012, they started doing road trips to Apex, which they do in 2012, 2013, 2014. Hello Smash...
Those are legendary, too. Like, New Brunswick didn't even have a scene, but I knew about those because...
Well, it was cool, right? Especially 2013, because that's when Croy beat Reflex, and he made top 64 bracket, which is a pretty fucking crazy accomplishment.
Yeah, that's insane.
So I'm going to jump to August 2011. So that is the first time that an out-of-region person came to our tournament, and that was BC's own Jake Turner, who is a legendary Yoshi player, who I'm sure many of you know as Firefly. So he came to the tournament, and long story short, bodied everybody with Yoshi, except for Aaron, who he had to counterpick Meta Knight in losers, because I'm pretty sure Aaron beat his Yoshi in like 5 games or something. So Jake Turner comes in, he fucking cleans house, he beats a who's who, he double eliminates Parker, Parker's Meta Knight, which was considered like a very difficult thing to do. He eliminates me. He eliminates... he beats Raz in pools. I don't think he doesn't play him in bracket, but he beat him in pools to get first seed. And then he beats Aaron in losers final, and then he double eliminates Croy. And I think that was Croy's first time in grand finals at a huge tournament like this, but I could be wrong. So anyways, that happens. More interestingly, that I like to jump to, this is where Jordan's gonna fucking hate this. This is where Tomater, the PEI player, comes back in. So for a little bit of
PEI/MB, by the way.
Yes. So this is something. At the time, a PR had just gotten released, maybe like a month before this tournament. So I think they just done a PR update, and it was heavily controversial because a lot of people thought at the time that Billy Be Good should be ranked first, but Raz was ranked ahead of him for reasons I actually unbeknownst to me. But I remember that he had just been ranked number 1. So I how does this happen? So he plays pools. He's in Jake Turner's pool. He has a really close set with him, actually. I'm pretty sure it went to game 3 or whatever. And then he plays in bracket. I fucking forget. I think he loses to Matt Simmons, and I think that was an upset. I think Simmons beats him in winners. And then right after, he has to play Tomater, and the loser of this set got 9th. And this is the first time that PEI or PI/NB played like top NS talent in a game that wasn't Melee.
I'm super surprised he's not Luigi here. Did he switch off of Luigi?
Yeah, so what he told me before the tournament was he was like, I'm gonna just go Meta Knight because I think his reason was he's like, if I'm gonna drive 5 fucking hours, I might as well go a character that's actually good. Jordan had to be somewhere after. I don't think Jordan, because he lost early, I don't think he could have made it the rest of the tournament. So when he lost, he had to go somewhere after this. So he was not in the best headspace, is how we'll say it. So Tomater, I think this is like maybe his second tournament ever, aside from like those UNB ones. This might be his first time out of region. I actually
It's his
forget.
first real tournament for sure. His first real tournament.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering because I know he came to a couple more, but I was wondering what happened. And this matchup isn't great. That was a quality stock. Yeah, this matchup isn't great. It's weird for Meta Knight because you have to play differently than you play against other characters. But once you figure it out, it's a very frustrating matchup for Marth mains.
But yeah, I guess talking a little more about him because he was basically all of PEI in New Brunswick as far as I know. If somebody wants to jump in and like correct me on that, that's cool. But for actually going to tournaments and stuff, he was basically the only active one.
That's it, right? I think I could probably remember a few Wi-Fi players at the time, but he was without a doubt like the only guy from that area, from like New Brunswick / PI that was like had taken the time to go to a tournament. Cause there was that like, is it Niall or Neil?
Niall, yeah.
Niall? I know Niall was trying to go to tournaments, but like it's just not possible, right? That's a long drive. Like you have to, like Tomato's a full-grown adult, so he can like drive himself. He can take time off work and shit at this time. So
Yeah, because I think Niall was involved a little bit, but as far as I know, he didn't do too much. I don't even think he played online too much because the only people from New Brunswick that really played were me and Tomato. So
yeah, so. Anyways, Jordan, despite the fact that he has to fuck off in like an hour or something, he's actually still playing pretty well. Ooh, oh that tip, that nasty tip.
Tomato's still around. He's still kicking. He came to a tournament not too long ago in New Brunswick. Probably over a year now, but like he's been around just a little bit.
Yeah, I want to say I played Tomato on Wi-Fi maybe like a couple years ago, 3 years ago maybe.
Yeah.
All right, he's got 92% deficit. This is fucking rough, man. He's making a comeback, though. He's making the comeback. Oh, edge guard. What the f? That was the most sus dare.
Actually bad
he takes the game. And then Jordan, tilted as all fuck, goes to arguably the worst counter pick ever picked in the history of Smash. I'm pretty sure this was this stage was banned because of Meta Knight. On top of it just being sus.
Yeah, I don't know. That walk-off's a little...
That walk-off? That fucking bug with the big-ass mouth?
I wasn't even going to talk about that guy. That cool.
Yeah, I was just going to let him go. Nobody...
That's a Maritime homie. Look at him. Holy shit.
That bug-eyed... No, like, No, the worst part is this. That's terrible right there. Is when the rain drops, and we got that waterfall on the
It's just bad, man.
on the left hand side. It's a terrible stage. Was that a glide toss? Did I just see a glide toss from your boy?
I think this is really important too. Like we might be kind of like joking around about this, but this match in and of itself is like huge for the Maritime Smash community, not just like NS or.
Well, yeah. What it was just very interesting that the #1 player at the time could come in and like whatever you can talk about all the factors or whatever that went into this set, but the fact that he could like make it happen was a pretty
even more than that. It's like this is the first. It's not only the first upset MB versus NS.
It's not just that. It's like it's basically the first recorded match of MB versus NS. Like, as it stands, this is like the original Maritime match right here.
Yeah, this is a piece of things to come, and it also gives PEI, like if we're doing NB/PEI, if he's repping PEI, this is a huge PEI win when you come down and you beat the #1 player at the time. So, oh, that's a stock. Look at that, 69%. He can't lose this, right? Oh, the fucking slug. He fucked him. That slug looks like the sound that my follower notification makes. Oh. He got fucked there. That was horrifying. Oh. I will say this, despite the fact that Raz is getting his ass fucked right now, he controlled these types of stages like super well. He was always really good at moving between platforms, getting the hits, and like just avoiding getting his shit rocked. It's just this stage is just is I guess it's a stage that exists in our lifetime.
And it shouldn't. It really shouldn't.
Oh, and he gets it. He gets the W, and that's tomato.
He's a tomato.
Yeah, and Raz loses to a fucking tomato. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a huge important piece of like our history as Maritime Smashers. It's really cool.
Yeah, I am a big fan of that tournament. Oh, and just a little side note: the winner of that set had to play me in bracket, and I had consistently rocked Tomato in friendlies. So it was like,
yeah, you guys played online all the time.
That's it. And so I was like, all right, I could play Jordan. He can beat me. He uses Marth. That's a 70-30 matchup. Or I can play the guy that I like never drop games to. And I remember he came over and he was like, all right, we have to play a 2-0'd Raz. And I was like, shut the fuck up. I was like, shut up. And also because Tomato's personality is like a bit jokish. He's like a little bit of a troll. So when he said that, I was like, oh, he's just like memeing. So I was like, all right, go get Raz and we have to play. And he was like, no. And then everyone told me what happened. I was like, what the fuck? So yeah, Raz. I think that actually might be Raz's worst placing at a Maritime tourney ever. I think he got like 9th or some shit. So that was a rough go. But he persevered. He's still alive to this day. You can catch him at SUGOI_Raziek on Twitter.
Something cool we could have Chris Riker come on for a second and talk about early days of Melee in New Brunswick, because St. John actually had a few things back then. I wasn't going to comment on it too much until a little later once we get into the revival of like Smash and St. John, but I think this is actually a pretty good time just to like touch on it.
Yeah, that's for sure. So
Yeah, cool.
is he just
I
hopping?
don't know if Chris is here right now, but I can get him if you give me 2 seconds, because I think it's cool.
Yeah, for
That's all I
sure.
have to say.
I'll just sort of, because after that, like 2011/2012 in terms of Maritime stuff, like I said, we start going to Apex. 2012 Apex is pretty, like, it's not a great showing for the Maritimers, but it's important because it's the first time we went to a like an out of region tournament, right? Or like a major, like a super major actually, because Apex was the tournament.
Yeah. Just 1 second. I'm gonna send you a picture too. I want you to bring up.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
This is like the earliest picture of Smash New Brunswick easily.
Do you know when it's from?
Would have been between 2004 and 2005. So this is really old. But this is basically like, aside from these tournaments, there really wasn't anything beside like a few like casual UMB tournaments, and like that's basically it. So just let me find this. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, here he is, the man himself. So do you just want to like talk about St. John, New Brunswick Smash and the early days?
Yeah, I know that everyone is just dying to know what St. John was up to in the early days, so I'll try to drag it out as long as I can. So yeah, we were playing Melee in 2004, 2005, and we had tournaments at Gamezilla, and it was the most fucked up rule sets that you've ever seen. So it was $20 entry, and
How the fuck could anyone do that? You have to be a
Yeah.
Gamezilla,
you have to be
baby.
a
Gamezilla, baby.
you have to be a lawyer to enter the fucking tournament. What the fuck?
Bring
Yeah,
up
you
that
a-
picture too, by the way.
you
Colin.
actually did. So yeah, $20 to enter, and in order to determine who gets put in the actual bracket, you did 4-man free-for-alls, and whoever got the most kills gets added into the bracket. And Temple
$20
is,
to play free for all.
Oh, look at that fucking picture. I'll tell you that.
That is it. That is the picture from back in the day.
Temple is a legal stage. So there's that. And so anyway, I was literally that kid who was like the best of my friends in Smash. And like I kicked my friend's ass in 64, and then I kicked my friend's ass in Melee, and I was just the best player that I knew of. And so I showed up to the tournament, and I know what you think is going to happen, but I actually just won. I was the best. And so
Amazing.
I went to and back then where the entry was $20, I won like $200 and some or something.
What the fuck?
So I went to a couple tournaments at Gamezilla like that, and I can't remember if I think I won one, and then Scott Dincorn Riot won the next one.
And he's on this picture. We're looking at the picture, by the way, right now.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Scott's on the left, looking hella suspect.
Oh my god.
But
That
yeah,
haircut.
so
Can we talk about a
Grant-
scraggly mane? Like we were making fun of Jordan earlier. Gone. Scott was just
Look
on
at
peak
look
Scott.
at that. That's fucking. That's a gorgeous mane of hair. I'll tell you
And can we
that.
talk about Chris hasn't aged either? You look the exact same still.
yeah.
You
well,
kind of
I mean, I
you
was-
kind of look similar to me in this picture. Like there's similarities for sure.
Except he has facial hair and doesn't look 2 years old.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm saying like me now kind of looks like him. No, my God, I'm
My
just.
statement stays.
No, my God. Debate me. All right.
So the I can explain, and it's because I'm so old now that I was still old back then. So that's why I look like that.
That's amazing.
So yeah, grand finals would have been me and Scott, both Sheik on Temple. So it was just completely. This is before either of us knew what wave dashing was, or before we knew what Smash Boards was. Like we probably just barely had internet in our homes at this
No.
point.
Now, did you guys ever figure that out while these tournaments were happening, or was it pretty casual?
Yeah, so that's the next chapter is I show up to the third tournament and everything is going fine. I think that I'm just going to win it again as usual, and then I run into the fucking brick wall that is Dave Don.
He's the guy in the middle.
Okay. Oh yeah. So wait. So, the guy on the left is Scott. Who's that? Sorry, just for me, because I don't know who either of these two guys are off the top of my head. So
that's Dave, and he's been playing Smash for pretty much as long as any of us.
okay.
And the first time I ever met him was that tournament when I had to play him, and he was Falco, and that's when I fell in love with Falco, because he was just moving like I had never seen anyone move in Melee, and it was so captivating, and I got fucked. He absolutely destroyed me, and after that, that's when I started really looking at guides and reading up on the game, and I learned that there was so much more depth to it than I ever knew, and then I never won another tournament again.
Oh God, that was the biggest plot twist, because it sounds like, and then Riker went on to become the greatest player of all time. It's like, yeah, and then I studied really hard and I never won again.
Yeah, I mean, I did, but nothing notable. So
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Well, I also know what you mean about when you found that player that just like makes the game look like something so incredibly that you're like, fuck, I need to be like that.
Yeah, and so the only other thing that I'll say about St. John is that after after that we kind of had a huge long hiatus for years and years and years, and
10.
yeah, I messaged Nat in 2014, and because he used to be at those tournaments and hang out and play, so he was one of the people that I knew from back then. So I messaged him and I said, "Hey, are you still in St. John? I'm looking to get a group together again because there's this thing called Project M and it's really cool, and we should get together and play." So we hung out for a couple times, like a couple weeklies at Gamezilla, and that's how St. John Smash Revival was born.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
So-
That's super sick.
Yeah. So, was this before you guys knew about like the FGXs that were happening? Because the first FGX, pretty sure it was in 2013. That's when I was involved in it. Did you guys know about that at the time?
I think, which was it, FGX 2 that Mewtwo King went?
Yeah, it must have been, right? Because that's the one I went to in 2014.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I feel like I went to the first FGX, but I don't have any recollection of how I did. I might have lost to Dave actually, but
Something like that. I remember the bracket. I've seen the bracket for this before, but I can't find it. So I'm gonna have to. I should have looked for it before this, but maybe I'll do it now while you guys are talking. But like, there were some old school players there that, well, not old school per se, but like players that didn't really start showing up until the scene was really like started in New Brunswick, which really didn't happen until mid 2014-ish. So like people knew about Smash in New Brunswick before the scene really started. It's just like nobody really stepped up to the plate to start anything.
yeah.
Aside from like, I don't know. We'll get into it.
We'll do it.
Yeah, we'll do it. We got a few years yet.
That's
Yeah, so I guess that's about it from me in St. John, because like the rest is history that we all know already.
That's so. Wait, so just so I just want to make sure I got that like timeline clear. So this picture that I'm looking at is from like 2004, 2005.
Yeah.
Okay, and all three of these people, do they still play, or are they
Yeah.
playing? That's so sick to me.
Yeah, so Nat doesn't play that much, but he's gonna get back into it with Ultimate, and like everyone in the scene knows who Nat is, so like he still plays enough. And Dave doesn't really travel, but he has gone to Fredericton a few times, but he still plays, casually.
I think that's.
We have.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say we have the bracket for the first FGX, but we'll pull that up later.
Yeah, I guess we'll do that once we get to around that time.
Dave can still show up to a St. John Weekly and beat me, so.
I do see that, Chris. You played Evan round 1 and lost.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That's sick.
That's a
So,
great.
yeah,
That's a great point that Nick Best just pointed out. They out-old him in terms of when they started doing like going to tournaments and stuff. Because Nick didn't start till I guess 06, 07.
Yeah, well, actually, we've been dying to get the chance to get this St. John history out in the open because people talk about old guard, but
Mhm.
the real old guard was playing in the boondocks
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
nobody knew it even existed.
Our story has been oppressed by Nova Scotia for too long. We got to get in there.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It's pretty crazy. There's a lot going on that I don't think a lot of people know about. I think it's cool that we have so many new people coming into the scene that can kind of learn from this.
Yeah,
So.
there's a lot of backstory behind like think about when you go to a weekly and think about how many people have like hosted or like contributed to the community up until then, and then you realize, oh shit, there's a lot of story behind this scene.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
each of our scenes, I mean, Maritimes in general.
Brawl actually killed the scene in St. John. When it came out, we all tried to get into it, and this was the first out of region tournament I ever went to. I drove a carload of us from St. John to somewhere in Ontario for this random Brawl tournament, and we slept overnight in the car in some parking lot in Ontario. and we showed up to this tournament, and we all got shitted on. And after that, we just stopped playing Brawl.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's like one of the first out of region tournaments then for sure. Especially for MB, that's kind of neat. I didn't even know about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a really kind of a cool road trip. Other than the fact I almost killed all of us on the highway, so that wasn't great. But
Yeah, that doesn't sound too kosher, but
Yeah. That's awesome. Well, okay. Well,
that's amazing.
yeah, if you guys maybe later you and Keith can come back on and talk about like the new Smash in St. John because there's a lot to unravel there.
yeah. All right, well, I'm gonna dip for now because I gotta go pick up my girlfriend from work.
Cool. Have
Thanks.
fun. Bye.
Thanks for having me.
No, bless
Yeah,
your heart,
thanks for
man.
coming
Thanks so
on.
much.
All right, bye.
Peace. That's super funny. Oh, look at that. So I guess I'm gonna make an amendment to my earliest because I said the earliest known competitive Smash was from that Smash Bros thread in 2006, but we have picture evidence that it's actually New Brunswick that was kicking off their scene way back when.
The OG boys.
Check out the OG boys. They're killing it over here.
That's
So,
too cool.
one thing I skipped over, it's kind of a bittersweet topic to talk about now, considering the stuff that we may or may not know, and I won't talk about it too much. But Frag for Cancer was, I think the first Frag for Cancer was in 2007. This is the first one that had Smash, at least, I should probably say. I think it was 2007. So, and then we started treating it like a bigger tournament a few years after Brawl was released. So, like, 2010 Frag, from what I remember, was kind of like, or it was pretty good. I think there was a 2009 Frag as well, but it was also kind of underwhelming. But it used to be that, like, Hella Smashed was, like, the tournament. If you won that tournament, you were fucking king shit. You know what I'm saying?
What about Halo Facts? How long ago was
Oh my god, I can't believe I glossed over that. How the fuck do you remember Halo Facts?
Because I was gonna go to one. I was gonna go to Frag.
Okay, alright, fuck that, yeah. So, Frag's on hold. So Halo Facts this would have been like 2008, 2009. Halo Facts was sort of Halifax's, obviously with the name, attempt at making like a Halo MLG style league. Nick Best actually used to compete in it. And so what Halo Facts used to do is they used to say, hey, if you want, you can bring some setups and you can have like, you can be like a side event if you want to use our space for a tournament. So
I was gonna go. I was legit gonna go to one of these. I had a drive lined up for this, but I fucking just couldn't. Like, they just kind of like left last moment, and I was like, shit, and I didn't get to go. But I remember talking to you on MSN about this way back in the day. I wish we had those chat logs too.
yeah, fucking MSN, that's the funniest thing. So yeah, I went to one Halo Facts, which was like my third tournament ever. And yeah, it would have been like right before Hands Off My Bread, so right before Jordan's first tournament. And then there was also another one after the first Last Game Store tournament. And then Halo Facts kind of like fell by the wayside after that. It sort of died down. And I don't think there was any attempt to play Halo in Halifax or the Maritimes after that. Like, it sort of just...
There was a little bit, but yeah.
It was sort of like Halo sort of had, as it sort of quieted down in the mainstream, it sort of did the same in Maritimes or locally, I guess. I remember they tried to start something. I think it was the same people that tried to start Fax Gaming, where they were trying to start some sort of like league or circuit or something. But
Yeah.
I think that we really didn't like the owners at that time, so I don't think we ever got on board, and then they sort of died too. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. So Halo Facts was like sort of, it was really cool if you were at the events because they felt like legitimate gaming, like MLG at the time. Like, they felt like those kind of tournaments. They had a main stage, they had the lights, they had a seating for an audience, they had like the free energy drinks and all that shit. Smash obviously didn't have any of that. We were in like a fucking bathroom stall hosting tournaments and stuff. But it was cool to like experience that sort of vibe and like what was to come for, I guess, esports in general. But like I said, they only hosted a couple tournaments, and then it just sort of died its natural death. So that sort of brings us back. Frag, I guess, actually could have been considered in the same realm as like a Halo Fax event, and that like, yeah, it's a tournament, it's pretty cool, but it's not like the tournament of the year. It's not like a major, I guess, if you want to call it that. It was just sort of like, here's another chance to play some more Smash. Until I guess 2010. 2010 was probably the first time where it was like, look, we actually are like getting some of our regulars out. We're getting pretty big turnouts, and it's like the prestige or whatever sort of increased. And then this led to, without a doubt, the most famous Maritime moment in Smash history, and arguably one of the like most well-known Brawl moments, which is, you all know it as, "No, it can't be true." I should probably find the video for it.
Yeah, this is classic, and for a lot of the newer dudes who don't know about this, you were missing out. This is like,
well, the thing
this
is that
shit.
there's quite a few of them might know what it is, or they might have seen it, but what they don't realize is that, one, it's a Maritime thing, happened at a Maritime tournament, and also the backstory behind it. So I'll do the backstory first, and then we'll watch the clip. So let me just get this queued up.
Like even I knew about this clip, and like I wasn't playing Smash around this time. Like it was after Brawl, and I couldn't go to locals, so like
Right.
it was weird that even I knew about this. Like this was a big deal for sure.
Yeah, so this is huge. Yeah, I've seen tons of people all over like Reddit, or when I was on Smash Ladder, or just like chatting with people from all over the place, have like brought this up, and they're like, "Oh man, like you were there for that? That's so cool." So little backstory behind this. So this is September 2011 is when this tournament was hosted, and Krazen had been going to tournaments. He went to Hella Smashed in 2009, and then he started going to the last game store bi-weeklies, which was probably like February 2010, if my memory is correct. So he started going to those. He was placing pretty well. Like, you saw the PRs. He was ranked 4th and stuff. But he had a fucking terrible record against Jordan McGee / Raziek. They would probably play at most of the bi-weeklies at the time. And if it's 2010 going into 2011, I don't think that Krazen took a set off Jordan until I think was the first time that he beat Jordan like 2 weeks before this tournament. Like, I'm pretty sure their all-time record up until now was like 601 or something ridiculous like that. Like, he just was constantly fucking Krazen, and this matchup wasn't that great either. But anyways, Jordan was obviously top 3 in the PR. He dominated Krazen in bracket for like years. So this tournament rolls around. Frag for Cancer. I don't remember which one was in 2011. I want to say 5. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So yeah, I think 2 weeks before, I think Krazen took his first set off Jordan, which was pretty cool. But it was also a weekly, and when you watch the VODs, it was kind of like, whatever. Like, Jordan kind of played like shit, so I don't expect much. Krazen has a hell of a tournament here, and he makes it all the way to losers finals against who else but his eternal demon, Raziek. This entire set is on the Smash Bros. Halifax YouTube channel, and it's broken up into 2 videos because there used to be that 15-minute limit on videos. So they had to break up the set into 2. It's a full 5-game set, and then this moment takes place last stock of Game 5 of Losers Finals at Frag. So, and as you can see the percents already, it's pretty close, but Jordan has a little bit of control. And so here we go.
No, it can't be true. I could fly if I wanted to, like a bird in the sky. If I believed I could fly,
make sure you subscribe to those new videos. Oh my god, I can't believe. So from what I understand, I can't find the video for this, but you can watch VODs from, I think it was, what was the tournament that was going on? Was it like League or StarCraft or something that was playing? And you can like watch the VODs of whatever finals was going on, and you can hear the Smash section in the commentary like popping off. And you can hear them in the commentaries are like, the Smash Bros guys are freaking out about something or other or something like that. So you can hear like this pop off. I have talked to Krazen several times about this moment, and he said when it was happening, it felt like the speed of that the video plays at, where it's like super slow or whatever. That's how it felt while it was happening. He was just like, I was there, and then I floated back, and then I upbeat, and then that was it. So that is, without a doubt, the hypest moment in Maritime history. It's fucking crazy. And I don't think Krazen took another set from Jordan for like 3 years. I think Jordan shut him the fuck out after that. But he absolutely...
So classic.
It's just a classic. So yeah, that was crazy. Krazen, I think, had a Game 5 set with Matt in Grand Finals, but Matthew Corey Simmons ended up winning that tournament. So there you go. And so yeah, I think lifetime Krazen and Jordan was probably like 6 million to 3. But the one time he won is all that really matters. Am I right? Do I make a fine point?
You're so right.
Okay.
You're so right.
Okay.
You are so smart.
Okay, make sure you hit follow and subscribe with Twitch Prime if you have a second. That'd be great.
Oh yeah, don't forget, guys. Don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can click the little subscribe button in the top right corner of the screen and subscribe for free. That's right, for free with your Amazon subscription.
For me, if you don't mind.
Do it for Colin, guys. Look at how much work he put into this. We're all falling asleep, but he did a really, really good job. Okay.
I'm Jesse Wilson. All right, don't make me bring up that what was NB up to at this time.
Okay.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, are we gonna get aggressive? Are you gonna debate me?
No, buddy, I don't got anything to stand on. The only thing we have was Tomater kicking Raziek's butthole. Let's go.
We're coasting on that for years. I feel like I'm just gonna leave this picture up forever. So what's his name? Simmons actually just links that. Let's see if I can find this. Does this let's do with?
We still got a couple years left before New Brunswick gets into the game, boys and girls. I'm sorry. 2013 is when I'll start talking. For now, we gotta look at the Mushroom King.
There is a lot of man-on-man action back there right now, I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't seen two men hug that hard since Brokeback Mountain. I'm joking. He's obviously very happy that that tube TV...
Get the fucking Brokeback Mountain joke. Get the fuck out of here. So yeah, as you could hear in that little section, they're trying to commentate or watch their thing, and you just hear, wah, wah, which is people appropriately reacting to one of the greatest moments in Smash Bros. History. Okay, so sorry, I'm gonna stop boring you guys. I'm gonna fast forward all the way to. I'm gonna make a quick note about Impulse 2012, which was a pretty important tournament for a few reasons. It was the first Meta Knight banned national, I think, like worldwide. I think it was the first one that had like top players and shit attending. Nova Scotia came over for a carpool, which and did okay in singles. I don't think anybody placed super high, but I think most of our players made bracket or made it out of pools, which was pretty cool. The two highlights from this tournament were teams. Parker Reed, Billy Be Good teamed with Croy, and they actually beat Mewtwo King and Meek Speedy in Brawl doubles. And they ended up getting fourth at that tournament, which was like the first major Maritime victory. I'm pretty sure, like the first major upset featuring like top players that the Maritimes had gotten in teams.
That's a big one.
It's a huge one. Unfortunately, it wasn't recorded. It was off stream, but I woke up to a text at like 2 a.m. from Adrian White, and it was like 5 texts, and he was like, "Oh, they're playing N2K, RIP," and then he was like, "Oh, they took game 1," and then I just got one that just said they won, which is pretty cool. Another thing that people don't really bring up is that Croy got picked to represent Team Canada in the Canada versus USA crew battle at at Impulse, which was huge because it was the first time a Maritimer got sort of the respect they deserve. And there was all the top talent from Canada. Big D from BC was there. I remember there was Ally, Holy, all those players. And Croy got picked at the last minute to represent the team. And I think he ended up taking 3 stocks, which is par for the course, which is pretty sick. So that was the first time the Maritimers got to rep Canada and not get fucking ignored like we always do. Assholes. But we will cut to, this is a very good piece of maritime history, and this is getting close to when New Brunswick starts to come back into the fray. Hello Smash 6. And I'll show some pictures at the time. Hello Smash 6 is pretty cool because it features a ton of out-of-province talent. It features a lot of old-school players, like a lot of the old guys that we talked about earlier, like Malcor, came back for this tournament. There's people that we mentioned, like Firefly, so the great Yoshi came. Super Boom Fan, who is New Brunswick, who repped New Brunswick for a few years. He was a amazing player, obviously. He came down to the tournament, and I think he swept house. I think he won every single event. And there was also some Newfoundland talent in the name of, you guys, his name is Steve Butt, and I think, is his tag pronounced TJ? Is that who it was? And he was a DK main. So he came down to the tournament as well. So let me fucking... Hello Smash 6. There we go. So one cool thing was they hosted like this. Who is this? Was this Aaron Alexander's place? That hosted like the outdoor Smash Fest, where they hooked up the TV and they played Smash, and then they played, I think, Mario Party all the way into the night. There's pictures online of them playing, I don't know, fucking 1 a.m. or something. They were all hammered out of their minds. I wasn't here. This is tournament organizer Jordan McGee with a fucking fat stack of cash that he's about to probably make it rain on some poor soul. This is a hilarious picture. So the big thing about Hello Smash 6 is that it featured what I consider, and I hope other people would too, the greatest crew battle of all time. It was 2 teams. It was Tin Man's tweets, because we always thought Tin Man was an Ontario player that tweeted the most mundane shit, and we thought it was really funny, so we named it Tin Man's tweets. And then the other team was Team Soaps, which I don't understand what that reference was, but good on them. So it was draft crews. The captains were me, and I think Raz was the other captain. So on my team, which is what this team was, there was Parker Reed, Billy B. Good, Marcelo, who is Matt Simmons' good friend, White, Adrian White, Corey Noggs, Firefly, Jake Turner, Adra, our good friend Jesse Paul Edmond, and that's Malcor, the old school legend. So there was him on my team. Couldn't find the other picture of the other crew, but I know that they were there. The other crew had TJ, Raziek, Lamnator, Krazen, Nizark, Super Boom Fan, Aaron Alexander, and Matthew Croy Simmons. And so this crew battle was like a who's who of players in the history of Maritime Smash, as well as like the modern talent, because you had like Super Boom Fan, who was new to the Maritimes, but he was obviously great. All the New Guard people, you had Newfoundland reps. You could count him as a Nova, count him as a New Brunswick rep. No PEI reps, unfortunately. Michael Kelly was the only other person. He was a Diddy main. He was really good. He was PR'd briefly, and he was on Team Soaps as well. And then you had the old talent like Parker. You had me back here doing some thinking pose. Adrian White's probably talking shit over here. So this crew battle was just like a who's who of like the history. It had all the great talent. This crew battle is obviously available on YouTube. I highly recommend everybody watch it. We're not going to watch even a little bit or the whole thing. But
yeah, we'll do commentating. Yep. All right. Yeah, they're going to have 24 stocks, 3 lives for her.
The tournament, this was streamed by, who was it? Ralston Arcade is I think what the name of the streamer was. And I remember that I think they mentioned in here that the streamer had like 50 or 60 viewers at the time. So that was pretty fucking cool. So this can't obviously watch this because it's an hour and 15 minutes. I highly recommend going through it. There's a ton of hype shit.
There we go.
It comes down to the last stock between
everyone in here is just gonna be
Croy and Adra. And that here actually can we go forward?
Oh my!
Very good.
All right. So we'll watch the last stock of the crew battle. We'll spoil it.
All right, good option. All right, that was good enough. Good enough.
Only a 22% lead in this crew. This is insane.
Yeah, this is great.
Check out fucking
Madsen. We got to take into account, that heavy hitter, heavyweight.
Yeah, but you see.
Well, they're both heavyweights, so you can't say that. You can't say that.
Matt Simmons trying to fucking chain grab. I see you.
There it is, that late neutralized top.
What a legend. What a guy.
He's a good kid, isn't he?
He's pretty fucking good at this game.
It's a little bit frustrating.
Bob and weave. Oh, very good. Okay, could be dangerous. He's going to want to get his bike off stage here.
He is. Oh, dear.
Not good. Oh, lucky, very lucky.
Swag.
Okay, throw him off. Throw the bike. Hope for the gimp. There it is. Oh, okay, throws it up. Good option, but you might want to get that bike out of there.
So Michael Kelly is the other guy on commentary with Matt Haller. Michael Kelly took 5 stocks this crew battle. He's the damn MVP.
Rack up that damage, and honestly, I've seen Matt Simmons fuck up the DI. Pardon my French. Actually, no, don't pardon my French. Fuck.
I don't know if that's a French word. Let's do it. Oh, here it is.
Shit.
Come on, big
no,
toss.
No. He's going to spike him. Oh, fuck, I called it. Holy
Spike
shit, I
him.
didn't expect to call it.
He's throwing it out. Oh.
Oh, my.
Coming down to it. If Attila gets a grab, I'm pretty sure he's fucked, right? Unless he lands on a platform.
I mean, you can see Attila very patient,
cut the momentum with a
very
knife.
reactive.
I don't know what that means, Matt Haller.
Just waiting. I mean, this is it. 85. Anything can happen. There it is. Oh!
Shields the waft.
Okay, so I know personally, Warriors, that's all mental, man. When the waft is gone, it becomes very mental. Good position here. Good position.
Oh, he
Boom! There it is.
And that's it. That was the end of the crew battle. That was sick. It came down to last stock. I highly recommend going through and watching the whole thing. It's super fucking sick.
Classic.
Hey, it's a classic. So I'm just going to show this picture that our boy Curly just popped up. How do you do this? So this is the other crew. So you got your boy SUGOI Raz. You got Steve Butt TJ. That's Michael Kelly right there. That's Crazen. There's Drake / Aaron, Super Boom fan. Something's wrong with his eye. I'm a little concerned. Matt Simmons, the guy who clutched out the crew battle. And then Nick Best, he still looks the exact fucking same. It's so funny.
I was just going to say that. He literally looks like the same person.
Cool.
Well, he is.
So now we're getting to the point that he hasn't changed too much. So now we're getting to the point. So for me, my first intro, because at the end of 2012, we get into 2013. 2013 is when I started to get to know the New Brunswick scene a lot more. So you can probably, this is probably
when we came back, or that's when we really like cemented the scene or started to.
Yeah, because you guys was your guys' place that used to host the tournaments was called the Hub, right?
Yeah, well, we had that's what
in
we call
Moncton.
just like the Moncton scene. Yeah,
Okay,
it's just
yeah.
like if you go on our Facebook page right now and you look at the link up at the top, it still says Hub City Smash.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
because
we basically just converted that over. So that's where the majority of the players were at the time.
September of 2013 was the first time that Nova Scotia made a road trip to New Brunswick, as far as I know. That was the first time I went, at least, and I know we took a couple cars. So that was the first time for me that I met a lot of it was mainly melee players. The brawl scene wasn't much of a thing. So it was my first time meeting Evan Dennis, Skidward, as you all know him, Marl Wolf, TTC, Jerflip. Like around this time is when I started meeting all these people who I'm pretty sure are like they're staples now. They're legends of the scene.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think I can show here. I'm gonna link it to you on Facebook.
Hit me up, big boy.
This would be the bracket for the very first FGX. So this is the one before, like, we basically promoted it to, like,
NS and whatnot, or even at all.
So this is 2013?
This is 2013, so this would be the summer of 2013. So I was involved with FGX at the time, but I wasn't involved in the Smash scene as much. And this tournament was one of the main reasons why I decided I wanted to, like, try to do something more with the scene, which doesn't happen until like early 2014. But before this, we had the Moncton scene kind of showed up, and there was a couple of tournaments in Moncton along with FGX, and then there was one at UMB, but I don't think any of the Moncton Melee guys showed up for that. Besides the point, this is like the first year that something in New Brunswick was really taking shape that was like consistent-ish. So
this tournament's
and I assume that came
massive.
It's huge, right? Yeah. And I assume this, like, it boomed because of the documentary or something. Something must have happened. I think if we could get, like, one of the old school Moncton guys on here to talk about it later, they'd probably have a lot of insight. But basically it was ran by Jerflip, who's Jeremy, and Amplifier. And I feel like a lot of new guys in New Brunswick and maybe not even Nova Scotia would know about this guy. And Amplifier is...
I met him, yeah.
Yeah, you would definitely know him. If you guys go to the Smash New Brunswick page and you click our admins under members or whatever the fuck, he's still there because he's like basically instrumental to how this like stream started. He's one of the first people I got in contact with when I was starting the scene. Like he's a big deal, like one of the daddies for sure. And he was around for a while. He's a cool dude. Anyways, so. I assume, I don't know, was it one of the Moncton events that you met them at? You weren't at FGX, right, Colin? So it would have been a Moncton tournament.
I wasn't at this one. The only thing I do recognize is Jet, who was because I kind of ignored this, but there isn't much to talk about. Once Brawl came out in Nova Scotia, it pretty much died. We would have like a melee tournament a year, and that would have like me, Parker Reed, and Nick Best, who were like the only guys that played melee. But then a couple of years in like 2012, that would be, it was around 2012. So like Hella Smash 6, Jet and a group of people started attending and like beefing up our tournaments a bit. He was a pretty good Falco main. He used to get super, super salty though, which was pretty rough to deal with. But put that aside, he was really good, and I forgot, but yeah, he did. He came down to this. I think he would have been the first Nova Scotian to come up for a tournament of this caliber.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. So there's a lot going on in here. Like if you guys look at the bracket, I don't know how much we'll cover Melee in New Brunswick because there's a lot to say, but I don't know, it would take a long time, and there's not a lot of super interesting stuff besides like who our top players were, which I'll talk about.
Yeah. Go to town, yeah.
Tournaments wise, it's all like basically FGX, and then I'd say the only other really important thing was the tournaments that Fuel ran, and Fuel is like, everyone knows Fuel because he is like the streamer in Atlantic, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's awesome. Anyway, so he started streaming events really early. Actually, he came to events that I hosted. So he's been around for a long time too, but he hosted events in Moncton that were these small little get-togethers, and those were pretty important too. But besides the point, besides the fact, FGX was like our big thing. So this being the first one's really cool.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with how much like how many people showed up to this. And not only that, like I was looking at some cool things. So that's obviously Riker, and then I'm guessing this is probably Squidward's first tournament, so he went unseeded, but he was obviously super sick from the get-go. So
Yeah,
that's hilarious. Squidward versus Super Boom Fan in fucking winners quarters. That's hilarious.
It's pretty cool. Yeah. And so I guess from there, like you said, Touch the Clouds there, TTC, Mara Wolf, JR Flip, like a lot of the big hitters for the next like however many years of like Melee's life in New Brunswick, they're all super hard hitters. And I think around this time they all got to know each other. I know for certain, Super Boom Fan and Mara Wolf became really, really close friends. That's why Mara Wolf's actually fucking godlike at 64. He's one of the best players, if not the best player in Atlantic Canada. Like, he's amazing.
He's super good.
And,
I played him at that FGX 2014, and he fucking rocked my socks off.
Yeah, he's crazy. So, like, I don't know. This is a big tournament for a lot of reasons in MB. I'd say this is, like, top 3 most important tournaments ever in New Brunswick, I think.
It's fucking super. And, like you said, like, all these guys. Oh, and it's cool for me when having Riker come in and explain who they were, because is that the D-Don is the fella in that picture that we were just talking about, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, no, so it's cool. I wouldn't have known like who he was or anything. I would have been like, oh, that's just somebody who made it that far. But Buddy made it.
Keaton wants me to look at Agent Green and Agent Red. You can see they played like, I don't know, top middle of first round. They didn't play each other, but they were like right beside each other and things. Anyways, they were these. I don't even know like what Keaton wants me to say. They were these two twins who used to show up at tournaments, and they were fucking. I don't know. It was funny. It was weird because you'd kind of mix them up, but they'd always kind of. I think for a while they wore the shirts that were associated with their name color-wise. Is this right? I think they did that for a while. Yeah, and they're twins, so that's how you differentiate it. It was like Mario and Luigi, green and the red.
That sounds next level stress. Trying to remember that. Oh, they play Mario and Luigi too. That's super fucking cool.
Yeah. So yeah, they're funny dudes. But yeah, super instrumental. This is where Moncton, from what Alex is saying, it's this is where everything just kind of came together. So it's really important. And then Moncton started their scene, and that went on for a little bit. And that I don't know if the tournaments were like considered monthly. I know they were inconsistent, but that's where that kind of kicked off, and that was also part of the inspiration why I started running tournaments too. So I think it's a big deal.
Yeah, this is super, super cool. And that means that when was this August 2013? August or July?
Something like that. Yeah. Be in the summer for sure. So.
Yeah, 33 player. Holy shit. That means, yeah, because Nova Scotia would have gone up in September for a hub tournament. So that's when I first met fellas like Amplifier, JR Flip, Evan Dennis, and we started our wonderful one-sided rivalry where he just consistently fucks me. But I refuse to acknowledge he's ever better than me. I will take it to the grave. But yeah, I love all those OG guys are from the 2013 guys. Like Amplifier was the homie. I love TTC. All these guys are super cool. So it's cool. Yeah, it's super. This is like the fire that gets lit, right?
Yeah, exactly. So this is a big deal. And then Seesaw, we'll probably cover a little bit of Final Smash just because it's like a big MB tournament, but I probably won't go into it very much, so don't expect much there.
Right.
But yeah, so I don't know if you want to talk more about some NS stuff, but I think this is a good starting point to get into the New Brunswick community.
No, I totally, because at this point it's basically for NS, it's just Brawl is starting to dwindle in popularity. It's like you actually just mentioned how the doc came out. This is where I think both NB as a whole and certainly Nova Scotia's Melee scene comes back, because after the doc, that's when players like Hippo and PC Jeff, that's when they start going to tournaments and we start hosting regularly Melee events again. So if this is where New Brunswick makes its glorious comeback and growth, let's hear all about it.
Okay, so there's actually not a lot to say. So it's like
he's like, and we're here today.
Yeah, because after FGX 2013, that was the big boom. Shoutouts to Super Boom, the legend. Obviously, he plays a big part in this revival, because all I can really say about it is like aside from what happened in Moncton and then what I started, because I started stuff in Fredericton because I was involved with FGX and I wanted to have tournaments before that. I personally got back into Brawl and stuff, so I was just like, I don't know, this is a good time. It's like, this is when I have to do it. So I think the first tournament I hosted, and I don't have the brackets for it. I tried to find like the OG bracket files, but I cannot find them. The first tournament that I considered a monthly, and I think it's important to note this tournament because this is when I started reaching out to as many people I can find. Like, this is when I contacted everyone in Moncton. This is when I found out that Boom was still in the scene, and I found that out because if you see the post I made on Smashboards.
Oh, is that the one that I thought was funny because it was just fucking empty and you were just updating it yourself?
Yeah. So that's when I started like to look for people in the scene to like contact to come to this tournament I was starting, and I had to go all the way back to that old fucking shitty one that I made, and I saw Boom's name on there, and I didn't make the correlation. I knew of Boom being like a super good 64 player, but I didn't know it was this guy for some weird reason. Anyway, so I reached out to him, had a little casual chat, and he agreed to come out if I had 64, obviously, right? Like, that first tournament would not have had 64 if it wasn't for Boom, for sure. Like, I'll come out, blah, blah, blah. And he brought Marl Wolf, and then that's kind of where we saw a lot of, like, the old school Freddy people, Kaji. There's people in chat that were there for that, for sure. That's, like, I don't know. There's a lot to say about it. It's cool, because that was, like, I think the first time MB had a place to like go. You know what I mean? Like Moncton had their stuff, but I feel like that was way more centered around the Melee people, which is fair. Like they were all Melee players. Whereas like I was trying to appeal to Brawl and stuff too. So I think this is like the first time where the Brawl and the Melee, like everyone in the community really came out. So I think it's an important tournament. And this is called the CSA tournaments. I don't know if I mentioned that, but that's what these ones were called.
That sounds
these
familiar,
went on for a long time. Yeah, these went on for a long, long time. I'm sure I reached out to you too to see if you'd come up or something. For sure, I had to have.
Maybe did I leave you on red all the way back then?
Probably. 100%. I'm sure if all this Brawl was up, I probably made a post on your little thing.
Yeah, you're like, hey Zhao Guan, would you want to?
Zhao Guan, do you remember me?
Hey Zhao, do you want to play Wi-Fi? Hey, why don't you come to a tournament? I'm the best. Yeah. Well, you know what was really cool, which I think is a nice thing for the New Brunswick scene, is with like the rebirth of like Melee, and then the fact that we were going to different, like New Brunswick was coming down to Halifax for tournaments, and then vice versa. Like Nova Scotia at this time, like with Brawl and a little bit with Melee, we had a lot of solid players in both of those games. But if you look at the people who were taking the tournament, Super Boomfan won like every single Brawl tournament until like I think FGX 2014, and then
he was winning Melee too when he entered.
Yeah, and yeah,
usually
anyone Melee, and even if he didn't, like say if he didn't come down for a Nova Scotia tourney, if Evan Dennis came down, I don't think I maybe outplaced Evan Dennis like once in all the tournaments we both went to in Melee. Like, he was consistently fucking destroying the scene.
I can get some pictures, too, while I'm talking about this. But, yeah, from there, I guess it's just the community kind of just got bigger. The Freddy scene kind of erupted. I don't know stuff in Moncton. I know I couldn't go. I think there was. I remember there being a hub tournament in, like, March. You know what? I think there's pictures for that. Let me find that, too. But yeah, I don't even know what to say. There's like, that's when PM kind of took off too. Like the PM team was getting big. So I know a lot of players just came for that, like Keaton said. Like a few of our like mainstay players basically started off as PM players.
Right.
I think that's interesting too, right?
That was that's actually a good point to bring up for sort of like end of 2013 and then 2014. PM really started to become popular all around the Maritimes, including Nova Scotia, where it was like Brawl singles and PM singles were being hosted at Nova Scotia weeklies, and the PM weeklies were like much more hype. It felt like people were grinding it more, whereas Brawl, like for the entire last year of Brawl's life, I'm pretty sure Simmons won every single tournament. So then people.
I got a picture of that hub tournament in March that I was talking about of 2014, and I see some Nova Scotia dudes.
Oh, fuck. I didn't go to this one. If I had known you'd be there.
Yeah, I see a few. And yeah, there's quite a few Melee mainstays for a little while at least. You can see front and center Dustin Smith in this photo, or Blizz, when you want to pull it up.
One sec. I'm just. We're gonna get to it, because you sent me one and I have a response to it. So this is the hub in March 2014.
Yes. Yeah. So you can see Blizz there, front and center. He was an icy player for a long time.
He was very, very good. Yeah, I remember him.
One of my favorite guys in the entire community, and I hope he comes back. He's wicked.
I'm trying to see if I can spot anybody else, but I don't think I can. I know that's probably Camden, isn't it? That tall.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Quote, right? For sure.
Yeah, Quote / Camden, and then there's Nizark, Aaron, Drake, and Adra. Yeah, all the NS boys are just lined up.
That's pretty sick. I like that. So this is like kind of maybe the first time two big groups interacted like this. You know what I mean?
It was one of, because the hub was, it's actually funny, it was the hub. That's where a lot of like Nova Scotia, big groups of like Nova Scotian players and New Brunswick players were sort of met and played and got to hang out. So most of the people I know from New Brunswick, mostly Mealy, I guess, because I didn't know. I know everyone hates how I pronounce Mealy, but fuck them. I'm gonna keep pronouncing it like that. I only know most of those people.
Yeah.
One sec. Okay. I have to, because you send me a picture, and I have to show it, and then I have to show the Nova Scotia response to it.
Okay.
So this was the cover photo, right, for the New Brunswick scene for a long time. Right? I believe so.
Yeah, it was. One of the first ones.
So this was the New Brunswick cover photo. It's actually
made by Alex.
it's foreshadowing what Evan's career is gonna be.
Oh, there's a lot to unpack in this picture that you guys don't understand. Okay?
Yeah, do you understand?
This is the deepest picture in Smash New Brunswick history, and you'll never understand it because you're not old enough. Okay.
So,
maybe someday.
But here's the thing: is that this was made in reply to a picture that was the Nova Scotia cover photo that was made by Christian like 2 weeks before, and then someone made that one like right away. So this is End of Brawl.
That was Amplifier who made that, by the way.
Amplifier? Shouts to Amplifier, man. So this was made by Christian, and this was the Nova Scotia cover photo for a while.
Yes, I remember this. Yes, that was there for a long time. That was a really long time.
Yeah, it wasn't until we were like, we should fucking fix it so that people aren't scared of our scene. Oh, did Nick make this one? I thought it was Christian. Anyway, so this was made, and then at FGX 2014, Evan Dennis and I had a really cool melee set, and they used both of our respective pictures for like the thumbnail of the match. I think like one side it was me, and on the other side it was the one of Evan Dennis.
It's perfect.
It was perfect.
Amazing.
I have a couple. Actually, no. I'll look at those in a bit. Those are just like some end of Brawl pictures that also have some Nova Scotia ones, or some New Brunswick ones too.
Cool. I was just gonna say, point out a couple more players that like first time at that hub tournament. Shout outs to Shucky in the chat.
Huh? What?
Shucky.
Not the Shucky.
The Shucky, the man, the myth, the other Luigi. Or as we like to call him here in New Brunswick, the Luigi. Fuck you, Colin, and also the
Wait, what?
The other guy? What?
Why'd you say fuck me?
You just sometimes I just gotta tell you. You just gotta hear it.
I gotta keep you in line.
Every once in a while. It's the only way to keep you sane.
Where...
Keep that the apple in your neck from big.
Yeah, get that fucking Adam's apple out of my face, you gut. What's bigger, his ego or his Adam's apple?
I imagine you in bracket about to play somebody. You go to do rock paper scissors, and the guy stops you. And he's like, "Excuse me, sir, can you just please move your Adam's apple just a bit? I can't see the screen."
Sir, can you please not shove your dumbass fucking neck your neck spear into my ass. Yeah, I actually forgot to shout out the 2 most recent subs. I want to give a shout out to Beaver, who hit me with a prime, and then thank you PK Adriel for that tier 1. Thank you so much, buddy. I hope you had a good night so far. You've tuned in at the right time. Look at this. Is Shucky in this picture? Can I see him?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's in the far right at the top, sitting down.
That's
I think.
Which one? Is he on the left? Is he like on
I think he's on the right side.
Is this?
He's like the very rightmost person, I think.
How old was he? 4?
Yeah, probably. And the important part about this pick, aside from that, is the guy he's playing. He's his name's Spiky, and he at every tournament I've ever seen him at, he wears a Reese Cup shirt, and that's how he's remembered.
So
very important person.
Reese Cup Spiky.
Yeah, Reese Cup Spiky. Very important man.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, some Keaton's bringing up Nile. Nile was I mean, Evan Dennis was just used Meta Knight and he was pretty good at Brawl, but I remember Nile was super good at Brawl as well.
Yeah. No, he basically, when the Brawl scene was first picking up, we didn't have a lot of people that entered because it wasn't very popular. Aside from like myself and then Evan, and there was like a couple other guys who played a lot of Brawl, but that was about it. And then Nile shows up, and Nile, did you guys hear my cat? Did you hear that?
Buddy, just let that cat meow, baby.
Okay, cool. Anyways, so Nile shows up, and Nile is basically, aside from myself, every once in a while, the only person who can beat Evan. So, I don't know if Nile actually, maybe, can somebody confirm, did Nile show up when Smash 4 came out, or was he there during the Brawl time? I think he came out for a Brawl tournament or 2, but anyways. Yeah, that's all I have to say about Nile until Smash 4. He basically cemented himself as like the second best player in the province at Brawl.
Mm-hmm. Well, who did Nile use? Falco? Was that who it was?
Yes, he was a Brawl Falco.
A bird main? Smart.
Yeah, okay, he did go to CSAs. Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Dope Sauce 3000.
Sorry, I'm dealing with my cat.
The fuck is going on with your cat?
She screams. It's just what she does, okay? You know how, like, sometimes you play stupid and you, like, act like a blonde girl? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes she just screams.
Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, but... Is there anything that you want to touch on right now for New Brunswick, or do you want me to tell the story of Hungrybox storming our hotel room at Apex?
I think that's important. I think that's very important.
Should that be told? Okay.
I think that needs to be told.
Okay, so let's go through this. So, which is actually still in the timeline because it's right after like the 2013 stuff. So Apex 2014. I don't think there was no New Brunswick players who came down. I don't think. Nova Scotia went down though. It was the usual suspects. It was like Raz, Croy, Attila / Adra, Laminator, and myself, and then a few others. I'm sorry if I forgot. I'm just rambling off. So we go to Apex 2014. Nobody really does that well at the tournament. Like, it was okay. Nick Best almost made it to top 64 of Project M, but he lost to Vector Man. So anybody who knows him, he's a really good Yoshi player. That was probably the best showing. We kind of all just sort of kind of shat the bed a little bit. So Sunday night, after top 8, after all the tournaments are finished, you do what you usually do when you go to when you are traveling to a tournament. You guys are all just in the hotel room and you're just playing fucking silly friendlies. I think what we were doing like double Ganon dubs matches, and I think we were doing like random money matches where we were betting a penny, and I don't even think the penny was in circulation anymore. So we were just playing random matches. And also what people do on the last night of a tournament is that everybody gets fucking super drunk. So we were all just hanging in the room. I don't think not many people in our room were drinking, and if they were having like a beer. So it didn't really make a difference at all. But we were in Apex is a deal where the tournament was in one of the ballrooms or the business rooms or whatever they do, and then part of the hotel, and then we stayed in the hotel proper. So all the competitors were in the same hotel as us. So I remember we would walk by people like Korean DJ, Mango walked by us a couple times, just all those players. And on our floor, it must have been on our floor, there was Leffen. Leffen must have been in one room. Hungrybox was probably in the same room, or at least partying with the same people. And then there was also Esam. So multiple times throughout the night, these guys just knock on our door and they come in. I remember Leffen knocked on our door, looked in our room, and just said in like the really broken English that he had, he was just like, "Oh, you guys all suck." Esam came in, and he like came into the room and he looked at everybody. He said, "Just making sure, yeah, you guys are all bad." And then he left the room. And then like 5 different times, Hungrybox came into our room and would just sort of like mumble something or say something. I don't remember anything that he said, but he kept coming back to our room. And then on one time he came all the way into the room. And at this point, this must have been like 1 a.m. or something. He had a drink in hand. He was fucking plastered. And he came into a room, and this time he came like all the way in, and he stood against the stand where like the TV was, and he just started rambling to us. And so I think most of the Nova Scotia card pool was all in the room at this point. And then Matt Simmons was lying on the bed and just like pulls out his camera and starts recording. And that's what we'll view right now.
Millie all week and had to go to Baltimore the next day and got second place out of 126 people. I made $946. For what? Yeah. For me to get Shinga. Yeah, just buy another da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
For me to go to a Mennonite tornadoing me over every
You
single
okay?
platform. Dude, this game is not fixed.
Yeah.
This game
I'm
is
great.
not
Listen to
as a competitive gamer. Alright? You're playing PM? Good. You know, good. That's like a person smoking cigarettes going to hookah, right? Going to an Issa. You're going to something.
Hookahs are nice.
Going to something. A transition.
Fucking pretty sure that's JR.
Right? It's
Trying to
not
chime in.
Once you're in the tar,
I'm just like, what
once
if I
you're in
wet
the
my dick
tar
out
and
right
you're
now?
fucking in
Like,
it, and
yeah,
you're
what
just
do
like in the black tar of it, it's hard to get. It's sticky.
What about
We're all
playing
stick- I understand. I've been there. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure.
But now you're seeing PM. And you're seeing the beauty that is a game that is unlocked.
I want to talk.
That is fluid.
I just want to say
fluid
something.
and beautiful. Maybe one day, instead of having this big old beluga blue disc, which you call a good game in there, on your crotch.
Right on the balls.
Maybe
That's light
instead,
on the crotch.
on your balls. Maybe instead, you pop in a
So that guy with the legs right there, that's me. I'm just sprawled. He takes Matt Simmons' brawl disc pretty roughly and just slams it directly on my sacked lunch right there. Right on my fucking balls.
Did you say that's your legs?
That's my leg right there.
You have legs?
I got tiny. I don't have your fucking beautiful creamy calved
Oh.
legs, but I
Why
have.
don't you take those legs and you get the fuck off my stream? You get the fuck out. This
This
is my
Look at
everyone. It's me, Colin North. My in-game name doesn't make any sense.
Hi, hey, I'm Jesse Wilson. I have to do graphic design because I gave Nakat all my money. I can't make rent.
I'm Colin North. I write for a living. Okay, continue with your little Hungrybox story.
I'm sorry, is this bothering you?
Yeah, I'm getting really triggered. You're destining me. Destining me?
Destiny? Are you gonna
Please help.
Are
Please help me, sir.
Are we gonna debate later? Let's debate.
Oh, please. Yeah, okay. Somebody, let's poll the audience. What do you guys want us to debate about?
Yeah. What are me and old red-haired, creamy-calved Wilson gonna debate about?
Oh, buddy.
Okay. This is 4 minutes long. He was in here for a while. I need him to I need him to fuck off. But here, we gotta
Just take your legs and go.
Yeah, I should offer him my legs and be like, hey, take these legs and skedaddle.
I mean, debate later. I'm not doing it right now. We're story talk.
I know.
Come on.
No, I'll fucking debate you. Anyways.
Slightly smaller, rotund red disc into there and see the wonder. Damn. That's Sakurai.
Stop mischeating my stuff.
See? Simmons is like, can you not do that?
That's not my question. I want a relevant
Yeah,
question.
no, it's no.
What's your take on playing both? Because I'm a melee TO for our community, but I like Brawl still.
And no, yeah.
I play all three. I have a question.
Yeah.
How do you identify sexuality? What are you sexually?
This is now taking a turn to the worst, folks.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, you're recording me, so I can't say what I really mean to say. I'll have to make an example. Comparing.
Despite how drunk he is, he's very smart. He knows that he could fuck his whole career.
Now we'll never know.
I feel like there's a
So is that just like worse, in your opinion, then?
My point in doing that was to show you how commitment to one thing can ruin perspective for another thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good way of putting it.
I wouldn't be so adamant if I wasn't right there where you were. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
And if you know what, if you enjoy Brawl, good.
Yeah.
Good.
I enjoy
enjoy it. Because you do things in life to enjoy them, but at the end of the day, when you play this game enough, you're gonna eventually get angry at it. And it's not gonna say I'm sorry.
That applies to anything.
I don't know why I said this.
Colin, you're getting told without words right now.
Yeah. I don't know what I said there.
It's like
it applies to anything.
Yeah, I get pissed in Fox.
You can get pissed at anything. It just depends who you are, sir. Yes. Nice smile.
Pissed at anything.
Yeah.
Anything in the world.
You can get pissed at anything.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Also, I stopped listening to everything you said, so I just jumped in with
That's a good idea. That's an excellent idea. What if you had something in your life that you really value? Something in your life that you really value. Someone you love, something you love, something, a hobby, a person you love, maybe something that brings you joy no matter what kind of shitty day it is, but you experience it and you're always happy when you do it. How can that source of pugnant joy be something that makes you eventually angry if you base your happiness upon it?
Hungrybox, are you gonna remember any of this tomorrow?
No.
Dude, your will wins on YouTube.
Yeah. My last thought to you is that you really should watch Breaking Bad.
I concur. Reply to speech. Yeah, Hungrybox.
You know the thing about Finding Nemo is? It's not about you eventually finding him.
It's that Nemo finds himself.
No.
Oh,
Get out of here.
We found Nemo!
I don't give a fuck. I love Hungrybox. Hungrybox is probably my favorite top player, despite the fact that he almost broke all of Matt Simmons' shit, and he gave me the most aggressive death scare of all time. But we found Nemo together, so I can't complain.
That's amazing. What a beautiful story.
I know, right? Isn't he poetic? You get that guy a couple fucking Tom Collins, and there's nothing he won't say, philosophically.
Tom Collins?
Tom Collins, yeah.
You're amazing. Oh my god.
Oh my
You're
god.
a legend. I just cannot believe this. I can't believe I'm in a call with these outgoing. I just cannot believe it.
Oh my god. You want an autograph? Well, make sure you hit that Twitch Prime, everybody.
Oh, buddy.
That's it. We're hitting 600 subs.
You're doing it tonight. Don't forget, everyone. If you click the button in the top right corner of the stream, you can use your Amazon Prime to subscribe to Colin North with your Twitch Prime. They're linked. It's completely free. You don't have to pay any extra money. Subscribe now.
Just do it. I'll be able to afford more equipment so this can improve the quality of the stream.
And so it doesn't starve.
That's it. I'm gonna speak like Jordan Peterson for the rest of the stream.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Peterson.
It's funny, okay? Bayonetta's not broken. What's broken is your attitude. Hey! Thank you, Raziek. Thank you for subscribing to the Jordan Peterson stream. Max. So yeah, that was Apex 2014. That was sort of the highlight. Like I said, I've always enjoyed Shucky, my Luigi brethren. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate it. So yeah, that I've always actually liked watching HBox, and he's always been cool with me. So I don't have any personal issues with him. So all you people that
I do, but we'll continue on.
Oh my god.
He was very rude to me at Evo. Okay, he was a big prick.
What, like this past Evo or the 2015 one?
2015 one, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you were there, yeah, because you saw Mango lose, and I remember you said that was really upsetting.
Yeah. I did see Razzie win though at one point.
Yeah, Razzie had a close set with Nakat, the guy that you've been paying his rent for the last fucking year.
Oh, buddy. Let's not get into him right now, okay? Let's at least wait until 2018 before we get there.
Please.
Yeah, okay, so I got some cool MB pictures. I know there's a lot of MB guys who want some stuff. Courtesy of Heartless himself. Tagless. Characterless. Keaton Russell. Alright, this one's cool because it shows off some very important characters. And the meme is fantastic. I don't know who did this. I posted it, but it wasn't me who made this. But it is a legendary meme. Is this Lasagna who made this? Who made this? It's probably one of these fuckers in this chat.
I love TTC. TTC, I haven't seen you in like 4 years, but I always loved you, buddy. If you're still in chat.
As you can see, the guy in the back, that's Spiky. You see his fucking shirt? I'm not lying. He wore that shirt at every event. His Reese Cup shirt.
Oh, that's the fucking shirt you were talking about.
That's the shirt. Yeah.
I just whoever made this meme though, they're covering it up.
The most important part of the history.
Yeah, you're giving me a reference. I'm like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so there's a lot of cool shit from around this time. See if we have like a PR we can look at too.
Yeah,
I know there's a lot I want to look at, but I don't know what the earliest one would be. I don't know if we did any in 2014.
Yeah, because all the Nova Scotia PRs basically like what I showed you guys earlier with like that cool little image that Simmons dolled up. Everything else is just in the Nova Scotia group, and it's all under the like. If you just go to the photo albums, there's all the PM and late brawl PRs, as well as all the Smash 4 stuff. The Nick Best was super good at PM. Though I think Evan Dennis ended up usurping him in terms of the best Maritime. Although Clay Burton was really fucking good too. So
yeah. So I think that's kind of maybe that's the next part is FGX 2014.
We got to get to that. That's a legendary event.
That's like in terms of like Maritime history, it's probably the most important event. I think.
All right. So I think that most people who have been in the scene for a few years, like you can point to this to being a very huge event for kicking off the popularity of the scene, and like I met a lot of people that I'm still friends with at this tournament or on this weekend. Like I actually, you know what's funny is fucking Keith pointed out that we were in the same melee pool, me and famous Leet.
Yeah. Oh, those pools were so bad back then. I know there's one that's like, I think it has TTC, Jer, and Blizz in it, and at the time they were all like pretty decent players. So I don't know why, and I must have seeded it. I don't know why I seeded it like that. Granted, there was so many good players like from both provinces there, and I think is this where PEI started coming out for Project M? Because that's another huge important part of our scene that we need to talk about is how like PEI was basically a PM community.
I had no idea about that actually. I knew they had a couple melee players and then they have the Smash 4 guys, but
they started as a PM community, and this is where a lot of those guys like T-Up first started coming out. Man, I wish we had one of them actually here to talk about their scene a little bit, but because this is a big deal for them. This is like Saggy Stardust and all those guys.
Old Saggy. Get in here.
Old Saggy.
Get in here, Saggy.
Yeah, I think very monumental tournament. I know. No, actually, I don't know. I'm trying to remember who won Melee that year. If it was Evan or one of the outsiders. I can try to find the bracket for that too. So that would have been an earlier one.
Oh, I see fella just posted something.
Like, oh, here. Oh, it's a PR. Yeah, we'll look at those two for sure.
Okay, I have it pulled up for when you want to take a peep.
All right, cool. Yeah, but PEI PM was insane. Actually, New Brunswick was good too, and Nova Scotia, as Nick was saying. I don't know. Maybe MB picked up a little bit after that, but I think at the time they were pretty good. Like,
PM was, I never really played it too much, but it was a pretty exciting time for like watching tournaments and tournament results. At least in the Maritimes, I thought.
Yeah, for sure.
It was pretty cool.
I guess this FGX is interesting to note because this is still pre-Smash 4 that this tournament's going on. So like I'd say before the huge boom in our communities, this was going on. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, this was the last big Brawl tournament, and kind of like for at least Nova Scotia, I think PM as well. I don't think PM went on that much longer because I think they just went full on Smash 4 once it dropped, but I could be wrong there.
Yeah, and like around this time, this would be still when the CSA monthlies are going on. So the events I hosted in Moncton, I think they might have done monthly / bi-monthly events, but I don't think they had anything consistent aside from Fuel, the stream legend of Atlantic Canada.
He is a legend.
Aside from he super is. He was hosting basement events, and they had PM and Melee, and I'm not sure. I doubt Brawl. I don't think they really play Brawl there, but for sure PM and for sure Melee.
Yeah.
And it's cool to go back because those are actually the first few tournaments that we have on our challenge. So they're like the first few recorded tournaments that we can go back and look at for MB, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, challenge brackets are fucking.
Yeah.
I love them.
I love them. So much.
I'm in love with that site.
I know at these events in particular, it was one of Hippo's first out of region events. Because I remember meeting him there and talking to him, and at the time he wasn't amazing, but he was still obviously really good.
I played him at, I think he told me it was his first or second tournament, I forget which one, and he was already really good then. Like he's just a natural, and then he's just polished himself really well.
Yeah. So at one of these events, I'm trying to find the specific one, but it was one of the first that he was at specifically. I found one he was at for sure, and it was the one right after FGX. So that's cool. Yeah. Aside from that, I think at that time the whole community was kind of just waiting for Smash 4 to hit, right?
Basically, like the last few months of Brawl was just like we're just sort of like all the players that entered are just entering because it was like, well, we just want to do something, like play something and tide over. And then as soon as the I know we were talking about this actually last night in the Discord or the other night. Simmons got that early copy of Smash. I think he got the 3DS and the Wii U version, and they were hosting like pre-release tourneys and then all that sort of stuff. And then once Smash 4 hit, that's when fucking everybody was flying in.
Yeah, and I think Boom had the early copies too. I think it was me, Matthew, and Boom who had the early copies. Does that make sense?
That sounds about
Also,
right.
is it weird that I didn't say Matthew Croy Simmons? Is that weird too?
Well, yeah, I mean, we are going to penalize
because that's his name, right? He's Matthew Croy Simmons, right?
Absolutely. If you ever say anything shorter than that, you'll have to hit me up with the Twitch Prime.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Was this was M2K at 2014? Did I totally skip over that?
That's the big one. Yeah, M2K was at 2014.
Okay. I thought it was 2015, but yes, 2014.
Yeah, 2014 because it was the Brawl tourney. Because I remember Matthew Croy Simmons took a game off Mewtwo King in one stock brawl because Mewtwo King tripped into his fucking waft. It was the funniest thing.
Do we? I wonder if we have that.
The
VOD of that. I don't know if we have any of the brawl ones, but
yeah.
maybe.
Buddy, do you not trust Fuel Stream Gaming? Buddy.
Oh, you're right. Oh, he's a legend.
Come on. I got you. It's actually, it might take forever to find. I don't remember. Oh no, I got it.
Fuck me for not sharing. What does that mean? I remember you being mad at me, but
We're only getting ready. And then you're in the bad
Look at this.
situation. Exactly. Yeah. It's just okay. Yeah.
He's getting
amazing.
He's getting fucking bodied here.
I'm gonna sort of fly left and right across the stage. Do whatever bad situation. Avoids the reverse shuttle.
Right, because we did one stock brawl. Was that really stupid of me? I don't remember. I was.
No, we did it for the next brawl tourney, the week after. It was fun.
I remember one of my favorite memories about Mewtwo King at this tournament. Well, I have two, and I will pull up evidence of my second one. But the first one is Boom in M2K playing friendlies on like one of the back setups, and them just being crowded around by people. And this was melee friendly, so it was really cool to see Boom actually put up a fight against them.
Right, yeah. Look how quickly Mewtwo King counter picks this motherfucker.
Put on the one.
Right away. It's fucking hilarious.
So good.
Oh my god, I love Matthew Corsimmons!
Oh, you want to pull up the Mewtwo King picture I sent you earlier?
Oh fuck yeah, I've been waiting for this for years.
This is one of the photos of the tournament, I think.
Right. I'm also gonna just say there's another one.
Oh, that's a good one too. The M2K and Mitch interview. Does anyone want to link that? And we'll pull it up.
So Mewtwo King is famous for just fucking taking naps whenever he damn well pleases. And then Evan Dennis is famous for being Evan Dennis, and that created this picture right here.
Amazing. This is like, oh fuck, I love this. What a legend.
Mewtwo King looks like he's fucking escaping from like a war-torn country in this picture. Like he looks, like this looks so sad, and then Evan Dennis looks like the biggest shithead ever.
This is the duality of man, right? This is like, there's so much to this.
This is power, and this is corruption.
This is like quintessential Smash New Brunswick for that first year. Like,
this is so funny. And then, wait, where's the other one? Because this one's a nice picture just at the end of FGX.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. So it was Clay and M2K and Grands for PM. I mean, PM was pretty contested at the time, so that's pretty neat.
Yeah, look at these fucking beauties.
That's a good one too.
Nick Best
has like everybody. You could name everybody in this picture. I see Nile. Obviously, a lot of the old school MB Melee guys.
Is that fucking Alex Turner? Is that him?
Yeah, I think so. Right?
God bless his heart. Yeah, you can see everybody.
M2K does not look happy.
So little fucking.
Yeah, zoom in on this.
That's Jarflip.
Yeah, right beside Jarflip too is Amplifier, one of the old gods.
Yeah, Amplifier's the homie. I love that guy.
Yeah, so that's cool. You can even see Clay there, Newfoundland guy. That's super cool that he was there. We basically, as far as I know, we had rep from almost every single province, if not every single province, in Atlantic Canada.
That's obviously Fuel because he's wearing the fucking shirt. Alex Turner, sweet baby. Look, I'm pretending to be on a phone call because I think I'm funny. There's Nick. Nick Best looks photoshopped in this picture. Because there's all these people, and then there's like, shit, we forgot Nick. Put him in, put him in on the side.
He's just standing there with his arms standing loose. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, I see. There's me. There's Marwolf. There's I see Papa Bay. If anyone knows Papa Bay from the melee scene in Moncton.
For some reason, we're holding up Krazen, but why not?
Yeah.
That lady looks so uncomfortable there. And then Mewtwo King's just like, I went to this tournament.
Oh yeah, she yeah. It's funny. Yeah, Logan Adams. He's a fucking legend of the original scene.
Look
He went
at-
on the big car ride with us when we went to
Buddy,
well,
check
basically
what fucking ring are you wearing over in this
What are you
corner?
saying?
No, I'm talking
What
about what ring are you wearing over here, big guy?
What? You don't need to look at that. That's fine.
Check out Big Pimpin' over here.
It's my high school ring, okay?
And then Evan with the tiniest wrists. I think he has tinier wrists than I do. Bless his heart.
Shit.
What a great picture. Fun story. So Super Boom Fan got 4th in Brawl at this tournament. He lost to Croy, which makes sense because I think they had met a bunch of times and they had pretty close sets. And then he lost, or no, he got 5th. He got knocked out by Matt Holler. Matt Holler played the best I've ever seen him. Or no, sorry, Croy knocked him out of the tournament, I think. Like knocked him out of losers, and then Matt Holler knocked him out of winners. Knocked Super Boom Fan out of winners. And Matt Holler, I don't even think he was ranked top 10 at the time. He might have been, but I don't think so. But he played like a god, and he just he beat him 2-1. Know what I'm saying?
Yes. I think yeah, we should bring Keaton on a little bit to talk about the big house story, the border story. One of the famous MB ones.
Yeah, for sure.
What year was that? Was that 2015 or 2014 that we went to the big house? I think that was 14, wasn't it?
What game did you go for? That'll determine what you did.
Smash 4.
Okay, that was 2015 then, because I don't think it was out in time for the big house in 2014.
It was 2015. Okay, yeah, cool. So once we get there, I'll get him on talking about it. I guess we can rush this a little bit more too, because I think where things are more fresh in people's minds. But
yeah, no, we don't have to go in as deep into the shitter for this earlier stuff, but it's still cool to just like sort of reminisce, and also people just have stories to tell because not everybody knows all the shit that went down. So
yeah, sure. So let's yeah, we can do that. So what else about 2014 do we want to say? I don't think there's too much. MB had Winter Mission, the first one of that line of series hosted by Fuel. That was in Moncton.
The only other thing is that once we get into like the end of 2014 when Smash 3DS drops, is there was the super big Atlantic Wi-Fi tourney, and that was the one that was played on the 3DS, and we just played online. So we just hosted a Wi-Fi tourney, and there's the fucking here. I'll pull up the bracket here, and this bracket actually has a shit ton of people from all over the Maritimes. I know I saw you. I saw there's Reich Show, Squidward. I see Jp3 losing in round 1.
Oh wait, who did I lose to?
Zons.
Who the hell was that guy?
You know, Zon.
He's amazing. He's the greatest player in Atlantic Canada. Okay.
I actually, the only reason I remember this is because Twan told me when I first met him at Storm the Rock, he was like, oh yeah, we played in that Wi-Fi tourney, and you can find Twan here. I know Riley Reeds is on here as well. Mashup Maloney.
Yeah, there's a few MB guys too. See Tokaji. Myself, obviously. Kind of all.
Yeah. There's a shit ton of people going on here.
Yeah, Keaton's in here. Yeah.
Whereabouts is Keaton? What fucking tag did he have on?
Queston. I don't know. Was he in this one? This one he was.
I don't see. I see quote. I don't see quest, but maybe it's hard to tell because there's all the friend codes in there.
Bottom.
Queston. Oh, that's it.
Perfect.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, you beat a mashup. Cool. Yeah, but this was like, it was just a cool because this was a way, obviously people weren't going to travel right away like that. But for the 3DS, this was a cool way of getting a bunch of Maritimers all together. And we were all playing each other.
Yeah, that's like the first big Smash 4 interaction, I guess.
Yeah. Smash 3DS. What a good time on those fucking terrible controllers.
Fingers hurt.
Yeah. Ow, oh god. they cut through the bone. Yeah. So I obviously at this point I moved to Ontario right after Smash 3DS dropped, and so I haven't really been back since. I obviously keep in touch, but I won't know too much about the Maritimes. I only basically know like results, and then whenever we've been to nationals, and then I went home for Frag for Cancer 2016, and that's about all I have left in terms of the history. But I do know that I feel like I remember Craterize / Chris Roma. He was pretty active. I think he went to his first tourney pretty early on in Smash 4's history. And he was already a crazy talent. I remember he had a renowned Pikachu.
Yeah, he's insane. Super good. Do we want to maybe bring a couple people on to talk about Smash 4 years? Like, I know Keaton wants to come on and talk about 2015 in New Brunswick a little bit.
Yeah, so this is actually great. If anyone is sort of watching, we might pick a couple people if they have cool stories they want to tell about the scene, regardless of where you're from, and that sort of shit. And we can just sort of like, I guess this would be a time to sort of like reminisce and have a good time. So,
yeah. Because I think everywhere from here out is basically just like the MB bus trip. I'm talking specifically New Brunswick from here.
Yeah.
I think the Big House trip, the MB bus trip to Gommel, the other Gommels we went to, and then kind of I think the next really important part is NB on the come up, which has been more of a recent thing, I think, because we've always been, to be honest, boys and girls, I'm not going to paint a pretty picture here, but Nova Scotia has severely kicked our ass for years. It has not been close, okay? Outside of Evan Dennis, we have been getting absolutely destroyed.
I'm also going to make the case that Evan Dennis is the best Smash New Brunswick player of all time.
No, not again.
I'm fucking with you guys. No, it's true. I'm actually... if I was Nova Scotia, I'd be hella fucking nervous about about how New Brunswick's gonna show up in Ultimate, because you guys have a ton of young talent and they're all super fucking sick. So I expect New Brunswick to do, not even just in Maritimes, I expect New Brunswick to do work on the international scene too, like at Gommel and stuff like that.
We got some guys for sure. We got some boys. I see you guys out there in the chat. It's I don't know. It's really good, and I'm really excited, and that's why I think this whole talk we're having is so important, because I really do think we're just like going on into the next chapter of like the Maritime Smash. I think it's going to be huge. I think one important thing to talk about in New Brunswick is how divided the scene is. I think compared to Nova Scotia, and I'm not trying to John or anything, but it's important to note how like diverse our scene is, and how like we have basically like 4 cities that all have their own little individual scenes.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Is it solely just because of the distance? Because it's a pretty big area of land, isn't it? And people can't really travel that much for weeklies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think yeah, we can just kind of reminisce. Do you want to come on here, Keaton?
Keaton, buddy.
Come talk.
Keaton, hop the fuck on. Get in here. Get in here. We're gonna debate.
If you want to, Keaton, just join one of the voice channels in this MB Discord, and then I'll move you over. Just takes a click, bud. Come on, you got her, buddy. Let's go. I also got Keaton in the scene. Okay, he's my little cousin. Whoa! Oh yeah, I forgot you could just join. What's up?
Already? Hey, dog.
You're amazing. You're crazy.
What's going on, big guy?
Whoa. The veggies got him. What's up? Can you hear us? Are you good?
Did the veggie sticks get him?
Make sure that my audio is like, because I'm watching your stream, I'm trying to make sure I'm not like hearing you late or something.
Oh, I gotcha.
Oh, wait, are you trying to listen to us through the stream? I don't recommend. I just turned the stream off.
There we go.
Are you good? You're not going to be delayed, right?
No, I can hear you from the actual Discord call.
Excellent. All right, so 2015. Oh, actually, wait, yeah, there is this. I totally missed that you pulled up the our first PR. I believe this is the first New Brunswick PR, I think. And you can even comment on this too, Keaton, because you were literally in it for Smash 4.
And PM, dog. I'm down there.
Wait, are you really? Oh my god.
I'm hanging out
What
down
a
there.
legend.
Number 11.
Look at this guy.
Sneaking in.
This is this is a big one. Holy shit, there are names here. Just to go over Melee quick, obviously Squitter is Evan Dennis. As you can tell by his #1 spot in all the games, legend of Smash New Brunswick. Maybe the most legendary. Don't want to say for sure, but probably.
Yeah, we're not making any claims.
Yeah, we're not making any claims. We're not going into this Twitter bullshit again, okay, guys? I'm just saying, maybe, probably, is definitely the most legendary player in New Brunswick.
Yeah.
This is also, I guess, the first graphic I ever made when I was shitty back then for Smash New Brunswick. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I see Stan, the Jigglypuff player. If anyone remembers Stan, he came out for a little bit. He was also a legend, the only Jigs player before
the ones we have now.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the first one. After that Caps Lock, maybe. Sag, yeah. Fucking Sag, yeah. Shit, this is so cool. There's so many memories here. 2D, changed his name a lot. Melee, Falco player, amazing. He has a streamed game from one of the Gommels that we went to. That's pretty entertaining. You can watch him in that. Amplifier, obviously, classic. Then some of the mainstays for the next few TTC, Jareflip, Marwolf, all around the top. Same with Ecto, even. Lots to say about the Melee community in the next few years. It really kind of hit its strides, I think. Project M2 was big around this time, obviously.
Yeah, we were like transitioning.
Yeah, we were for sure. Yeah. Because I think Project M kind of died a little bit after that, right? Because the whole VG bootcamp stuff.
Yeah, after the whole VGBC stopped like streaming it, and there was no more like PM Xanadu's and all of that stuff. We kind of like it kind of died off, and the people either split into Smash 4 like I did, and a couple other people, or they like became Melee players from then on, like Joe.
Yeah. I also want to bring up Red Young Link in chat is Nat that we talked about earlier when Chris was on. One of the original smashers in New Brunswick.
Oh, no way. I retired all the Jigs in MB. Okay. That's we take those. Those are good. Good people doing God's work.
I think the only really other important thing is Meebiug in Project M is I don't know how you describe him, but probably the PM player, other than maybe like TTC that has a claim at that for being sure. The PM player in the province. Oh, Boat too. Boat is like one of the pinnacle people in the province as well. Anyways, Meebiug's he plays Melee now, but not super seriously. He'll usually be trolling people with Link and Bracket or something. And then other than that, Smash 4. This is a crazy one too, because 6 Riot was the guy on the left in that picture with Chris and Dave for the St. John Weekly. That's him. So he was around now playing Smash 4, which is really cool. I also did we even have a Smash 4 tournament at the time? 'Cause I feel like this wasn't based on anything. It must have been though, because Chris is on there, and I think Chris is like one of the first the first few St. John players to come through. I don't know if this is when Keith started too, but I know Keith was around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, based from Winter Mission 1, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna speak to Winter Mission 1 a little bit more than I can let you tell the big house stuff and whatnot, but I wanted to speak to like the first like couple like big events we had for Smash 4, I guess, because that was when.
Yeah, just go through like from this to 2015 basically if you want to.
Okay.
Just keep her quick.
Yeah. So I started playing back in PM back in like 2013, 2014, I think, because of the doc. Like I'm a doc kid and whatnot, but then we started running these events. I believe you started running the UMB ones, or were still at the time, when Smash 4 came out. But the first, I think, official Smash 4 tournament we had was Winter Mission 1, which I thought was like obscene because I didn't know how that was going to go. we didn't have like all our cities are really spread out, like you said. That's why these PRs are always really hard to make for us, because we can't just like use elo, because we voted on them so many times just because there's like such an obscene diversity between like where people are, and some people just never play, but they might be like, you know, as good as each other or what have you. So
it's kind of almost like Halifax and Cape Breton, but
yeah,
I don't think it's
similar.
as bad as that.
So Winter Mission 1, we had a really big turnout for Smash 4, or bigger than like any I remember for PM, like prior to that anyway, because it was a brand new game and all that, and we just got it on the Wii U.
And the PEI came out to this too, right?
I believe so. I wish I had the brackets in front of me. I believe they did come because we were still running PM at the time alongside it, so they probably came for that as well. But Smash 4 was a crazy bracket. I know I had to play Benchy J round 1, and he's like a really good player right now, obviously. Oh, hell yeah, that's Winter Mission 2, though.
I got the
that's
Wii U one. I'll send you the Wii U one. I'll send it to you in Discord.
Okay.
Yeah.
Send it to Colin, so it's open.
Yo, Hippo.
Yeah, Colin, if you want to open up this one, I just sent you the Wii U one.
I had to play Ben Randall in this bracket in quarters.
Oh, it was before he was Shucky?
Yeah, this was like, he barely even played this game at the time, I'm pretty sure.
Yo,
I think he played DDD against me or something.
Look at the bottom match, Nat versus Happy Dad. That's
round 1. Traveled over together all the way to Monk.
Yeah. That's some shitty shit.
Yeah, so this bracket wasn't huge, but it was pretty big for like, compared to like some of our like more local ones.
We had a couple big ones for CSA, but nothing as cool as this one for sure.
Yeah. So this was pretty crazy. Me and Chris played in semis. Chris was 11th seed. I have no clue why. But we didn't really know anyone at the time. I don't even know why I'm seeded so high, because that was like my first actual tournament, like as a Smash 4 player. But I beat Chris, and then I cheated a game off of Evan with his fucking me. And then I think Chris came around on the loser side and ended up upsetting me and winning that tournament. And that kind of like established like the top three for our PR for the coming, probably the next year or so, barring Niall. Jeff was on there as well and big at the time. The next big event we had after that one was probably like the first UMB weekly that we started running at UMB, and this was before I think St. John had their revival, and I don't think Moncton was running Smash 4 events at the time, so we had everybody from like every city coming to one place for the first time in a while, which was kind of wild. So that was where we got a lot of like mingling and like interconnectivity between the cities, I think, at least for Smash 4 at the time. So I think that was super crucial. I know that was like Malachi's first event. He fucked me up on the winner's side. And I know like Nat, and that was where Keith came in, I think. That was probably Keith's first event, who's obviously like super prominent now. Were those early those early UMB weeklies. So
yeah, lots of people showed up then. Malachi, Morin, as he's known. Man, that was huge. Yeah, famous there for sure. I'm looking at some of the early ones right.
Yeah, I think I sent you pictures for that too, from those first like.
Oh, okay.
Just to like, I don't know, show like the size and like how wacky it is. You can see a little young Catalyst in the background of one of them. I don't know if you can feed those over to Colin or not, but
yeah, just toss them over Facebook and I'll put them up.
Yeah, so those events were like really big for like intermingling our scenes, and I think that's when we started having more like established TOs and things like that as well.
Yeah,
and like
this is when we hit our stride, I think, right? Like
yeah, early 2015 we started getting really big events, and the one that I wanted to speak to was the Shines for Grinds one, because that was the first time that I TO'd an event. And that was a fundraiser that I did for the Isaac Miller Skate Park, which was like a skate park they were building for one of the skaters in Fredericton who passed away. So I thought that we could do like a gaming thing to kind of like fundraise for them. We did a lot of
Trying to find the
advertising for
stuff.
that event.
Because I know there were medals for sure for that.
Yeah, I got medals, and we did a lot of advertising. So that was when I know Mark. That was the first time I met Mark, the Bathurst TO, Psyche, and a bunch of people came out to that one. I think that was J2K's first tournament as well, who's obviously prominent on our PR and stuff now as well. Yeah, that was a really big event. Just because we made like a trailer and did all sorts of like physical advertising and stuff. I
There's
think
a
we
lot
had
of
like
shit.
60 or 70 entrants that we crammed into our little weekly room at UMB, and we did it in one day. So
I just sent Colin another PR we can look at.
All right.
The February one for 2015.
How do you save? Oh my god, this one is.
You can calm the fuck down, buddy.
Listen, can you not cuss on my stream?
No, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, brother.
Trying to find other ones too.
These things fucking filled out, eh?
Yeah.
Even
sure.
look at that juicy 64 PR.
I don't know what there's really to say about this. This is after Boom left, obviously, because he's not on the 64 PR. I think he was gone at this point. I believe at the bottom of 64, I think that is Eric Douglas, who is very important to the scene in MB. He hosted a lot of big tournaments.
I love Eric Douglas.
Yeah, Dougie, you gotta love Dougie. Dougie's the man. He very important in starting the Storm stuff that's happening, and a lot of stuff in MB now. Especially like the Gommel bus at the time too. He's huge in that, so it's very important. Yeah. Lots to say, but also not a lot. Everything kind of kept about the same PR wise, like Squidward always at the top, obviously. I played a lot of Pikachu. That's about all you need to know about this.
My favorite is Keith. He's doing well considering the fucking character he uses, but in time he will join the dark side.
Yeah, these PRs were all a nightmare to make. That's all I want to say. And I know that I saw the NS people talking about voting PRs again. Don't do that. It was an absolute terror, and everyone is always upset about the result because it's so, I don't know. It's so hard just when the cities are just so far apart.
Yeah, we kind of can't, but if we had just one city, I would rather do Elo for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can agree with that. This PR is really nice. I like it.
Yeah, it's pretty shitty, but that's fine. Well, I don't think there's too much else other than FGX that year, and then the trip we did, right?
FGX that year, custom DK.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the whole. That was a huge thing in Nova Scotia. Was the custom? Was it custom 3 stock? Is what you guys were rocking?
Oh shit, I don't even remember. We did a lot of crazy stuff.
Well, it was okay around 2015 because that's Evo was doing the same thing. They did the customs.
Yeah, because that's the one me and Raziek were at, and they definitely had customs there.
Yeah, that's up there with, like, not well. Actually, no. The worst Smash Evo was the 2008 Brawl one. That was fucking terrible, where they had items on. But customs at Evo is a pretty suspect decision. But the game was so young, right? Like we hadn't really figured out what we wanted. So.
Yeah. So this is cool, and then we can kind of start getting into like I wouldn't say rivalry, but kind of Evan versus NS for a long time. In Smash 4.
Oh man, he's so good. I hate you.
Yeah, so that was kind of a big deal. That was the only representation we really had in Smash 4 at the time. Our melee guys were good. Obviously 64 at the time was a breeze. And by that I mean I don't know if NS had a melee or a 64 scene at the time. So But aside from that, Smash 4 and Melee, the two big games, I think. Well, I guess PM was pretty big too. PM was interesting, obviously, too, because of PEI, but the two big games, Smash 4 and Melee, were like, I don't know. It was weird. It was really weird that we suck so much at Smash 4. You guys were so much better.
Yeah, but I mean, fucking Evan was winning every tournament for like, I don't know. Frag 16 or 2016 was the first time in a while that he dropped a major. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, something like that.
And he still got third, and he didn't like. It wasn't his best, obviously. He wasn't really playing that much, but like it took a long time to dethrone that motherfucker.
Yeah. So that's that was something, I guess. Aside from that, I think the only other thing for MB that year was our trip to the big house, right, Keaton?
Yeah.
Do you wanna talk about the Logan story?
What the fuck is the Logan story?
Okay, I'll talk about the Logan story because it's funny and it's like lighthearted and as depressing as PRs. So we go to Big House. It's Flip, Jp3, the guy in this call, me, Nat, Red Young Link in the chat, and Logan Adams, who was the guy in the middle of that earlier picture. And we go to Big House, and Jer rents some sort of like Chrysler car, and we all get into this rental car.
The plates are from Newfoundland too, which is weird.
Yeah, it's just the whole thing is really wacky. I'm riding in the middle seat the whole way there. I lost all the feeling in my ass for 2 days.
And just for context, Logan is Logie or Logie in the Smash 4 PR that's pulled up right now at the very bottom of Smash 4.
Fucking Pac-Man, Rosa Pac-Man.
Yeah, so he's there. So we drive to Toronto. We go through Montreal and Toronto, and we go down towards Michigan, and we get to the border, and the border guy is like one of the most stiff border guys I've ever met in my life. Just like absolutely no bullshit.
Like, you know how, like, the way I describe it is, you know how like you go by those cops sometimes, or like you meet a cop, or even on the border, like going into the States, or like coming out of the States going into Canada especially, they're just like the nicest dudes, and it's like it doesn't really look like they're doing their job. Does that make sense? Like they're just kind of like half-assing it, which is good for us. This guy did his fucking job more than anything I've ever seen. This guy was like,
he's on that grind.
For a promotion. He was looking for a fucking promotion at 4 a.m. on this border.
Yeah, it's so late, and he's like grilling us about everything. He's like, "What are you guys doing coming into there?" And Jared's like, "Oh, we're going to like play video games." And then he's like, "Well, where are you from?" We're like, "Oh, we're from New Brunswick." And the guy's like, "Hell, are you like driving all the way to Michigan to play video games for in this fucking video game tournament?" Like he doesn't get it. He doesn't vibe with it. He's not feeling it. I think he thinks like something weird is going on because it's like two like mid-20s in the front, and I'm like probably like 19 at the time or like 20. Yeah. And Logan is like young. He's a minor, which is the whole point of this story. And then Nat's in the back too, and Nat's a little bit older than Jesse, I think, at the time. So the whole car is just like really ragtag, looks super weird. We're in this weird rental car with newbie plates, and I'm just shoving Tim Hortons in my face, trying to fucking not look at the guy because he's just like scaring the hell out of me.
He's scary. He really is scary too.
He's asking about everything, and
like if you pull up Mean Cop on Google image search right now, you will find him. I guarantee he's in the top 5 search results. Promise you this.
All right.
And so he starts asking. He's like, "Oh, you guys got passports, whatever." And then he's looking at Logan. He's giving Logan the stink eye, and he's like, "You got your letter or whatever?" Because when you're a minor and you go into the States, you're supposed to have like a letter from your parents saying that like, "Yeah, I know my kid's going to the States and he's not getting kidnapped by these freaky ass 20-somethings going to a video game tournament." Anyway, Logan's parents never wrote him a letter, and we drove 12 hours to the border across Canada, and Logan doesn't have his fucking papers.
Oh, it was more than that, wasn't it? Like 16?
16, I don't know. So Logan doesn't have his papers, and
He doesn't have a
He
fucking
just
letter
he
from his
doesn't
parents saying,
he
"Go."
doesn't buy it. He's like Logan's like in shambles. He's sweating real hard, and then this like security guy is like, "Oh, why should I let you into my country?"
That's
like,
him. You found a picture of him. I don't know.
he's like, "Why should I let you into my country?" And he's just grilling Logan. He lets us in. We sweet talk him into letting us in somehow, and then we.
Well, it's because Logan had like a Medicare thing. Like his parents bought him insurance, and that's how they let him through. But yeah, he was like, it was fucking scary. He looks. I don't know who. I think Jeremy was driving, and he looks Jerry in the eye, and he's like, "Oh my god, I think there was like a mist behind him or like a fog. Like I thought we were gonna get murdered by this cop. Like it was evil." He looked at Jerry right in the eyes, and he's like, "Why should I let you in my country?"
Holy fuck!
We're gonna get fucked.
This is Trump's America before Trump's America.
Yeah, it was
that guy
wild.
voted Trump for sure. Like he voted twice. Like I don't know how, but
And then it's like, and then that guy became Mike Pence or some fucking shit like that.
And the funniest part about that is the way back we get the guy like the Canadian border security guard. He's like, "Oh, welcome home, guys. Come on in."
I
It was
know
like
the difference.
easiest 3 minutes.
See, we lucked out when we went to Apex 2014. The guy, like, he kind of thought we were fucking dweebs for going to a video game tournament, but he was like, he kind of knew like what video games were. I think someone said they used Lucario, or no, he said he used Lucario, and then we were all judging his opinion because we're like, Lucario's a shit character. But we kept our stage list or our tier list discussion to ourselves so we could get through the border. But yeah, it's yeah, I don't know, man. Like, people are fucking suspects.
America.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think I've only ever heard of like one Canadian border officer being a nightmare. Where the stereotype about Canadians is wildly true for the most part.
Yep. No, that's funny. Yeah, I just remember his eyes, man. The way he looked at me. Fuck, a fucking cop. But yeah, for 2015, I don't think there's much else for MB. I know. Well, we're definitely missing shit. And if anyone bringing it up, but we do have to kind of rush through this a little more because it's just getting late.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, we still gotta reminisce, my guy.
That's true. Oh my god, and there's so much more to talk about.
What was we'll talk about FGX. I just want to do a quick note. Actually, this is actually kind of after FGX, but a cool thing for the Maritimes that what? What are you laughing at?
I'm just laughing at Jared in chat.
Yeah, he said the passport guy wasn't giving, or
there is no laughter in this stream.
He wasn't gonna give our passports back, and Jared had to like ask him for it. That was funny too.
Jesus Christ, that's such a trying to do a power move or some shit. Fuck that. Anyways, a cool thing about 2015 in Smash is that the Maritimes got a huge bump in like people like saying like, oh look, there's fucking players over here. When Raz had a really good summer, Raziek went to Evo 2015. I think he got what, like 96th out of however many, like 1,500 people or whatever.
Oh yeah, he had a good couple tournaments.
He did, because then he got
later bit too.
He got sponsored because of that tournament because he did so well, and then with his sponsorship, he went to the Big House where he then took a game off TSM 0, who was on his undefeated streak.
That was at that Big House. I totally forgot that was at that event.
Yeah, and apparently, like, game one, I think he said, like, nobody really gave a fuck because they're like, oh, it's just some Robin, whatever. And then he took game one and he turned around and there was, like, 50 people crowded around the TV.
Yeah. That was
good.
I remember watching
he took game one and I was watching, like, the stage game or whatever. And I turn around and everyone's freaking out and I just see Jordan sitting there with 0. And I come around, or I think maybe like 0 took game one or something, but it was really close. Anyways, Raz takes the game off of 0's Sheik. And something that I remember that I thought was super funny was everyone wanted to see 0 lose at this point because he was so dominant. So like Raz comes in and everyone's freaking out. And Esam is playing, because this is pools, I think, or something, or like very early bracket. Esam's sitting there playing a pools match. And everyone's like, cheering against Zero. Like, let's go Raz, and most of these people, like, it's like us and then like Saman S, but like nobody really knows Raz. They're just like cheering for him. And Esam during his pool set starts going like, "Oh, let's go Zero" and shit while he's playing his pools match, just like totally disrespecting the hell out of the guy he's playing. I thought that's
actually, this is a story that happened to me at EGLX 2018. In my pool in winners, I had to play Supergirl Kells, and so we're playing game one's like kind of close or whatever, and then game two, her brother is in a set with Blanc.
Is that Jay?
Yeah, so it's Jay versus Blanc, the Bowser Jr. from Ontario. And fucking, oh my god, she has like 2 stocks, like mid percent. I'm on my last stock at high percent. She starts fucking like standing up in her chair in between like inputting moves to like look how her brother's doing, because their set's at like game 3 last hit. So she's like, she'll like hit me and then she'll just stop moving, and she was like standing up looking at me while I'm like fucking focused, like trying to get back into the game. I was like, oh my god, like she's so much better than me that she can fucking like oh, I guess I'm done. I tune out now.
I remember Evan almost beat her at was it Gommel 2016?
The one that I went to. So yeah, that would have been my last tournament before I quit. Yeah, Gommel 2016. He did. Chris also took a game off of I studying that. Riker took a game off of I studying that tournament as well. Like a ninja player.
Because he was I think that was after he did his like really good run at some European tournament. Event.
Yeah, the one where he beat Esam. It was like right after that they compendiumed him into Gommel, and then he plays Chris in like semis in his pools, and literally was so close to losing.
Chris is one of those guys that randomly will just fuck people up in like astounding fashion. Yeah, like I've seen there was that set. What was the set with him and Raz? What tournament was that? That was this year, or maybe it was.
Halley?
Was it Kings of Halley? I remember game 2. He was looking so crisp, and then he just like something fucking weird happened. But he was looking so good in the Cloud Ditto too, that's not an easy feat.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, all that shit, all that out of region shit is cool. I think kind of the next big tournament to talk about after that would be the Gommel trip, right? Like,
which one's that? The 2016 one?
Yeah, the 2016 one where we took the bus, right?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of went through everything on FGX 2015, right? The like customs and all that shit.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's too much more to say.
I remember fucking Squidward with his stupid ass Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess Gommel 2016. Because I couldn't get I have no connection to Gommel 2016 because I had a wedding to go to. And I wasn't allowed to dip, so I wasn't able to go to any of that. I was so bummed.
I think the big thing from the MB side was just like the amount of players that went from MB, and in general, I think the bus itself is really cool. So, Dougie, who we were talking about earlier, he kind of threw this together. He was kind of spearheading it, and it was 56 players from Atlanta, Canada, who went to Toronto to play this, and that's insane. Like that's a lot. That's a big number of our players that went to this, and that's not counting. Well, actually, is it counting? I don't remember how many people were on the bus at the time. Do you remember, Keaton? Because I forget.
I don't remember. It was packed though. I know NS was there too.
That's like,
I remember.
That's like a good percentage of the like total amount of entrants at Gommel that year.
Yeah, and like
taking
a lot of our top players too.
Taking up 10% of the fucking entrance is just the Maritimes. I mean, that's why the TOs and like people like TO Joe and shit, they love the Maritimes, because when you guys come out, you come out in force.
Yeah. And that's not counting the people who flew in too, like myself and stuff. So there's a lot. And there's a ton of pictures
you took a flight, you big boy.
Yeah, because I don't like dirty buses with dirty.
Yeah, you did take a flight, you freak.
Yeah, it's I don't know, it was a big deal, and honestly, I think Gommel 2016 was maybe maybe my favorite spectator event I've ever been to, just because of like the whole Nun thing, like him beating Mewtwo King and shit was huge.
Melee and Smash 4 were like such a good viewing experience.
Because didn't Ally win that too? Which was
Ally won
crazy.
that, and there was a bunch of really wacky sets. I know Larry Allure shine spiked M2K's Cloud with Fox, which was super weird. That was the first time someone did that in Smash 4.
And M2K was doing really good at that event in Smash 4 too. So that was cool. What else? I know Dougie commentated there, which is crazy. I know Dougie has a lot of good stories about this. He gave me just a list if I wanted to name them off, but I think it'd be better coming from him. Maybe if he's around, he can jump in later. I know Keith would too, if Keith wants to say anything here.
Yeah, if there's any Nova Scotia boys who want to try, if they have a story or something they want to say right quick, they're more than welcome to hop in too.
That'd be a good time, yeah. And if anyone does want to hop in, you gotta go to the MB Discord to do it.
Yeah. So if any of you guys left because you're salty about New Brunswick players, grow the fuck up.
When did Storm start too? Because I think that's another important part. Was that 2016?
I think it must be. I think Storm the Harbor that I remember was 2016 because I remember. Yeah, because Raz would have just started going Cloud like full time.
Yeah.
Only like a couple months in.
That was a big thing too for the community. Because that was our I don't know, our failed way. I don't know if it was failed. The failed way to get people to travel a little more. I think it worked out decently well. Could have been done a little better. So hopefully that's a little better in the future for us. Like Storm the Atlantic being like the finale of that was really cool.
I think
Kage came out for that and stuff.
I was about to say I liked that tournament because remember when Hippo beat Fork, who was having a pretty hot year?
Yes.
He got top 8 at EGLX. He was the only Canadian to do so at that tournament earlier in the year, and then Hippo got the big W.
Yeah, Hippo had a really good year, I think, in general. I think didn't he do really well in doubles at some
Big
other
House.
event?
At Big House, when we went to Big House, who'd he team with?
Oh fuck, they were static. I think for a little bit. Was it? It wasn't. No, never mind. I don't know who it was. Would have to get some Melee NS people in here to talk about that. Because that's a whole interesting story too. Is like how Melee NS has changed over the years. There's a lot to say, I think.
Colin, Jared says.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Was it Aquax at the time?
Maybe.
I don't remember. I know that they made it really far. They made
a
it to day 3. I think they lost to like Bladewise and Javi or something.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Pretty good run.
Yeah, 2016 MB. I think that's kind of it aside from the Storm stuff. So we had a ton of new players join. I don't want to like say that I'm not including people, but you know. I see Fuel is in the chat. Legend.
Few of them fellas. Yeah, I remember it was 2017 is when I started. I think when I first started seeing the names of people like Catalyst and J2K and those fellas.
Yeah, they were definitely there in 2015, but I think they started like becoming huge tournament threats. I think that's when MB was hitting its Smash 4.
Yeah.
Like, starting to hit its strides. It definitely didn't peak until the last like year-ish, but
yeah, like early 2016, Catalyst was coming like 9th at locals.
Yeah.
And then like mid 2016, I think at King of the John when we played in Grants. That was like probably early 2016, I guess, when he started getting better and we played in Grants at King of the John. And then, yeah, he started like rising up after that. I quit during that time, so I don't have much to say on that whole era, but.
And chat's mentioning Mar, and I think Mar is important too because he started in Smash 4 and he slowly became like the Melee player in MB right now. Which is also crazy. And he's top 3 for the most part, top 3, top 4 in MB.
He's fucking super good at I mean, I've only seen him play Smash 4 and Melee, but he's so good at both of those games. I expect him to do a shit ton of work in Ultimate. I'm looking forward to that.
It's actually gonna be crazy. I have him pinned for. I won't say anything on stream, but I have him pinned for the first few months at least, if not the first year. It's gonna be very dominant, I think.
Yeah, no, I can like. I also expect, you know, the usual suspects like Catalyst.
Let's do this at the end because I think that's more interesting. And you
Okay.
can talk about NS too.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, because I have a few people in mind that I think might find, because like there's people who were like start a little late and it feels like they're playing catch up, but with a new game they can kind of shine in a new way. So there's a few people that I think that maybe the like refreshing of the scene with a new game, they could like discover themselves and do something better.
Do we want to bring a Nova Scotia guy in and talk about 2016 Nova Scotia?
Yeah, are there any NS boys who want to pop in? Because I know for sure that a huge shift in like the Canadian landscape was when Vapor beat Black Twins at EGLX. That was pretty big because everyone kind of knew about Raziek from like the Big House stuff. Yeah, Raz, if you want to hop in for like a few minutes and just like give your perspective on what you thought we're talking like 2016 right now, right?
Yeah, 2016ish. And I think, do you want to bring up maybe a PR too from Nova Scotia? And I'll send you one for MB, and we can talk about MB after.
Yo, yeah, Mark, can you DM me like a good...
Actually, let's do the MB one right now since technically you talked about, and then you can do all in this 2016.
Yeah, Mark, hit me up with some 2016 PRs. I swear to God, if you send me that fucking waifu PR, I'm not putting it up on the screen. But yeah, we'll get Raz in. Because yeah, Raz has been around since the dawn of time, as we've talked about on this stream.
Alright, so I'll send you one from early-ish, and then I'll send you one from...
Ahoy.
Ahoy.
Is that your doggo?
Whose doggo? What?
Is that yours?
Which one?
You? Kate? Do you have a dog?
Me?
Who's talking?
No.
You all sound the same. All of you with your fucking Maritimer accents. You all sound the
What
same.
are you talking about, Colin?
It was Jordan that came in.
Who?
Raz came in.
Colin?
You're in already? I thought... What?
Yes, I'm in already.
All right, well, keep your fucking mouth shut till we talk about Nova Scotia. Oh, it's Jordan's dog. Okay, because I'm not looking at the Discord.
All right, load up that first picture I gave you. Let's talk about this.
You know what? No, this is the Colin North stream now. We're gonna watch. I'm even gonna name this file Colin North. It's so funny how I know how angry I make you just like as a person. What did I save this to? Desktop? No, quick access.
What are you doing, bud? Come on.
Will you shut your damn sweet pot? Oh yeah, I forgot that Jp3 used Cloud for a little bit. Dark Side of the Moon over here.
Yeah, because I just wanted to play him, and then he turned out to be a god. So this is interesting, I think, because I wouldn't say this is like the tippity top. I think this is like a few months maybe after Smash 4 started not dying, but like it started getting a little slower in Fredericton. The other scenes were still on their come-ups, like Moncton was about to explode if it didn't already. St. John was about to be a powerhouse, but Fredericton was kind of slowly whittling, I think, at this point. This is probably the last PR that Niall's on. Keaton also 2 dips after this, I don't think too long after. So things change a lot, and we start to see the rise of, as you can see, Brolin Bids, good old Catalyst. He is on the rise here. This is probably his highest point. The rise of Famous is coming. Benji J, amazing player. Then we have like the people who've kind of always been on there. Myself, Morin, Riot. We got old Robo Puppies, and I know St. John has some things about to say. Good old Robo Puppies. But yeah, this is early. Sorry, this is early 2016. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, this is a big deal. You see I Am Error in the honorable mentions. He's TO in Moncton. One of the reasons why the scene's doing as well as it is, for sure. I guess Moncton kind of, I don't know, everyone pitched into Moncton and made that scene work, but that's another story. But yeah, that's early 2016. Do you have any comments on this, Keaton?
This is my favorite PR because it's the highest I ever was. That's all I have to say. No,
You're coming back, buddy. We're all coming back.
I
alright?
I don't know.
He's got to pick a character first.
It's interesting. We're not going to talk about that right now.
That's a discussion for another stream if you go to the Keaton stream.
Yeah, this PR is interesting. The bottom half is really just a lot of like Fredericton players that were just locals that we just kind of like filled in to make top 16, I guess. I think like top, other than like maybe Benji like pulled up
these
a lot.
These
but-
ones are going to be Freddy buys.
Yeah,
For sure,
because that's where everything was. So like we had more bottom end. Mar being 6 on here is kind of wacky. And I miss
This
Jeff.
must have been his first one. I don't know.
I sent when we were having this conversation, or when we were on stream earlier talking about Brawl. I sent my good buddy Jeffrey Brown a DM, Niall, who's on this PR, and I said, "Are you coming back so we can team again in Ultimate?" And he said, "Yeah, I'll be around for some Smash Ultimate." So.
The first like
Niall.
the first like 6 months to a year of Ultimate are gonna be so fucking wild. Oh my god.
Yeah, I can't wait till we talk about that. That's going to be good. Yeah.
Boys, Gommel 2019.
100
stoked.
I'm not teaming. I'm not teaming with you though. I'm not.
Why not? You're gonna find another Ganon to team with.
Yeah, I want to find
Bring Nicey Art back.
I want to find another Ganon that's gonna get inside me.
He's the only guy who you're allowed to team with. That's not me.
Do you remember? I remember that.
Maybe Razzie. Maybe if you want to.
Well, I'll team with Raziek if I want to win the tournament. But if I want to send a message, I'll team with you.
Fair enough. Do you want to pull up the other one? We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Let's get into Nova Scotia.
I just saved that. Check it out.
I should also mention we really should have a PEI guy in here. It's kind of not fair, and I kind of feel bad. But
Yo, Bob Champ, get the fuck in here.
yeah, PEI was on the fucking rise at this time too. They were coming out to stuff. So
Either that or is Brett around, maybe?
No, can we get Toast in?
Do not speak his name.
Can we get Toast? Can we get Toasted Toast in the stream, please?
So this PR is important because this is for me personally too, because I switched to Ganon for this PR. This is like when I started. I started a little bit before this, but basically, yeah, this is it's a big deal PR for us. I think after this, Evan stopped coming out to stuff.
That sounds about right.
Catalyst is kind of securing his spot as a top 2, top 3 player. Same with Mar. You see Felix, who was like not the Moncton player because we had Evan, but one of the Moncton threats that was on the rise. ACSL, rest in peace.
He moved. He's still alive.
He's alive. He just moved.
I was gonna say, did I kill him after the set at Summerstorm?
Oh, buddy. We've seen the boy himself, Seasalt, legend, currently sleeping. It was past his bedtime. Rest in peace as well to him.
I always found ACSL. I always found ACSL really fun to watch when I just like watch VODs and shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's something about the way that Falcon was moving.
Other couple points I just want to make on this one really quick. This is actually probably the last PR that has Famous as player. His little Mac is very happily dead and will probably never come back.
I want that.
And yeah, me too. The other thing on here is So being on the come up here is huge because he is like a mainstay top 4 player now. Well, ever since he switched, it's been a little rocky, but I think when he was really at his height and when he was really trying his best, he was up here for sure. Also, shoutouts to Hero Pawn. We were the doubles team in MB. Fuck you, Keith. We were the doubles team for a very long time. So shoutouts to my boy.
I gotta say, I really gotta give shoutouts to Keith for holding that, like, for being a top 5 player with that fucking character. Like, I know there's no like clouds or anything that are like totally ruining his life here, but I don't know. I find that to be a pretty cool accomplishment.
Well, he was doing it when me and Chris were playing Cloud, so he endured.
No, yeah, like I actually, like I've said this a number of times, but like when Keith is cooking, I find him to be one of the toughest people to fight. Like I think he's really, really good.
Yeah, for sure. So it's a big deal PR for us.
Yeah, you can see like the shifting landscape really well.
Yeah. And this kind of set forth kind of the rise of MB a little bit too.
Yeah, look at all these young gun talents that are coming. You got Catalyst, Mar.
I think it is Axel Fuel. I'm pretty sure it is Axel, but nobody says it, so. Except for St. John people, I'm sure. But yeah, I don't know what to say about this. I think it's Nova Scotia time.
Nova Scotia time? All right. Mark just sent me all the goodies. I think it's.
Oh, so I gotta pay attention now.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't worry. I'll make all the history. Open the shit. What the fuck? How do you open this without? I don't have WinZip.
How the fuck do you not have a file extractor, Colin?
Whatever. I'll do it the old way. Actually, yeah, I can just drag them over and open them one by one. I don't even need to download this. I don't need this shit on my computer. I swear to God, if the waifu PR is in here, is this in? Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so these are all the. Which one's the waifu PR? You better tell me now, Mark. I swear to God. Let's start with this one though. This is the first PR on the list. So look at you, boy. This is if it's May 2016, is this probably the last time it's a solo Robin on this thing?
Probably, because May 2016 would have been right before the Gommel where I dropped her. So are we just skipping the are we skipping the pre-DLC era? Like the before the Vapor and Asprey era?
Well, we kind of already went through like the 2015, like we didn't really touch too much on NS, but it was kind of I guess we're just going to go through images and sort of, because this is more where more people are going to be sort of familiar, but we can give some more insights. So
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So like, yeah, I guess like Gommel 2016 onwards is where we're at now. So
Chat's saying zoom the image, Colin. Zoom it in.
nah, I'm gonna leave it exact. That should be good, right?
I'm just waiting for the stream to catch up to see if that is zoomed sufficiently. Yes, that's good. Okay, so talking about this, so this is spring 2016, which Gommel was in May this year. So this is either just after or just before Gommel. I forget which. But this is after the DLC has hit, because Cloud dropped in December of 2015, and then Corin and Bayo in February. So that was we had Vapor and Asprey show up and make their crash into the scene along with Frey and Craterize and all the people who weren't from the Brawl days. That all happened in 2015. So then early this year was when characters started shifting around, based on DLC, of course. So this was the last PR I think you see my Robin on, because I went to Genesis, got clapped by a Diddy from the UK, and then was just like, I'm tired of losing to good characters because I'm playing a bad character. And that's when I started the process of gradually killing off Robin in favor of Cloud and Corin, and which eventually became just Cloud.
Yeah. That seemed, yeah, that's ultimately a very smart decision.
Yeah. So yeah, by May that time, I did play Robin and Cloud at that Gommel, and then basically dropped Robin after Gommel. Because that was the Gommel at which I got 17th, I think, losing to Darkwolf and to Nairo. And Nairo absolutely pushed my shit in.
Little side note, if we're talking about that, because I was just at Canada Cup and I was hanging out with Armin, who goes by the tag of Astro.
A1.
No,
okay.
I played A1 in tournament. That was who I had to play to get into top 32. We had a fucking super tight set. His Robin's awesome. But I had to. So Astro is a Lucario main. So I don't know how many, if people are still relatively new, they probably don't know him. But Astro is a Lucario main who ended up getting 13th. Was the highest placing Ontario player. Probably the highest, one of the highest placing Canadians aside from like.
He was the one Dylan almost beat, right?
That's it. So that's what I was just about to get to was Astro beat False, who was having a really hot year. I believe who else did? JJ Rockets was also a victim of Astro in that losers run. But what people don't know is that before top 32, Dylan, you can actually watch this set online. Dylan Asprey played Astro, and game 1 was like 60 seconds of just Dylan destroying Astro. It was fucking disgusting. I know the set was like the game 1 was not even close, and then game 2 he was up, like he got the first stock, and then he was still at like 90%, and then he got Astro up to 90% on Astro's last stock, and then Lucario things happened, and then Astro.
Yeah, he blocked a Shadow Ball that broke his shield when he would have just been better off taking the hit.
Yeah.
And lost because of it.
Yeah, because wasn't he only like 20% or some shit?
Yep, and he died to a fully charged or a Lucario F smash.
Yeah, and then game 3 was still pretty close, but there was definitely, I feel like there must have been a tiny bit of a tilt factor. I think you'd have to be a fucking Zen master to not let that bother you a little bit.
I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah, like whatever. I've been going to tournaments for 10 years. I don't consider myself a salt lord, but holy fuck, I would be like, fuck this game. So
talking about this PR though, getting into actual things that aren't Gommel or just me.
Yeah.
Brian at second here, Vapor, fresh off the Kings of Halley win, or the second place. It was second place at that one, because that was the one Simmons won. I think my timeline's not wrong, right? My memory's kind of bad.
Sounds good to me.
I think you're right.
Okay, yeah.
Who's that? Who is that?
I'm still here.
Hayden's just lurking. All right, yeah, continue.
Yeah, so Brian in second place, to Simmons who got first, and then Dylan closing out the top 4. Blake hadn't quite achieved his rise into the solid top 5 position yet, so he's sitting down there at number 7.
That's so fucking weird. Like, I know obviously like people have to rise and stuff, but it's very odd seeing like Blake that low. And it's also weird to see Craterize still using Pikachu, but yeah.
Aaron's still up here at number 5, still playing Rob. Bayo hasn't entered his repertoire at this point, I don't think, or if it had just started.
Well, this is actually because I remember I think EGLX right after EGLX was when the Bayo nerf. I'm using heavy quotation marks when I say that. When it occurred, and so a lot of people weren't really dolling up with her a whole lot. Because I remember it wasn't until the Pink Fresh set that people started really labbing her again, which was in like June, I think. The Pink Fresh versus Mars. So yeah, like a lot of people weren't really fucking with Bayo right away.
Oh yeah, because the patch happened right before Gommel. I forgot about that.
Yeah, and so and everyone remember the famous ESAM like Bayo's mid tier. So like a lot there was like a brief couple weeks where people just wrote her off. So yeah, I think that's explaining why none of these people have fucked with the lady yet. But she's coming. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah. So, Aaron here, Jesse at 6th. Aaron and Jesse will you'll see gradually drop over time due to declining attendance and other people pushing them down. Primarily Blake will jump up a couple spots. And Nick is still on here at number 9. That continues to decline due to relative not caring that much. And this was before Crip disappeared into the rural Parsboro nowhere. So he was still on the PR at number 10. I don't know if there's much else to say about this one. We can probably move to the next one.
Sure thing, baby. Where's my mouse? What the fuck am I doing here? So now we're going all the way to August 26th. This is the fucking waifu PR. Okay. Oh, this is a nice one. It's a damn Kirby one. I'm gonna have to do a bit of scrolling though, so because it's a horizontal one.
These PRs were so good. These PRs were so good.
Can we all give a shout out to Mark?
Yes, please. They're so good.
So this one there weren't too many major shifts in this one. I was still holding the Iron Grip at number 1, which doesn't go away for at least another few more months. Vapor holding number 2. Asprey moved Croy down to 4, jumping up to 3. Blake's now in top 5 at this point with number 5. Then Jesse and Aaron holding down 6 and 7 for Old Guard with Nick at 8. I now need you to scroll.
You got it. Oh, I see. Oh, I see Mark.
Yeah, this I think is the first one Mark gets onto, and Roma's sitting at 10. Roma's score tends to not reflect how good he actually is because his score decays and he didn't attend very much. So like a lot of these he's on and he'll probably be sitting somewhere between 6 and 10, and it's solely because he went to like 1 to 3 events per that PR period, and then there's eventually a point where we're like, okay, you have to actually go to stuff if you're going to be on the PR, and he disappears.
Yeah. I see my boy Adaman as the HM though. That's happy.
I was just about to call him out.
And Kyler before he fucked off to Japan.
I don't think I ever got to meet Kyler.
You might not have, unless you met him at, I guess maybe Frag 11. I forget exactly when he left at that point, because he was gone for a year for his placement, and then back for a little bit, and then left again permanently.
This one, yeah. Oh, do you want me to move to the next one? Because there's not a whole lot.
Well, I was just going to address one thing before this, which was Nick's character selection.
Yeah.
On the previous one, he was playing Villager, and this one was when he was Hill Hank. Not to be confused with Hank Hill. It's Hill, Hank.
Oh, Christ. I remember these days.
The miniature custom me brawler. I think it was still miniature at that point. We still let him have the size. That went away eventually. I forget when. But that shit was nonsense.
What a goon.
Yeah, you can see Bayo has now appeared on the secondary for Aaron. Mark still playing Kirby, and also Ike. Kirby will eventually disappear. Yeah, Dylan, both Falcon and Cloud. Brian playing just Corrin at that point. I think Greninja's dead. And for this one, I had dropped Robin. I don't think she... Okay, she's listed in my secondary still, but yeah.
Can we talk about how this is probably a little over Nick being 10 years in the Smash community at the time of this power ranking? That's crazy.
Yep, pretty much, because he started around 2006. So yeah, that would be about his 10-year anniversary.
That's pretty crazy.
And
he's still PR'd.
I'm very, because I know we obviously give a lot of credit where it's due to people like Evan Dennis for being able to play multiple games, but Nick Best is very much in that camp, and he's always been able to be, if he puts in enough time and learns enough, he can compete.
Well, his PM run at Storm the Atlantic was legendary. Same with FGX too. Anytime he goes to any of these tournaments, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And like I mentioned, he almost made top 64 at Apex for PM, and that was one of PM's most hyped tournaments forever.
What a gourd! What an absolute fucking gourd!
What a fucking beauty! I love Nick Best, and I also loved him because every time we played in Melee, he would body me for 3 stocks and then SG 4 of them, so then I never lost. Love you, Nick.
That reminds me of the 3DS frag where I beat Nick without taking any stocks. He SD'd literally all of them.
That sounds about. That's Nick Best, right? He outplays you, but then he outplays himself more. So
it was a 3-stock game because we were still using 3-stock at that point. It was a best of 3. The first game was Sheik versus Robin on Yoshi's Island Brawl. He SD'd all 3 of his stocks. Then game 2, I did the strangest thing that you'll ever hear me say in my Smash career, which is I counterpicked him to Tomodachi Life, and I went Dark Pit.
Oh, that's funny. If we bring up
the only
Gommel
time
27,
I ever played Pit in tournament that I can recall, and he switched to Greninja. Kept doing side B too close to the bottom blast zone because it's really shallow.
Yeah.
SD'd his first 2 stocks in that manner and then closed the 3DS and got up and left.
Oh,
Hey, I've
that's
just been listening in, but did you say you counterpicked him to Tomodachi Life?
You heard me.
Alright, I just want to make sure I heard that right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be gone now.
Yeah.
It was
All right.
3DS frag. Give
All
me a
right,
break.
guys. It's been a great stream. Everybody unfollow Raz on Twitter. No, yeah, that's he 100% is like it's been like that for every single game. It's just unfortunate he SDs all of his shit. But
the Nick that's why we call it the Nick Best.
It's been called the Nick Best since, as far as I remember. We used to call it back in like 2010. I'm almost positive, and I think it's just stuck because he's not giving us any reason to think it's gonna change.
So we could probably jump to the next image when you're ready.
Yeah. How do you go back? I got it. All PRs. So this one's gonna jump to. I don't know if this is before or after the frag I went to, but it's November 2016. This is a really nice one. Holy shit. I'm gonna do some. I'll probably do some side scrolling.
Yeah, this one. This was the Granblue theme PR. I love this one. This one was my desktop background for like 2 years.
Oh,
This one's
it's
my
at the
favorite
bottom.
one. It's so well done. Holy shit.
How the fuck do I scroll with this? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so I think this is either.
This is really cool.
This is getting close to where I get knocked out of first. I forget if it's after this one or the one after that. This is my personal favorite PR aesthetically.
This is yeah. I was about to say this is a fucking outstanding power. So so we're clear, Mark Endo Richie to Blue One made all of them.
Yes.
Okay. Can we get some marks in the chat? Because he's fucking awesome. This is great.
Let's go, Mark. Woo.
Mark.
But yeah. So again, this is pretty much more of the same. The top 5 is the exact same 5 people as the last PR, playing exactly the same characters. Though Cloud moved back into primary from secondary on Dylan's case, because he was basically always playing DK, Falcon, and Cloud. It's just a matter of who was the flavor of the month.
Mm-hmm.
So he's back on Cloud at this point. You can see Falcon is still in there. DK actually hasn't hit the scene at this point. Blake pretending that he played Samus and Link, but never really did. They were just on his PR. Simmons there. Roma up at 6th, which is I think the highest he ever made it, just because activity can only get you so far if you're not going to frequent weeklies. Both Aaron and Jesse listed as Bayonettas, signaling the beginning of the Dark Ages. Friggin' Lysith hitting his first PR back when he was known as Andy. With fucking DDD, somehow made it onto the PR.
That's a pretty great accomplishment.
Yeah, making it onto the PR playing DDD is fucking impressive. He, fortunately for him, made some good decisions and stopped playing DDD not too long after this. Mark holding it down at number 10, and then, yes, we have some more foreshadowing, which is the young TP Balo sitting in the honorable mention slot. When did you say this was? November 16?
Yeah, November 2016.
Yeah, so this was fall 2016. So yeah, this is basically 2 years ago, and now Bailey is pretty much number 1 on the PR. So that definitely will accelerate quickly, as you'll begin to see in the coming PRs. Yeah, Adamant floating around at number 10. I think he'll make it onto either number 9 or number 10 in one of the coming PRs, and he kind of sits around that general range. This, I believe, is also before a few other people started to make their way up. Ones that you'll see pop on to PRs later on include Sham Savior and Teyuda.
Oh, yeah.
Who both fight into that lower end of the PR area as other people move up and down around it, and Chris Roma disappears from the face of the earth because of the activity rules. But yeah, once again, to reiterate, this PR is fucking gorgeous, and I hope Mark does another one like it someday.
Please
No.
fucking do. They're so good.
Mark, you're a darn hero. So that's the end of 2016. We're getting pretty close to present time, which means the stream's about to be wrapped up. How do we want to approach, like, the last little bit of maritime history?
Do we want to?
Well, I've got to go to sleep fairly soonish, so I can just if we want to knock out the last of the PRs that we have for Nova Scotia, I can take off
do
after
like
that.
the last couple of PRs for Nova Scotia, and then I'll do the last couple for MB and talk ultimate predictions. We'll get Keith in here for that.
Okay, sounds good. So, do we want?
Yeah, I'll help out with ultimate stuff as well. I'll stay up for that.
So we want NS predictions too, for sure.
So, also just a quick little thing. Happy birthday to Mark and Richie, because I forgot it was his birthday today.
Oh my god.
Mark. Do we want to do all four? Or can I just pick one 2017 one and one 2018 one, or like how drastically do they change?
We'll just run through them rapid fire. There's not a whole lot of changes.
Do I have to click? Isn't the March one the fucking?
Just click it, Colin.
Jesus Christ. This is gonna get I'm gonna get fucking flagged by Twitch.
Clearly.
Can you zoom out? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so this is the waifu PR, the infamous waifu PR that everybody gives us too much shit for, even though there are several other regions that also did waifu PRs.
I would give them shit too, don't worry.
But yeah, running through this quickly, I'm still holding number 1. This is in March 2017. Frey has moved up to number 2 over Vapor at this point. But I'm basically gatekeeping DBK at this point out of top 1 because they're holding down 2, 3, 4, and then Croy's sitting at 5 for like 3 PRs in a row, 3 or 4. Then yeah, you've got Drake and Jesse still hanging around at 6 and 8. Mark has moved up to 7. Balo's now on the PR proper at number 9, as well as Adamant makes his way into number 10, and then we get Titus River, Dylan Kerfont showing up as an honorable mention for this one. Yeah, we can move on to hurry since people don't like waifus and we're short on time.
Who's the fucking lady that Jesse Edmund picked?
I don't know. Some real actual person.
From Game of Thrones, interesting. Yeah, I want to give a huge shout out to Titus River and his wicked ass Charizard. I find it's really, really good. And yeah, unfortunately, I see the rise of the Bayos. Ugh.
It's coming.
What's coming?
The Bayo, buddy. She's coming.
Yeah. Onwards. Next one.
Why is this one all images? The September 2017 PR is all images. I guess
that's because Mark did individual player cards, which was neat because he rated everybody on a couple different stat categories.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, we'll fly through these quick. So
yeah.
This is yours.
Yeah. So this was September 2017, which was the summer that I was living in Picton in Ontario.
Right.
With when I went with Steph. So I was marked as inactive for that one. I was ranked first on the Kingston PR during the time that I was there. But yeah, so I was still on in spirit at number 0. I believe next on the list was I think Dylan was just below me for this one.
Nah, it's your boy. It's the Fox.
Is it Brian? Oh, it's still the Fox. Okay. Yeah. So Blake at number 2, still playing Fox. Then Brian after that. Oh yes. Thank you, Brian. Blake won Storm the Harbor while I was away in the summer, so that was the big thing that kept him at number 1.
So we'll pop down. Now we're at Vapor.
Yeah. So this again is pretty much more of the same. DBK locking down 2, 3, and then I'm pretty sure Dylan has number 4. Is Brian officially marked as Bayo? Nope, but it's on his card. So this is before Bayo became the main, but she now exists.
The stat, yeah, I really do like the stat lines, or like the triangle with like the 3 different things.
Yeah, it was basically just an arbitrary, neat little flavor thing of like how much the person focuses on like optimal play, like adhering to frame data and frame trapping and that kind of thing, and like reads and whatnot, which I thought was a neat touch. It basically gave a little more sense of the player personality. As you can see, Dylan has the full-on category in the reads.
Yeah, the instinct on this fucking player. He's so crazy. I love him.
Yeah. DK has now appeared at this point with the silver border, denoting a secondary.
Right.
Simmons, I'm pretty sure, is holding down the next spot.
No, buddy, it's your boys. The Sheik is on the rise. He goes up 5 spots.
Oh, Balo already? Jesus.
2017, man. It was a good year for the kid.
God damn. Yeah, so Balo jumping 5 spots to number 4. I don't think he falls lower than this after this point.
No, because I think he wins the next frag, which is in a couple months from this PR. So
yeah, that's the one he wins over me.
Cool. The next one is actually surprisingly, what's his name? Drake popped up. He goes up 1 rank.
Oh, he passed Simmons on this one.
Yeah. So, and yeah, I agree 100% with the stat line that we gave this guy.
Yeah, that's about right. Aaron has never really been one for hard reads.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, he like Aaron was telling me like he's always said that he knows that he probably won't clutch out tournaments, but he knows that he can still compete and get big wins here and there, which I respect. And he's proven that.
Yeah, I would say that's very accurate.
But and he's proven he can do it for sure. He's still there. Craterize.
Yeah, Roma not yet booted off for activity. And he had a fox on there? I don't remember that, but sure. Why not?
I also love how he's pretty even keeled on every stat line. That actually, it feels like that when I play against him. So now we're at Croy.
Yeah, so it's still rocking the Duck Hunt, though I believe the Diddy and Sonic are both listed on secondaries, probably.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
My guy, Croy has fucking dynamite execution, never drop an input, tech heavy, and coordinated. Fuck yeah. Check out.
Well, those are the descriptions of the categories. It says that on every card, so it's just like.
But I mean, his is sharp as.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, my man's is good. Go down. Now we get to blue one.
Yeah, Mark starts to move up in a couple of the later PRs, but he never really quite broke the top 5 barrier, so to speak. I think the highest he gets is 6th.
Yeah.
If memory serves.
Yeah, we will probably see. I know. Went through it. We were talking yesterday on Discord, and in our chat history was a link to that tournament where he got 2nd and he made it to Grand's winners.
Was that the one where I crushed his dream from losers?
No, I'm pretty sure it was Vapor, wasn't it? Wasn't it Vapor came back? I don't think you were at that tournament.
Oh, okay, that's probably That makes more sense. That rings a bell now. Yeah, Lyseth coming on here with the Bowser, which, this is at the point where he's off of DDD at this point and is exploring his other characters. Bowser kind of took the forefront for a little bit because he's a little bit easier than Mewtwo, and then later you'll see him shift into full main with the Mewtwo.
Yeah, he's gearing it up. It's in the lab. So then we have Adamant.
Yeah, which I don't think is a change from his rank on the previous one. I'm pretty sure he was also at number 10, just below Balo.
Yeah, he's the same. And yeah, I absolutely agree with the fact that his execution is beautiful. I love watching Adamant play. He's always been one of my favorite Maritimers to watch.
Yep.
And then Teuda, is this HM? Yeah, honorable
yes.
mention. Teuda.
Yeah, this is where he first starts showing up, I believe.
My boy too. And yeah, it's the Peach and the Zero Suit, and then I know that other characters start to bleed their way in.
Yeah, the Peach has definitely been the primary pretty much all the way through. The Zero Suit, Sheik, and Rosa all appear at varying points. I like to jokingly call him Budget Samsora.
That's yeah. So yeah, now we're in the spring 2018 rankings. So this is the second last PR that has an image at least. So
this is the second last? I thought this was the last one that I remember.
There might be another one, but go now. Thank you for the host, buddy.
Yeah, so this is we had a pretty big gap. Yeah, because this is spring 2018, so this is like 6 months later. Oh yeah, the other one's Gommel placements. Okay, that explains it. Yeah, this is spring 2018. So at this point, we've now had a few months of Brian winning literally everything in the fall season because Bayonetta. So he holds down the number one. Bailey at this point has now pushed me into a relatively consistent losing record, and is generally trading sets with trading sets with Blake, and Dylan is at number 5, Corey at number 6, Tabluin at number 7, Drake holding down at number 8, Lyseth's now on the full Mewtwo, and Sham Xavier gets in at number 10. I'm just going to quickly address it because I see a lot of people mentioning it in the chat. I wasn't meaning to imply that he got there solely because of Bayonetta. It's just, like, it's clearly the major factor in the fact that he advanced into number 1. So, like, let's not pretend it isn't.
Yeah, but he also improved a shit ton because
Yes, absolutely. It's just that's not what I meant when I said that. So, like, calm your tits.
No, but it is good to clarify because I can understand why people would hear that and take it like that. But yeah, Brian, fucking good shit because the last little, like, obviously Belos sort of rose up and has been doing really well the past few months, but in this span, Brian was playing like an absolute fucking madman. Like I know Brian's in the chat, so your improvement in this time and the way you were playing is very much of number 1 ranking caliber. So good shit to you. And I think, what's the last one? Just our Gommel placements?
The last one is the Gommel placements from that year, yeah.
We can look at it quick, but then we have to get the New Brunswick PRs up here. But this is pretty good. I thought people played really, really well overall.
Yeah, the Gommel placements I believe had Dylan and I tied for highest placing in singles. Yeah, we both got 49th. Dylan had a really, really strong set, beating Captain Andrews Sonic, and that matchup is absolutely terrible. And he made him look dumb, frankly. It was very, very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, that was probably my favorite set on stream to watch, for sure.
Yeah, I will mention KOH3. Thank you for the reminder, Shucky. Yeah, and doubles, he and Brian did super well when those two got 9th, I believe, beating Kiraflax and what's his name, K9.
Yeah, they made a hell of a dubs run, that's for sure.
Yeah. Simmons and I got 17th, losing to Supergirl, Kells, and Elegant, though we did get a game, and we were the only team that got a game that tournament.
There you go.
Because they then went on to win the whole thing.
Jesse Wilson and I played them too. It was a lot of fun.
And then we lost to Firefly and Big D in losers. They kind of gave us the hands.
That's so funny. We lost to them too. We lost to them in losers. Oh, fucking mirror bracket, boys. All right. Yeah, sorry. Is there any other noteworthy things that should be said about this?
Brian got a game off of DeBuzz. I got a game off of Como. Both of us did super well that tournament.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's
as far as like our performance against top players, I mean.
Yeah.
Friggin' Blake got angrily bracket fucked by having to play V115 into just upset anti. So he got 65th.
Yeah, he got a little fucked there.
Bailey had a pretty strong set against Poke, but kind of got hit by the nerves a little bit.
Yeah, he struggled with once he got hit by one of those poke combos, it was a little rough. Because that was 0 to 80%.
Yeah, I don't think there were any other major standout things to talk about as far as performances against top players and whatnot.
No, yeah. I mean, some people just sort of hit par for the course, and then Adamant and Drake got fucked with the DQ stuff.
Yeah, because he ended up being late for his bracket or something like that. I forget what happened there, but
yeah,
it was unfortunate for him.
Yeah. So that's basically us all up in here, and so we got.
I think the only thing we're missing is Melee, more or less.
But... Oh, right. Shucky wanted me to mention Kings of Halley 3 as well, which he brought up.
That was awesome. If for not Nova Scotia people to make their mark, Kings of Halley.
Yeah, that was a really interesting tournament because that was where we had a couple of New Brunswick players show up and step way the hell up.
Yeah, aside from just Evan.
Both Roland and Solar Flare did super well at that tournament, if memory serves. And I feel like we're doing a little bit of a disservice to Cape Breton because I don't know how their PR evolved along like the history of the game, but those guys basically always sat like on the PR within the top 10, and they were frequently in top 3 in doubles. Snowman and Moju did super well in doubles for basically the game's entire lifespan.
Yeah, and there was
it could be argued too that like Cape Breton by itself is as strong as any other region. Like, yeah, I don't want to say one way or the other because discussion's getting up too much in chat, but like Cape Breton at points was probably better than New Brunswick.
Saint Heavens was one of the most like when he was so destructive. Like when he was playing well, he would obliterate people in bracket. It was so crazy. And then obviously Snowman is just.
Oh yes, Chad is mentioning something that I forgot because I can't be expected to remember everything. But Shucky beat both Frey and Croy in the Kings of Halley 3 bracket.
Yeah, there was really good performances from MB in general.
Yeah, which was both of the previous Kings of Halley were slain by Shucky.
that's such a good little meme in and of itself. I love that because Shucky's just like, I don't know. He's always been around, so it's really cool to see. Too is the sudden rise of the Shuckster. So
what's crazy about that tourney is how Shucky beat Frey and then beat Croy 3-0, but I don't even think Shucky got to top 8, didn't he? I thought he got 9th at that tournament, which is insane if you think about the people that he plowed through. Did he get 7th or 9th? But even still, like.
Kings of Halley 3 was a very, very diverse top 8 in terms of the regions, because I'm pretty sure it was just me and Brian, or like me and Brian and 1 or 2 other people at most that made it from Nova Scotia in the top 8.
I think Craterize,
excluding Cape Breton, Snowman made it. I'm pretty sure.
I think Craterize was there, but who bopped Craterize in losers bracket? I think it was somebody.
Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up the bracket on mine now.
I think Ben lost to Solar and like Groovy.
Groovy is
the winners semifinal matches were Vapor, Groovy, and Alex and myself. I was right. He did make it to top 8. I had beaten Solar Flare the previous round 3-2. Snowman had just beaten Catalyst 3-2 as well. So there were a lot of diverse region matches. Groovy had beaten Asprey 3-1. Vapor had beaten Craterize 3-0. In losers, the top 8, we had Craterize and Toast, with Toast taking that 3-0. Solar Flare and Catalyst unfortunately had to team kill each other for 7th. Brolin went down at that point. Then Solar Flare beat Groovy 3-1. Then beat Toast 3-1 after Toast beat Snowman. Then I had losers finals over Solar Flare 3-0. And then grand finals was the one set which Brian took 3-1 over me. So that had the 1 and 2 were Nova Scotia. Then we had New Brunswick, PEI, Cape Breton, Newfoundland, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. So it was a super diverse top 8 for that tournament. It was definitely one of the more interesting maritime tournaments, I would say.
And I think for MB, it's probably historically their best tournament.
Regionally, for sure.
I think that was the first tournament where you guys got like a really strong performance and got more than one person that's not Evan into top 8.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's sort of a foreshadowing to what I think Ultimate is going to be. I think it's going to be a lot more of that sort of stuff happening. And
I hope it's closer. I think when we get into predictions, I'll talk about what I think, but I think it'll be closer eventually.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll pop over. There's 2 PRs that JP just sent me for like sort of late stage brawl. We'll just do late stage Smash 4. And so what do you want to tell me about this beauty ass PR?
Yeah, I'd like to get Keith in here too, but we can do that after this. I'll just go through really quickly because there's some interesting things. So this is April to July. This is the last PR I made before I handed off the reins to old Heartless here. But yeah, this one's interesting because we see kind of 3 of the top 4, I'd say, cemented here in Catalyst, So, and Mar. So what's cool about that too is they're all kind of the bosses of their city at the time. And then you see Solar Flare on the side, which is the other important part of this because he eventually kind of breaks into that top 4, and funnily, I guess enough, he kind of runs his city too. So the 4 top cities kind of have their 4 best players in the top 4 slots, which I think's neat.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can just click the next one now. I guess that's basically all I wanted to say about that one. Shout out to Spook and Darrow. Darrow being from PEI, he's super cool. J2K being on this is awesome. SJ Riker, he's basically on all of them except for maybe the next one.
I think this is the only one Riker isn't on.
Which is crazy. Get to see some old faces here, and by that I mean you get puppies again. He hasn't been on one for a while, so it's cool that he's still around. Papa Room being on this, the top 4 being cemented. This is our most recent one too, right, Keaton?
Hypothetically, there's one in the works right now.
Yeah,
it's gonna come out next week.
So,
Next week, I think on sometime between Monday and Wednesday, we'll have an updated.
Oh fuck! Imagine if we had planned it, so we do this, and then, all right, guys, thanks for tuning in, and now.
And then there's a shit show in the chat, and everyone agrees.
Yeah,
That's how that'll go.
And then I'm in here just going, remember to hit that Twitch Prime, everybody. Make sure you sub to the channel.
It's funny because they might actually not know about that. Did you guys know that you can click in the top right corner of the stream the button that says subscribe, and if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe with Twitch Prime for free? Wow.
Doesn't take a dime out of your pocket, guys.
Back to the show.
Anyways, guys, we got a great show coming. Yeah, so...
so important things here other than the top 4 being there. So not playing Corn is kind of a thing. He's been character jumping a lot lately, which is fun because I think he's kind of like done. The rise of J2K and Shucky, huge here. And Papa Room and No John. So this is kind of like the Moncton PR almost. Like there's a lot of Moncton guys. You can even see Nightcaster in the honorable mentions. This is an awesome Moncton player who's on the rise. And then 2 St. John players, Team 20 and Bogmeyer. There's a lot of cool stuff going on here that I wish we could talk about more, but we'll save it for another time.
Yeah. The thing about
I don't want to say.
The thing about most of New Brunswick is that like it feels like so much of their story is like just now starting to get told in like a huge way. Like with the last couple of big tourneys and they're showing up and fucking up a lot of players. Like I think Ultimate there's gonna like top 5 in New Brunswick might have a case for like will probably have a case for being like top 5, top 10 in Nova Scotia. Like it could totally happen.
Yeah, it's getting closer for sure.
Which is
really cool.
which I guess is where we get into basically what the final topic is. what are we thinking in terms of how things are going to roll out in the first, I guess you could say first year, first couple of years, or even just how you think
I got one thing to say before we move on to that.
Sure.
I just want to shout out the NS Melee guys, because at Gommel this year we had the beer tub.
Oh, Gommel tub?
Legendary. The Gommel tub. Legendary. Also along with that, we got a bunch of top players to come up and hang out. And the cat drank all of my Kraken.
You give him all your money. He drinks all your beer. Jesus fucking. You got to get a handle on this, man.
Listen.
Anyways, you got a great show, guys. Make sure you hit Twitch Prime on the cat's channel. Make sure you do it.
Fuck you. Yeah. So I guess ultimate predictions. What are we thinking? I want to get Keith in here. Where's Keith at?
Keith, where the fuck are you?
I just want to say that I think.
I thought you were trying to do a Keith impression or something.
Yes. I'm not gonna do a Keith impression.
Hey guys.
Hey guys. Hey everybody, it's Keith.
Yeah, that's what my Keith impression
I love toasted toast. I love veggie sticks. Okay, sorry. Continue.
My players to look out for an ultimate early game are J2K and No Johns, for sure.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much of No John's play, but I 100% agree on J2K. J2K is fucking dope.
Those are my two practice partners for Smash 4 right now. I play with them pretty much exclusively, and just through playing with them, I've gotten twice as good as I was at the beginning of the year, because I kind of blew my shit out after I quit, and they kind of put me back on track. So I have to give them a shout out, because I think they're both going to be really good in the new game.
I 100%.
There's going to be a lot of people.
100% agree with you on that.
I think it's almost even better to go by city for New Brunswick, and I'll just do it really quick. I'll give you two that I think for each city that's going to be a big threat for one reason or another. So Bathurst, I think the obvious pick, Solar Flare for sure, and then Psyche too. I think Psyche is going to be incredibly underestimated coming into this game. One of the few I think will, because he's not a super top Smash 4 player like MB wide, but he's a very good melee player and he's a very good Smash 4 player. So I think a combination of that's actually going to work pretty well in this game. I think if you're good at that game, you're going to be... Or I think if you're good at either of those games, you're going to have a shot in this game. So I think Psyche definitely needs a shout out. I'll agree with you for Moncton being No Johns and J2K. I think So is going to be dominant, but I think I think those two are going to rise and it's going to be crazy. There's so many Moncton guys I could talk about though. I think Nightcast is going to be good, Popper Room, blah blah blah. But I won't go into it because there's going to be so many. I think Moncton is going to be incredibly strong coming into the game, super strong. I don't know if I want to put them at top city in New Brunswick, but they could easily do it if they just put their time in for it. Especially if we want to count Evan in that. But he's he's got his subway, so I don't know if he's Moncton anymore. And then St. John, Mar, I think Mar has potential to be the best player in the province. This new game, I think he's going to be insane. Top 3 for sure, I'm going to say. Otherwise, I think it's hard to say between Keith and Chris, but I could think they're both going to do really well. I'm happy that Keith is not fucking himself by playing Little Mac. So I think going into this game, it's going to be good. I think Keith is going to be really good because of Brawl, because you give a fuck about Brawl. And which is why later on I'm going to get into why I think Nova Scotia might fuck us for a little bit, like before. But I think you having interest in Brawl, having interest in games is going to help a lot. So I think you and Chris the same are going to be top of St. John. I think you guys are going to rock it for a while. I do think the come-ups are going to give you trouble. I think TM20 is going to get good. I think Sleek's going to get good. I think Robopuppy is going to get good.
Malachi.
And oh fuck, and then I forget about Malachi somehow, and then...
And Nat?
I totally am. I think
is Nat going to play Young Link?
People. Nat's going to be my favorite player
in the chat?
Oh, he 100% is.
Yeah. Nat's going to come back and play Young Link, so I think he'll be good too.
I literally hate you. I love you so much, Malachi, so much. Malachi's going to kick everyone's asses. Yeah, St. John's got a lot of stuff going on. St. John's going to too. Fredericton, I think we're still gonna be hurt a little bit at the first, but I think we're gonna get like a golden age again, and it's gonna be wonderful. It's just gonna take a little bit. And I think since it's just you, Keaton, I think you're probably gonna end up being the best player in Fredericton for a little bit. Sorry to brawl him, but I think Keaton, the way he adapts to new games, is gonna be crazy. And it's gonna be real shitty for anybody if Keaton sticks with the character for the first little bit. Especially if that character is good. Keaton's gonna fuck everyone up. Otherwise, brawl him for sure.
I got money on Brolin, personally.
Yeah, especially if Shulk is a nightmare, Brolin's gonna kick ass. I think those two are gonna be untouchable for a little bit, and then we're gonna have some people rise up.
Rise up!
Yeah. I think I'm gonna do well too, just because I played Brawl, and I got the melee movement, so I think I'm gonna do alright too.
You have
But
me.
not as
Ben.
good as those
You have
We
me.
get Ben too, and we got who else do we got?
Oh, we got so many guys. We have Marwolf that wants to play. I think any of those melee guys have a shot at doing it. So
Joe. Boat wants
Joe-
to play,
Joe's
and he's a
great.
PM player who was crazy, and it's looking kind of like a PM-esque game to me from the stuff I'm seeing right now. So
Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to be that the Smash 4 people are going to kind of maybe get a little overshadowed by melee and PM players. So, like,
Really?
I think
You think it's gonna be that much?
well, not necessarily, but I think like look at our top 10 right now, and I would say maybe 3 of them. I don't even know at what part, but I think 3 of them will be just they never cared about Smash 4. They want to try Ultimate. They're good at melee. They're gonna get on that PR somehow, and like the guys who just solely focus on Ultimate or just come from that Smash 4 background, that's gonna it's going to affect that. But I think I kind of agree with you, Jesse. I think Jacob is going to dominate the way that he can control. Like if he sticks with Marth in the way that this game focuses on like proper edge guarding, he's going to be a monster.
I think SJ at all the cities in New Brunswick is going to have the biggest clear divide between first and second. And I'm not saying anybody's bad. I think Jacob is just going to fuck everybody. I think he's going to be so good at this game.
He's my solid pick for number 1.
Yeah.
And the way that he wants to go at it too. I know we've talked, countless car rides, whatever on stream. He wants to put in a lot of time and effort, and I know for at least for the first part of the game's release, he's going to, he's like taking the half the semester off or something, and he's just working full time. So, he's just gonna be working that way. So he'll have time to focus on that.
We should mention Jacob is Mar, not Slick.
But he's my pick for number 1. I think, like I said, I think the way that Marth plays in this game, I think Marth is going to be like a top 5 character off the bat.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't know. I think after that, I have to kind of follow what you said with the cities.
Yeah,
and
I think it's easiest for this.
I honestly don't know anyone outside of Solar Flare who is actually good at Smash 4. Like, I'm not trying to throw shots at Bathurst, but
well, Psyche too. Psyche, everyone knows Psyche.
I know, but I'm just saying Psyche can lose to like some rando guy, and whatever. But I definitely think Solar Flare will dominate Bathurst. Maybe someone from Melee, like Grandpapa Boo or something, like one of those guys. If you count Nellen and Fur, oh wait, no, Nellen's still in Bathurst, but like Fur if he goes back. But Moncton, I kind of agree. I think like the solid 3 to 4. You've got Carson, you've got Jay, you've got No Johns. Like, I think they're gonna do really well. And then Fredericton, I think the top 3, top 4. If you want to count Ben, he'll be in there.
Yes, Ben. Yeah. I think I left him out of Moncton to include him in Fredericton, and then I forgot. So yes, he's
that's why I'm giving him the first shout out. But then you, Keaton, and Brolin. I'd love to see Jeff come back.
Yes.
Niall.
He said he's coming back.
Yeah,
I just don't know if he's going to be committed. If he commits, he's going to be very good.
Yeah, I know. Like, I remember when Jeff was just dominating like in every game. Like, I think he picked up Melee like a month beforehand, and like just was making waves at big events.
Yeah.
But
no, those are good picks. Chucky for sure needs to be involved.
Yeah. And then in SJ, like, Jacob number 1. Then it just kind of goes down. You've got me, Chris. You've got Malachi. Will probably be good if he sticks to it. I know, like.
I think he will. I think he will for the first little bit, and I think it's gonna be gross. I think he's gonna be really good.
Like, what makes Malachi so good in Smash 4 is that he does cycle through his characters. Like, I don't know, maybe if he sits down and picks one, he'll do well. I actually think TM20 will actually crack that top 5 spot in St. John. Like,
Yeah,
I think he'll be.
Yeah.
I know he said like looking at his skill and like the way that he's improved, and he's had no access to Smash 4. Like, I think he like his disc or something he was saying got broken, and he's been just playing really like at the weeklies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think if he had actually been coming to weeklies more this season, he probably could have made that last PR.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I know he's been a little absent, so.
So I guess what about NS? Raz, what do you think?
I think NS is going to be really, really hard to call, because there's going to be a lot of people shuffling around and picking up new characters, and we already have a really, really tight race in the top end of the PR. The big question marks are going to be basically like, where do the top players settle, and like how do matchups change within players? Because like Brian's still talking about playing Bayo, even if she's looking to be slightly nerfed, and I expect him to still be very strong. I'm sure that character is not going to be unplayable by any means. He's talking about playing some of the newer characters like Ridley and Pichu and whatnot, but I don't think that's actually going to happen. Bailey's been practicing a ton of characters that we expect to be good in Ultimate, in addition to his Sheik.
So he's going hard, for sure going hard.
Yeah. He's been playing Diddy in some practice with me, and is probably going to try him. He's still going to play Sheik. He's been talking about picking the Pikachu back up because Pikachu's looking hella good.
I fucking forgot that he broke into the scene and he used Pikachu. I remember that.
Yeah, so Bailey's going to be a super huge threat because he is super smart and he's looking at playing a lot of really strong characters. I'm absolutely fucking terrified what Dylan Asprey is going to do with King K. Rool or buffed Donkey Kong. That scares the absolute living shit out of me. I'm looking at playing Cloud and bringing Marth back onto my roster, because Marth is looking hella busted, as you guys have already mentioned, and he was my boy back in Brawl. I didn't end up playing him in Smash 4 because he was shit at the start of it. But yeah. Croy is a huge wild card because the big question is he actually going to pick a good character this game? Because right now he's being tempted by the siren call of his mid-tier main getting buffs, which I think is a mistake personally, because like I've seen like, oh, Robin can do this and Levin Nair and this, that, and the other thing, but I'm not going to get suckered in because the character's still going to have the same problems.
Yeah.
But he's hopeful that Duck Hunt won't suck. He's slightly less hopeful about Wario. He wants to try Ridley, but Ridley's probably not going to be good if you ask me. But yeah, I think if Simmons picks a good character, he will be a huge threat again. And then like, without even talking about like specific characters, you then have Mark to Blue One is looking at not playing Ike and thus picking a good character, so he's going to be a good threat. Who knows where Teuta is going to go because he already plays like 8 fucking characters. And so depending on what he settles on and how good they are, he'll be a threat. Lyseth is still going to be a big threat because Mewtwo's still looking pretty darn strong, especially from what I've seen Killer Jaws and a couple of the other Mewtwo players that I know talking about. And then you've got a bunch of wild cards like on the outskirts of our PR, like Adamant and Sham Savior, and all kinds of new talent that's going to be coming in. I'm certain I forgot to mention at least a few people. Friggin' Drake and Adrenaline and the other Brawl old guard like Nick and Jesse, and it's going to be fucking nutty in Nova Scotia, like straight up.
That's crazy.
I think it's gonna be nutty all around.
Yeah.
The big thing that I think is going to be absolute chaos for us is the fact that we're all in one place. Because you guys will have your micro zones develop where there'll be like clear people develop in that kind of thing. As like dominant people in their region. It'll be 1 or 2 per region. But ours is going to be just this absolute clusterfuck mess of people all vying for top 8 at a single weekly.
Yeah, and this leads into why I think you guys are going to do really well versus us at the start. Like, I know we're on the come up now, but I think there's going to be another little bit of dominance from NS because I think you guys are all going to start grinding. Every single one of your top players, you guys are all going to apparently pick top tier characters now too, which sounds even scarier. So it's going to be that on top of you guys all grinding in the same place. So I think you guys are going to have that over us. Like, our top players are all from different cities, so them actually grinding together is hard. So I think you guys will have that.
We're going to have, like, basically every couple days Smash Fests in December, probably.
Yeah, exactly. And then your old guard from Brawl, I think, are going to do very, very well at the start of this game. I don't know. I think you guys are going to be a little monstrous for a bit.
I'm really excited to see how like the first proper regional goes, like Kings of Halley in April or whatever, because that is going to be so impossible to seed and call, and I don't envy Cole having to seed it, and I'm not going to do it for him.
That's a good call.
That's too hard. It's too hard.
Another thing I wanted to bring up about Ultimate, because we haven't spoken about them that much. I don't know if I miss anyone, but Makar, Saint Heaven, Snowman.
Yes, Cape Breton is going to be a huge question mark.
And
Moju.
Those 5 people, those 5 Cape Brenners make Smash 4 look like such a fucking fast game.
Yeah.
Already. So I'm really scared of them with like the speed of the new game.
Yeah, they always show up and like at least one of them hits top 8 at the regionals, so they are going to be a threat for sure.
I fully expect the top 5 in Cape Breton will be able to slide in and do as much work as any of the names that we've mentioned thus far from anywhere. Absolutely. Those guys are fucking crazy good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I pretty much have the same opinion as what everyone's been saying. A lot of it is just going to be, obviously, as we figure out characters and people who can find the right fits for them. I would say that having, like, I have a lot of faith in Balo because he's been playing like an absolute genius this past year. I also am 100% thinking that if Dylan Asprey can find, like, when Dylan Asprey finds someone that fits him, and assuming he can find someone in Ultimate that does that, but doesn't also leave him to get fucked like certain ways that DK does, I think he could make.
Doesn't spend the entire game on the ledge.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if he can find a character that lets him, Mark put this a great way, it can let him express himself in the way that he wants to in the game, but it also doesn't leave him in like super shitty situations. I expect him to be a top player, absolutely. Not top player. I mean like top of the PR, like number 1. Like that wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. Obviously, the usual. I think all the old guard. Again, assuming you can find the right fits, because it felt like this time around some guys just found characters that set them back, and then they weren't able to really catch up. But all the old guard is fair game to become huge threats. And then the usual suspects like Vapor and all the beautiful ass.
Oh, I forgot to mention him, but fucking who knows if we're gonna see Chris Roma come out of the woodwork and actually go to things.
Yeah,
that'll be nutty too. His movement's gonna be insane. Oh my
He'll
God.
be a massive question mark on like if he exists at all, and if he does, who he plays, and nobody's gonna know what's gonna happen with him.
If Roma keeps up like the way that he can play multiple characters in friendlies, and he puts it like right to it in the actual game, I think he'll be. I could see him being top 5 in Atlantic Canada.
For sure, yeah.
But he has to show up.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
That is Roma's kryptonite right there.
Yeah, but the point, yeah. So the point I made about Cape Breton. Also, yeah. I'm trying to think all the way over on the rock in Newfoundland. Groovy is probably gonna be fucking nuts if he can figure out how to play. If he can find a character and figure out how to play him the same way he did Diddy for this past year. Holy shit, he's gonna do crazy amounts.
Groovy and Twan.
Well,
yeah,
you can.
I got big hopes for the boy Twan as well.
Yeah, he said he's not gonna fuck with Mario though, right?
That's correct. Yep, I saw him talking about other characters.
No, Brian, the Nyx is not coming back. I sent him to his fucking grave. Okay, he's not coming back.
Double taunt spike, baby.
That's not happening, buddy.
Fuji is also a.
Fuji, Fuji's really good.
Oh, and Ascent. Don't forget him. He's currently in Nova Scotia at the moment.
I was gonna say he's your guys right now, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I don't know. I think one thing that we have going for us, like as a whole region now, is we have more than just the Facebook groups. Like I remember when Smash 4 came out, it was just, Wi-Fi here, whatever, or like post something and then like maybe it gets lost in the comments. But I think now with like Discord and stuff, like we can have people just grinding Wi-Fi, just posting matchup advice, posting links and resources just left, right, and center and have it in real time.
For sure.
Like I think that as a whole is gonna kind of just help us as an entire region, not just like province wise, but just as Atlantic Canada. I think that's gonna just help us kind of make our mark. I think in Smash 4 we're like borderline right outside like being known in Canada. We get heavily overshadowed by East Coast / Montreal.
Yeah.
So, hopefully.
I think, sorry, I was just gonna say, I think that leads to an interesting discussion. Is like, as a community as a whole, as the Maritime, what can we do to help us?
Yeah,
get
can we
noticed?
be one unified region and not 3 weak regions or 4 weak regions this time? That would be awesome.
Who you calling weak?
Yeah,
I'm just saying that I heard some talk from like prairie provinces saying that like Squidward was the only relevant player in the Maritimes or some shit, and that really like got me heated. So
yeah, so I think that's interesting, and it's like, what's our goals? Like, what should we as a region strive for in the game?
I mean, the obvious first goalpost is show up to Gommel and do good. Basically,
I think that's exactly it.
Also, just fucking play and like play hard and like do concentrated practice, where like you actively work on improving things rather than just like I'm gonna play somebody for 4 hours but only do the same shit over and over. Like work with each other to complement everyone's weaknesses and just like practice. Because like you have to realize that every other scene in Canada, every other scene in the world is doing the same thing that we're doing in terms of grinding. So you just have to make the most of the time that you have available to you when practicing. And
for sure.
So it's just
play with different people too.
Yeah,
like
different people and like if you really want to succeed at a like national or international level, like push each other, and it's like cool to create rivalries, but don't be like little bitches to one another and like alienate the separate scenes or separate players. Like do what you can to be as unified while still pushing each other to a common goal.
One thing I want to touch on that hasn't really come up, I think because a lot of the other regions don't really focus on it. I really want to see the New Brunswick and Newfoundland guys come out stronger in doubles in Ultimate, because Nova Scotia basically has doubles on lock, straight up.
Yeah. I think there's only ever been a couple tournaments where New Brunswick ever did anything. The only two, like I mean like in region, not out of region. Out of region we haven't done much. I know Keith's had some success.
But I had Cole with me.
Well, didn't you have another decent out of region tournament too?
Gommel, Chris and I got 17th, but I don't like that was like Gommel that year wasn't stacked.
Is that 2017?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we got.
Yeah, that was the one where like no PR showed up.
Like
basically.
no one was there, so.
Well, I
we got
definitely agree with that. I think
But-
even in region too, we need to do a little bit better. I think the only two teams to really do anything to NS have been. Was it Keith? I know it was one of your teams. I don't know if it was you, Amar, or Chris, but I know you guys have done some damage. Malachi usually does pretty decent too, and then me and Eric had a good doubles performance. I think we top 3'd one of the Storm events.
Yeah,
but-
my point really though is I want to see you guys get some like consistent static teams, and like actually really put the practice in, because our region is going to be focusing super hard on doubles.
Well, I think we need actual doubles events first too, because like
we
don't have days where we can run them.
Well, that's our biggest problem is most of our weeklies coincide and run side by side with Melee. So we run out of time trying to do it on a Thursday. Like we get like in St. John, for example, we get our venue till about 9:30, and if we want to push it 10 o'clock. But so we start at 6. Run if we can't run 2 20-man brackets, Melee and Smash 4, and then try to run doubles on top of it. It's just no time. So
Yeah.
one of the things that I'm focusing on is because Melee and St. John took a huge dip, and no one was like, you had like 4 people show up, and like maybe 1 or 2 of them were like core Melee guys. The rest were just the Smash 4 guys, just saying, hey, I'm here. I'm gonna play Melee anyway. So we're gonna be focusing a little bit more on just solely Ultimate. So I think I said somewhere I think it's like the first event in December, like the 20th, I think is when we're running singles, and I think we're gonna run doubles on top of it. So
nice.
We're gonna try to run doubles, and I know a lot of people like in New Brunswick as a whole don't really care for doubles. I know like if we have a monthly, like one of Adam's Salisbury events, I think on average in the last year that he's been running them, I think the highest number we've had for teams is maybe 10, maybe 12 if we're pushing it. But then after that is usually like 6 to 8.
Yeah. So we just need to focus more. I guess we could figure out times to run it and stuff. But I agree. That's a good point.
But yeah, no. I think I'd like to see. I love doubles, and I would love to see it more. I know people don't want to put the time into it in NB because we don't run it all the time. It's only at like the one monthly every once a month. Yeah. And they just don't want to practice for it. Plus, it does require a different play style compared to singles. So
one idea I want to pass on specifically with respect to doubles that I think you guys might benefit from trying as well is next week we are doing an event that we're calling doubles speed dating. And basically the goal behind that is it's to help the people who don't already have static teams find static teammates, like going into Ultimate. Because right now we basically have like 4 or 5 static solid teams that take doubles really seriously, and then everyone else just kind of pairs up willy-nilly. Or there's a couple teams that don't take it quite as seriously but are still static. So we're doing a thing basically where you take turns playing sets with different partners and rotating around, and we're going to have the static doubles teams offering advice on how to play doubles better, which I think will help people get into it a lot more, because I feel like a lot of people have a hard time getting into doubles initially because they don't understand super well how it differs from singles and which other skills you have to apply, and having it explained helps a lot. Similar to that, we also had a very successful weekly earlier this month where we did balanced doubles, which was we let the lower ranked players in the seeding choose their partner from among the top parts. And a lot of people really liked that. There were at least a few people that commented that they learned a ton about how to play doubles in general from teaming with the top players like myself and Dylan and Simmons and that kind of thing. And we're always happy to teach. So you guys might benefit from doing similar things. And Simmons in particular also has a really, really good like entry level, but also contains a lot of advanced subjects video that he made on doubles specifically, which you can find on his YouTube, and is definitely a great place to start for people interested in getting better at it.
Yeah, I 100% recommend watching that video. It's easy to digest, but it goes like very in depth, and it gives you a lot of things to think about so you can practice effectively, which is like super, super important.
Yeah.
Also, cool. Like, I guess just sort of, I don't even know where this is coming from, but like, I obviously joke a bunch about you like Ganon siding me at Gommel and purposely losing matches and shit. But I really do like playing dubs with you at Gommel, Jesse, was like probably some of the most fun I've had in Smash ever. And so like if you're gonna start out in teams, 100% is just like find people that are fun and make the game fun for you.
Just team with Jesse.
Sorry, what'd you say? I didn't hear what you said. I missed that.
We're just
okay. So like,
yes, I loved it. It was so good. It was a good time.
Yeah. So like, guys, if you ever want to like afford a house or something, do not become friends with Nakat because he will eventually steal all of your shit.
No, don't become Jesse and then gamble your money away.
Don't become Jesse and then throw all of your money at Nakat because he has fucking nice abs or whatever reason you like for him.
Come on. Just chiseled jaw.
I just want to shred cheddar cheese on his abs. No.
It's true. He's so seductive.
Nakat, Ganon diddle me for $10.
Come on, we did that.
Hey, Nakat, can I wipe your controller down and then give you a leg massage for $15?
So, not to interrupt the memeing, but is there anything else as far as serious topics that we wanted to touch on? Because I am up past my bedtime and I am an old man.
No,
I just want to say one thing, as I think someone from the Atlantic provinces is going to top 8 a very major tournament in the coming years.
In like the lifespan of Ultimate, I can see it.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
look out for your boy SUGOI. I'm sponsored for another year. Let's go.
There you go. That's it, baby.
Well, he statistically he has the best chance then, because we're all gonna go to like maybe one major this year.
Yeah, what does the budget allow for you? Like 2 or 3?
$3,000.
Oh yeah, yeah, that works.
I'd like to see us out at more of them too.
If you saved half the money you threw at Nakat and gave it to me, I could probably go to 5 majors this year. Can I be sponsored by Jp3 for all of Ultimate, please?
Now listen, there's no story either behind this Nakat thing.
It's an ongoing saga.
I literally money matched him, and yeah, it didn't go well, and I lost a lot of money. Okay,
Jesse, I think by the end of it, you were down like $50, and then you tried to go double or nothing. No, but I'm saying at this point when I saw you.
Yeah.
I remember
it was close though. I'll tell you that.
Me and Keith were playing like fucking Brawl Falco Ditters or something, and he looks at me. He's like, "I'm really worried about Jesse right now. He's giving all his money to the cat."
And then the cat stole my Kraken.
No, okay. I gotta jump in because that was actually Eric and me. But we gave it to Nakat.
But
we shared it with Nakat and a bunch of other people.
Yeah, there was a big pool party that night.
Yeah, after the PC party in what was it, room 301 or something?
I don't know.
Whatever one we got shut down at, and we all went to. We found out that the pool's 24/7, and Eric brought all the liquor that he bought at the store. I don't know where you went, Jesse.
I went to bed. I was fucking super tired.
Well, we drank your Kraken.
Yeah, well, I know.
But that was a that was a good time.
It was. I was sleeping on the floor, and fucking Jesse's beautiful little dancer's feet were dangling over the side of the bed.
It's true.
We had a lot of fun. We had breakfast at Tim's every morning.
You guys didn't go to Zygers or whatever it was called?
What?
I don't think so.
I don't know. It was that 24-hour diner that was on the same road as the hotel and the venue. Oh, I got breakfast.
I remember the one you're talking about. That was
Yeah. It started with a Z. It was like Zims or something.
No.
Yeah, I can't remember what the hell it's called.
I was being a little bitch, and I was like, "Can we just get something quick? I want to go to the venue." And then Jesse was like, "Jesus Christ, okay."
Man. If there's one thing I'm happy if they put it back, if they put Gommel back at that venue next year, they're gonna have so much more option select for food because of the new strip mall that was like finishing up.
Oh yeah,
I don't
dude.
have to eat fucking Wendy's every fucking day.
Yeah, that was pretty grime. What was Have they announced what the venue is? Because I thought they announced the date, but is it at the same place?
I don't know. I actually don't. I would assume that it might be just because it's easy and they've done it. Will this be the third year in a row that they've done it?
Yeah, and that's where they had EGLX too. Like, it makes sense. The only reason I ask is because Canada Cup was hosted at the Metro Convention Center, which is like in the heart of downtown. It's like pretty much on.
Well, that's where EGLX was for that, and then Canada Cup merged with it because it was the same weekend.
Yeah,
and that's probably why it became the huge clusterfuck that it did.
Yeah, it's terrible. So yeah, I wonder. I don't think so because I don't think even Matchup Gaming will do that. They'll probably just stick with the tried and true. But if that's a trajectory of where people are gonna go. But it also makes more sense to do it there because the international airport's there. So
yeah, it's literally right there. I guess there's a bus. Caleb, Chris, and I had to walk in like 30-degree weather from the airport all the way to the hotel with our luggage.
We got somebody else too, is Caleb. I think Caleb's gonna do really well in Ultimate. But yes, continue.
I mean, the weather was great that weekend, except for one day it rained. I'm pretty sure, but I think so. I don't know. I took a game off K9 and no one fucking knew except Jesse because nobody watched my matches at Gommel. I took K9 at Game 3.
Amazing. It was actually so good. You made him take his jacket off.
I know, and he didn't get salty, but he was prepping. He took off the jacket and he was getting ready for the rage afterwards.
Oh, and you were beefing on him the whole time before that. You were talking about he's gonna rage so hard. He's gonna rage so hard, and I was like, yeah.
And you were sitting like so close to both of us. Like you pulled up a chair nice and close. I was like, buddy, if he starts swinging, Jesse's getting caught in the crossfire.
Actually, one of my favorite moments from Gommel was after Dylan and Brian beat K9 and Caraflex, and the stream cuts out just at the right time when Caraflex comes back on and he starts fucking raging.
K9 was apparently pretty quiet over that.
Yeah, no, he was like Caraflex and it was like not even immediately. It was like maybe 30 seconds after they all unplugged and walked off stage, and he just comes back to the stage and starts just like freaking out.
Sounds powerful. I remember fucking Jesse had to play Caraflex in losers right after Blanc upset him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was like fucking raging, reported his score, and then right away the guy was like, "You gotta play that Ganon." And then Jesse was like, "Oh God."
He was that would have been something if I'd beaten him. It was pretty close too. But...
Well, it's so tough because his neutral is like fucking outstanding because he uses pit, so he can't like jank. And then so you're Ganon. What the fuck do you do? You're waiting for people to lose neutral so you can do crazy shit.
You pray.
That's basically
it. This old man is heading to bed. Good night, fellas. Thanks for having me on.
All right, thanks so much, buddy. All the love.
See ya.
Peace. What do we got? It's just and Keaton rolled out too. I didn't even see that.
Sleeping boy too. All right. I think last thing. What are we gonna see from Colin North going in?
Huh?
What are we gonna see from you going into Ultimate?
What can
we expect?
As in, like, my opinions on players, or me as a human?
You in general. Are you gonna be streaming? Do you think you're gonna do good? Are you gonna stick to the pink Luigi?
Yeah, I'll be using Luigi 100%.
Really?
I say 100%. I think the metagame is gonna be such that you need secondaries. So I'll probably be using a lot of Cloud and Marth because I find that I've been like developing them pretty well, and I can use Marth in just about any game. But Luigi for sure, I'm gonna go through them because I think he'll have some matchups where he'll fuck characters up, and then I'll
Ganon.
Yeah. Oh, you Cyclone get me in friendlies. Boo. Yeah, I'll probably go I'm gonna, for the first month, I'll probably be grinding the fuck out of Luigi, and I'm gonna be streaming. December, I don't work. As soon as Ultimate drops, I don't work for the rest of that month, so I'll probably be streaming almost every day.
So
And
we're gonna be in here every day. We're gonna be grinding online every day. Holy shit! I'm gonna be on your stream more than you'd like.
Oh my!
Hey guys, can I join too?
Oh, little Mac, right? No little Mac.
No Mac, no Mac.
Oh God, brother, I don't know if I can do it. Yeah, no, everybody, please play me all the time. I'll definitely be playing a shit ton, and I will be going to a shit ton of tournaments. I'm gonna try to make the Ontario PR in some form or another.
Oh wow, that's what I like to hear.
I think you can.
I think
you could have back in 2016 when I first met you, but.
Oh, you could have at any point in time from 2008 when I met you till now. You could. PR
Well, I was on the Ontario Brawl PR for two seasons. I was ranked 7th and then 8th, so I had that going for me. But in Smash 4, it's gonna be tougher. But I think I can. I think like if I were to start attending tournaments, I think my goal would be to at least make HM on the first run and then get an actual number on the second one. Because my biggest problem as a player is I have no fucking.
You don't go to stuff.
Yeah, well, that's probably that would help cure my problem. My problem is that I have no endurance. So like when I went to Canada Cup, I played really well in pools, like when I beat Kid Goggles and then made the losers run to get out of pools. And then as soon as top 32 started, I played like a fucking idiot. So I just need to go to more shit so I can like work up the endurance and not play like a doofus because I've been at a tournament for like 4 hours or 5 hours or something.
Yeah.
So this is old man Johns if I've ever heard them, but
good. I think you can do it. I think the three of us are gonna have a successful time in Ultimate. I think in Ultimate in general is gonna be kind of crazy for everybody.
You know what? I actually have one quick final thought, and this is more NB centric. Kind of goes back to what we were talking about, where we're divided in the 4 cities.
Yeah.
I hope a lot more people travel, to other cities, like carpool. I'm sure at this point, I know a lot of things with Smash 4. A lot of the people were just too young, didn't have a license or access to a car. And I think me and Chris were like the only ones in St. John, and we just carpooled together 90% of the time. So I actually hope that a lot of people, make an effort to just get out of their city, break away from that shell, because you might be good in your your hometown. But you go up to St. John or Fredericton, wherever the fuck you're from, and go elsewhere, and then you just get rocked.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I hope a lot. People want to put in the effort. I hope the drive that was there, like the Moncton drive, in early 2017, I want to say, is probably when it kicked off. I'd love to see that drive for everyone.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to go to every single Ontario regional or major, like all the biggish ones, and then I'm also gonna try to hit up maybe if I go down to like Big House or something, because Michigan's pretty close. I'm gonna try to go to more stuff, because the only time I've ever actively traveled where it wasn't in my back door, because a lot of the majors I've gone to are just Ontario ones. The only time I've actively traveled is for Apex 2014. I got fucking rocked, because it's a totally different experience when you make that trip.
Yeah, I even suggest too, go to a major. Gommel's probably the easiest one to go to. You actually learn a whole different mindset.
It's cool. You have to go to at least one major in your Ultimate experience. I think everyone should go to one major.
No, I agree. I think for me, example, Gommel's 2016 was my first major. And it blew my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I came back kind of feeling a lot different. It also was the beginning of the end of Mac for me, because people started to learn to time me out.
Fucking dickheads.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think if people the first few months will be obviously with any game, it's just sort of getting the scene all settled and figuring out rule sets and just getting into that groove. It'd be cool to make Gommel 2019 a mass attempt at getting people to go to that tournament, and then see how many people are able to get that bug where they just are itching to go to another major, and then sort of be like, hey, look, you can actually, because like a lot of people think that traveling to these major tournaments is like impossible, and I know it is rough for like younger people or people who don't have a job, but you can totally make it work, and it's a lot more feasible. It's just about telling people that it's possible and then showing them the right way to do it.
I find it funny too with comparing it with the Gommel bus. Like this year, a lot of people were able to just show up to Gommel. They all flew.
Yeah.
Like from NB and NS, like it was just everyone decided to show up.
Right.
Like no bus, no nothing. It was just like everyone made their own accommodations.
Yeah, it's super. I'm very excited. I like thinking about how we just did this entire fucking stream about the history. Like to think how far we've come, and like because I've been here for most of maritime history, I guess. Even though obviously I've been in Ontario for quite a few years, but I follow it religiously, right? And I stay in touch. I'm extremely excited to see what the Maritime does on the big scale of the scene, like in terms of international play. I think that claim that Jesse made about a Maritime player cracking top 8 at a big tournament, I really don't think that's far-fetched for this game's lifespan. And I have a lot of faith in New Brunswick, PEI, Newfoundland, and Nova Scotia to go to big tournaments and fuck people up in ways that they really didn't expect. So I'm like super pumped for what this game brings. And it makes me insanely proud of Maritime Smash and all the shit that we've done over the 12 years of this.
It's pretty crazy. I'm super excited. Like I said, this is not like a funeral like somebody brought up at the first. This is a celebration because I think we're about to hit chapter 2 of Maritime Smash. It's literally, this is like just starting.
Yeah.
Chapter 3 if you count I think it's chapter 3 personally, but
oh, that's yeah. That's
my book only has 2 chapters. It's easier to read for me. But like for me, I just am mind blown at how well some of our players play, considering how isolated we are. Not only are we in Canada, which is just a tougher scene to like get to other places and play people than it is the States, but we're also isolated within Canada, which is even fucking crazier. But all of our guys get in there and they fucking do work, and I think
we're scrappy. We're scrappy boys.
We scrap. We're a fucking couple scrappers, and someone's gonna win a major, and then they're gonna give all their money to Nakat, and it's gonna be great.
Wait,
wow. Are you saying Jesse can win a major?
Oh, I can.
He can barely win a weekly.
Hey! I have a lot of faith in you with that Ganon with a sword, who's actually 100% better than Smash 4 Ganon.
Yeah,
hey, that's a story for another day.
You know, actually, Jesse, there's one thing I think we could also benefit from too, like as like the New Brunswick scene, is traveling down to Maine or like the New England states.
Yeah, I think so too.
But
just gotta get people on board for it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think just traveling, like again, breaking out of that shell. I think it's going to be so beneficial to everybody.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It's going to be. I'm very excited to see what I like. Like I said, my horses at the beginning of the Ultimate Race are going to be usual suspects. I'm thinking Balo, thinking Asbury Vapor, but I expect all the talent from all the scenes is going to do some disgusting, crazy shit. So
yeah, I think we're going to level up a lot in the first few months.
Yeah, no, I think it's gonna be good. I think we're not. I really think we're more as a region closer. I think with Smash 4, like the start of it, I feel like it was always kind of like NS versus NB. But now I think we have to kind of put that aside and be like, all right, we're one, like we're in this together, kind of thing.
Absolutely, yeah. So if my message to all you Smashers who are watching, if you have any beef with somebody, clean it up. Let's not all hate each other. And if you have,
that's very fair.
And unless it's Jesse, in which case, fucking by all means, spam him on
Please.
Twitter.
Please just tell me to
report
stop
it.
giving money
Report.
away.
Make sure that you put a freeze on his bank account so you can save his life, please. This is.
Anytime I go to a major and the cat's there, just somebody take my money, please, and don't let me give it to him.
Well, how funny it would have been if I planned this whole thing, and then as soon as you get in, it's like, Jesse, we have all the Maritimes have gathered today because we're gonna do an intervention.
That's really fair.
You've been throwing your money away willy nilly. And then,
my money to just in general, it's just in a cat.
And then Keith comes on the call and he's like sobbing. He's like, Jesse, when I met you, you were so independent. Now you're on a toasted toast diet. Ah!
That's why you gained all that weight. Okay, well.
Really? Is this how you're gonna leave the note on?
That's how I'm leaving. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Let's get good at Ultimate and let's lose that weight, boys. Let's get fit.
The ultimate
Wii Fit trainer.
I'm a Wii Fit man now for personal reasons.
Well, I'll learn from Niall when he comes back. Teaches us the ropes.
Niall's gonna lead us to the promised land, I think.
Yeah, he is. Amazing.
Yeah.
All right. Closing thoughts, anyone? We good?
Yeah, I suppose I should do this fucking giveaway, shouldn't I?
Yeah, that's a good call. I think you got what, like 36 people still left in the chat?
Yeah, but my fucking Twitch giveaway thing isn't working, so I'm gonna have to do it by.
So this is.
Huh?
I was gonna say, just fucking put up a link in your chat, like a sign in.
How do you here? Link me some shit like that.
No, I was just saying put in fucking get a link, have everyone sign it, and then do a random draw from the names. Just copy and paste it and do a random.
What link are you talking about though? Where would I put?
Build a Google form or something. I don't know.
Oh, like a Google Doc?
Yeah, like a form or something, like a sign.
Can I do? I should do a feedback essay. What did you guys think of this stream?
That sounds hard though, because you might get people doing multiple.
You know what? Fuck it. Only people are interested. All right. If you are in the chat and want in on this fucking giveaway, type Jp3, and I'm gonna put everyone's name into a thing.
Oh fuck.
Wow, everyone left.
Oh my god.
There we go. Oh shit.
Oh my god. Everyone slow down.
Dingo's trying to drop his fucking video.
Alright, while you guys do this, I'm gonna peace out.
No, wait till the
As
thing's
always,
done. Wait till the thing's done.
Great.
Please, baby, the stream's almost wrapped up. Write it out with me.
Fair enough.
Dingo boy.
Colin, do you want to explain what the giveaway is? Some people are asking in chat.
Oh, you guys want to know what the giveaway is? So the giveaway is going to be one full 12-month membership for Nintendo Online. So I'll cover the whole cost for that if you haven't got already. If you win and you do have it, I'll just give that amount that it would cost, which is what, like 25 some odd bucks. I'll just give you a Nintendo eShop gift card for that. So you'll be able to just put that money either towards getting
DLC.
Yeah, so you could use it for the fucking.
Oh yeah, offer them the Fighter's Pass instead.
The Fighter's Pass?
It's about the same value.
Yep.
I mean, you can pick your poison, right? Like if someone wants to buy a game with 20-30 bucks, there's some good fucking indie games on out there.
That is true.
So I'm just gonna go through and make sure I got everybody, but I just want to make sure that we're all good. I'm doing just that fucking put all the names in and then pick a random name. Make sure.
That link's amazing. If you haven't clicked that link, please click the link. It's like, it is.
It's they've been spamming the same match for.
It's a good match actually. Yellow Bob versus Dingo Boy.
Here,
that's actually a legendary PM set.
Okay, I'll put this on for a second while I make sure that these names are good.
Whoa! What is going on?
Dingo Boy!
Who is this kid?
So that was a missile and a charge shot that both got shined, and then he power shielded the charge shot that got shined back and like just stopped.
This
existing
video
on
quality
Story.
is amazing.
Yeah,
That'd been a lot of.
that was crazy.
How would the damage?
Yeah, it's
multiplier
Mitch
work?
stream.
Because the
Yeah,
shine
baby, fuel.
doubled it.
Let's
Our
get it.
retire shot would have halved it. and the
Sweet
shine
hot
would've
fuel.
Normal, yeah.
Let's
Probably
go,
would've killed him.
Dingo. What the
Okay, Dingo
fuck?
Boy
This
on the
guy's
platform, gonna
crazy.
get up aired. Eyes off the top. All right, he's down 2-0 now. Rough position because you have to win 3 in a row if you want to take the set. And loser of this is out of the tournament in 7th place.
And Yellow Bob having stage.
I like that. I like the raw F smash. Ooh.
Yeah, and that is brutal in this matchup because Fox has final destination.
Famous guy.
Because Samus really struggles without platforms. All right, going into WarioWare, or Wario Land, rather. I think this is probably a good stage pick. Yeah, you can
he will
drop
try.
through the platform and missile, and it'll missile cancel. So you can do it again. You can do like 3 missiles in a row, and then land and do a dash attack or a missile or like anything you want. And Dingo Boy definitely going for these missile cancels. All right, let's see. Oh man, Yellow Bob kind of running the train with these nairs. All right.
Oh, that was a nice shine spike.
That's gonna be it. Wow, really nice stop.
Aren't you working on a giveaway?
Buddy, I'm just double checking. Can I not? A shine spike takes 3 seconds.
You don't have room to get away from Fox. He can kind of just nair shine you and just go in.
Yeah, that's something we didn't really touch on too much was the Storm tournaments, but a lot of work went into those by a lot of community leaders.
Yeah, no, the Storm. I think the Storm series as a whole was actually
Or Dingo Boy. I said Dingo Bob.
really well executed.
If I were to say one huge thing is
Like, I can definitely see Dingo Boy making.
would be that you can't really cover all of NS history in any good detail in even a 5.5-hour stream. Like, there's so much we didn't touch on.
Not quite killing.
Oh yeah, same for MB2. There's just like so much shit.
You know what? It's actually crazy how.
And we
little
barely
lag
talked about
Fox is up
PEI.
to upbees into the stage.
PEI. Who's that?
It's really hard to punish.
All right.
Or Cape Breton.
Shield out or another attack out. Really
Hold this thought. We're gonna do it. And the winner of the either online or whatever the fuck you want for equal price giveaway is Mar!
Wow, top player bias. Good night.
Yeah, good work.
Good work, you asshole. I'll see you later, I guess.
This was fun.
So yeah, thank you to everyone who spammed that fucking link.
Well,
what?
I want to see what your follow count was because I didn't realize that your follower notification was that annoying.
What?
I thought it was Jesse the whole time.
Can you imagine?
Anyway, so I haven't refreshed your stream since you went live. So you were at 110 followers.
Yeah.
And I refreshed it now, and you are now at 137.
My man.
Holy
and then
fuck.
I don't know your sub count, but I think you went fucking. I just know a lot of people subbed.
Yeah, which is where I want to say thank you to everyone who hit that motherfucking follow button. Thank you to everyone who hit that motherfucking sub button. Twitch Prime, make sure you use it on Colin North if you really. But above all, man, anyone who tuned in and shit talked us in chat or did anything, you guys are all fucking great. And I hope that at least some parts were interesting to you, or I hope that you guys were able to take away a lot of good things, because I don't know, we did pretty good for considering how short notice we threw this shit together.
Yeah, actually, I'm glad you guys did it today instead of when you guys originally planned to do it.
Yes. Me too. When you forget 2 cities in your region exist.
Yeah. Well, it's so fucking tough, right? Like, there's so much that we could cover, but
yeah,
I mean,
that's good though.
What are you gonna do? As long as y'all all learn the shit. Oh my god, this is still going.
It's gonna go forever. Okay, cool. I love this. Let's man, Ultimate. Basically a week. Well, a week and a half.
All right.
Well, a week and a little bit more.
Yeah. I love all you guys. This is just gonna keep going. So, all right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Shouts to your boy, Jp3.
Hey.
Shout out to all the people who came on: Keaton, Razzle Dazzle, SJ Riker, and Veggie Sticks Keith. You guys are all fucking great. Yeah, I guess I'll just see you guys in Ultimate. So.
All right. Later, Colin.
All right. Have a good night, guys. Love you. Bye.
Bye.